谢 TXT， 他们真的是最值得尊敬的对手。
ทุกก้าวของเราเป็นดั่งกระแสน้ำที่รุนแรง ใครหน้าไหนก็ขวางเราไม่ได้
未来终有一天，腾龙还会杀回来的。
这是让所有人再次看清我们的机会。
数えきれないほどの昼夜を僕らは乗り越えてきた。全ては悔いのない夏をつかみ取るために。
The phoenix doesn't rise without fire. We waited long enough. Let's go. Make them remember us.
아직 아무도 우리의 진짜 힘을 보지 못했습니다. 하지만 곧 모두가 알게 될 것입니다.
Mengejar para pesaing terkuat, lalu mengungguli mereka sudah sifat alami kami.
In warfare, there's only one language. Forward. We came from half a world away for one thing. That trophy.
次なるより大きな戦場へ向かおう。
等待时机，快速出刀。
이제 우리의 목표는 단 하나입니다.
在主场将冠军之名重塑。
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data, this doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority, protect company assets. Valve closed.
You destroyed our home! That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low-temperature exposure.
Stun hit! Cold. I can go colder.
I didn't think we'd be exchanging information with these underlings. Is Smee serious?
Show some respect.
Ready to fight, you wanna survive. I got that lust in me. Stay alive and skip in the line. I'm the only queen.
Is that enough respect for you?
Unbreakable, unshakeable. Shadows tried to dim my light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high. Watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. 'Cause I am invincible, I am the storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain. I find my power inside on the blade. Unbreakable, unshakable.
court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data, this doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valves closed.
Destroyed our home! That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Unbreakable, unshakeable. Shadows tried to dim my light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high. Watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. 'Cause I am invincible, I am a storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain. I'll find my power inside on the blade. Unbreakable, unshakable. Unbreakable, unshakeable.
Should we really be sending her to the front lines in her current state?
You ought to know her better.
Stop!
Lena Vandermeer, codename Vlinder, role support. Vlinder is a medical specialist from GTI Europe, specializing in pharmaceutical research, possessing outstanding medical expertise and a strong sense of responsibility. Vlinder's med drones can be deployed to a targeted area, dispersing med-infused nanobots that restore teammates' health, providing them with an adrenaline boost. They may also be deployed on herself, following and continuously restoring her own health for a limited time. Her windmill smoke grenades are guided by gesture censoring tech. Upon impact with a service, the grenades create a cloud of smoke, creating cover for teammates.
Smoke grenade out.
Vlinder's Flutter Rescue UAVs will automatically target downed teammates, administer medical injections when deployed. Once the injection is administered, Vlinder may approach the downed teammate and manually revive them. During deployment, The UAVs may also utilize their active defense system,
It's working.
automatically absorbing 1 instance of explosive damage per deployment, and applying a buff effect of Linder.
Counting on you guys. Vital signs stable. Prepare for rescue. I've got you. It's taking effect. I'm here. Feeling better.
Can't I just have 5 minutes, peace?
Everly, we've picked up abnormal acoustic signals in the Eastern Sea.
Just dolphins mating. It's that time of year after all. You won't get away.
Luke Everly, codename Morse, class Recon. Morse is a former Navy acoustic intelligence specialist with deep expertise in maritime acoustic environments, making him highly skilled in the analysis and exploitation of sound waves and portable sonar equipment. As an operator, Morse excels in the use of his jammer, a portable sonic device that disrupts enemies by reducing their audio detection range. Morse's advanced sonar device emits sound pulses to scan for enemies, generating markers on their positions.
No more secrets! Jammer out! Point flash! Sending jammer! Throwing delayed flash!
Allied troops engaging.
Searching for hostiles! Throwing delayed flash! Sending jammer! Throwing jammer!
Shh. The storm is coming. Keep it down. I need to listen.
All right, operators. Name's Morse. Command decided someone had to walk you through the season update, and I'm the unlucky sod who got stuck with it. Enough small talk. Let's get into it. The faster I finish this, the sooner I can clock out. Operations first. Zero Dam has changed again. There's a new reed marsh by the water, but there's more to it than meets the eye. The switch extraction point has been restructured too. Expect to see some fierce fights over there. You'll also hear Raven broadcasting about blowing open the vault. Don't get pulled into chasing the signal source though. 9 times out of 10, it is a trap. Lately, everyone at GTI is obsessed with some parkour competition. Watching them climb walls and jump gaps makes me wonder if anyone here takes their job seriously.
Yeah.
The rewards are decent, though. Join the circus if you want. I'm more interested in the buried treasure around the field. A lifetime at sea has taught me one valuable lesson. The most valuable things are always hidden deep. So get to digging. Occasionally, I'll leave a bevy behind for someone else to find. We'll get thirsty on the job from time to time, right? Oh, and before I forget, there are a few new collectibles. Have a look if you're interested. As for warfare, let's just say things are getting complicated. After our mission in Ark Canal went sideways, the Havoc freighter got lodged in the canal. Hazardous materials on board run the risk of leaking. Someone needs to take the area under control, so we're counting on you. Command has prepped combat supplies. How much you walk away with depends entirely on your performance. Choosing other battlefronts is fine too. Whatever your speciality, there's a place for you here. Stack up on merits and earn rewards. Plain and simple. Now, since we will be working together, you'd better get to know me. I specialize in using sonar to detect hostiles. My resonance jammers and flashbangs can also disrupt enemies. Word to the wise, on the battlefield, the one making noise gets found first. So keep quiet. With that out of the way, let's have a look at the new weapons. The M82 sniper rifle has arrived. Semi-auto, heavy caliber, the kind that drops a target in one shot. This thing means business. We've also got the AR-57 assault rifle. This weapon boasts high capacity and mobility. It's perfect for suppressive fire when rotating positions. A few more things on the agenda. Season pre-registration is live. The early bird gets the worm, after all. There's a weapon skin for those who log in for 7 consecutive days. There's some new arrivals in the armory. Close quarters combat isn't exactly my cup of tea, but if you prefer a direct approach, there's a free legendary knife skin available. Remember to try out the new game modes, and all these combat items are yours. Clothes make the man, apparently. I don't give a toss, but Raptor clearly does. The Echo Season Pass includes a variety of combat supplies. It features an all-new operator outfit for Raptor, along with weapon and vehicle skins. Everything in one package. This season, the Mandel Brick drops weapon skins from the KC-17 Assault Rifle Relic series. There's also a brand new melee weapon called Falling Star. Just be careful, I don't want you cutting yourself and getting blood all over it. And I think that's everything covered for Season Echo. Great, I've got more important things to take care of. Go on, whoever you.
Initiating Operation Ak Canal debrief with Operator Morse.
Got it. Full review, right? You want me to put together a presentation? Come back.
Command has concerns regarding the outcome. Detail the sequence of events.
Concerns?
Patrol at 2 o'clock.
Target down. Boarding.
Mission objective. Verify the contents of Hudson's cargo. Avoid direct engagement. Enemy support is positioned close by. You have 10 minutes.
Stand by to breach.
First floor, 3 units. 2 upstairs. We're compromised. Breach! Bob's your uncle. Got evidence.
All units, rally at the cargo bay entrance for evac. Now!
After confirmation of the Dark Star fuel, your signal died. Explain that.
Comms failed. It's documented in the report.
You weren't with the team. So where were you?
Bob's your uncle. Something's off.
Checking it out.
All units, rally at the cargo bay entrance.
Unknown acoustic signature at 2 o'clock. Radar empty. Requesting permission to investigate.
Just heading and increase speed.
The sound's gone.
Torpedo inbound! Bearing on 4-8!
Defensives are down! Torpedo range, 600 meters! 400 meters! 200!
Given your performance during the operation, Command has determined you are no longer fit for frontline deployment.
What's that sound?
Don't lie to me! This ship isn't carrying anything good! Got you, mate!
We're pulling out! I repeat, we're pulling out!
Hang in there.
Cargo was confirmed, exposing Hudson's operation. So what is it you're actually searching for? State your reason for joining GTI.
I'm looking for something. Something right in front of you. Something you cannot see.
That will be all.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data. This doesn't add up.
Just do with the AI.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
You destroyed our home! That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role, engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Unbreakable, unshakeable. Shadows tried to dim my light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high. Watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. 'Cause I am invincible, I am a storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain. I find my power inside on the blade. Unbreakable, unshakeable.
Should we really be sending her to the front lines in her current state?
You ought to know her better.
Stop!
Lena Vandermeer, codename Vlinder, role, support. Vlinder is a medical specialist from GTI Europe, specializing in pharmaceutical research, possessing outstanding medical expertise, and a strong sense of responsibility. Vlinder's med drones can be deployed to a targeted area, dispersing med-infused nanobots that restore teammates' health, providing them with an adrenaline boost. They may also be deployed on herself, following and continuously restoring her own health for a limited time. Her windmill smoke grenades are guided by gesture censoring tech. Upon impact with a service, the grenades create a cloud of smoke, creating cover for teammates.
Smoke grenade out.
Vlinder's Flutter Rescue UAVs will automatically target downed teammates, administer medical injections when deployed. Once the injection is administered, Vlinder may approach the downed teammate and manually revive them. During deployment, The UAVs may also utilize their active defense system,
It's working.
automatically absorbing 1 instance of explosive damage per deployment, and applying a buff effect of Linder.
Counting on you guys. Vital signs stable. Prepare for rescue. I've got you. It's taking effect. I'm here. Feeling better.
Can't I just have 5 minutes, peace?
Everly, we've picked up abnormal acoustic signals in the Eastern Sea.
Just dolphins mating. It's that time of year after all. You won't get away.
Luke Everly, codename Morse, class Recon. Morse is a former Navy acoustic intelligence specialist with deep expertise in maritime acoustic environments, making him highly skilled in the analysis and exploitation of sound waves and portable sonar equipment. As an operator, Morse excels in the use of his jammer, a portable sonic device that disrupts enemies by reducing their audio detection range. Morse's advanced sonar device emits sound pulses to scan for enemies, generating markers on their positions.
No more secrets!
Jammer out! Pulling flash! Sending jammer! Throwing delayed flash!
Allied troops engaging. Searching for hostiles! Throwing delayed flash!
Sending jammer! Throwing jammer!
Shh. The storm is coming. Keep it down. I need to listen. All right, operators. Name's Morse. Command decided someone had to walk you through the season update, and I'm the unlucky sod who got stuck with it. Enough small talk. Let's get into it. The faster I finish this, the sooner I can clock out. Operations first. Zero Dam has changed again. There's a new reed marsh by the water, but there's more to it than meets the eye. The switch extraction point has been restructured too. Expect to see some fierce fights over there. You'll also hear Raven broadcasting about blowing open the vault. Don't get pulled into chasing the signal source though. 9 times out of 10, it is a trap. Lately, everyone at GTI is obsessed with some parkour competition. Watching them climb walls and jump gaps makes me wonder if anyone here takes their job seriously.
Yeah.
The rewards are decent, though. Join the circus if you want. I'm more interested in the buried treasure around the field. A lifetime at sea has taught me one valuable lesson. The most valuable things are always hidden deep. So get to digging. Occasionally, I'll leave a bevy behind for someone else to find. We'll get thirsty on the job from time to time, right? Oh, and before I forget, there are a few new collectibles. Have a look if you're interested. As for warfare, let's just say things are getting complicated. After our mission in Ark Canal went sideways, the Havoc freighter got lodged in the canal. Hazardous materials on board run the risk of leaking. Someone needs to take the area under control, so we're counting on you. Command has prepped combat supplies. How much you walk away with depends entirely on your performance. Choosing other battlefronts is fine too. Whatever your speciality, there's a place for you here. Stack up on merits and earn rewards. Plain and simple. Now, since we will be working together, you'd better get to know me. I specialize in using sonar to detect hostiles. My resonance jammers and flashbangs can also disrupt enemies. Word to the wise, on the battlefield, the one making noise gets found first. So keep quiet. With that out of the way, let's have a look at the new weapons. The M82 sniper rifle has arrived. Semi-auto, heavy caliber, the kind that drops a target in one shot. This thing means business. We've also got the AR-57 assault rifle. This weapon boasts high capacity and mobility. It's perfect for suppressive fire when rotating positions. A few more things on the agenda. Season pre-registration is live. The early bird gets the worm, after all. There's a weapon skin for those who log in for 7 consecutive days. There's some new arrivals in the armory. Close quarters combat isn't exactly my cup of tea, but if you prefer a direct approach, there's a free legendary knife skin available. Remember to try out the new game modes, and all these combat items are yours. Clothes make the man, apparently. I don't give a toss, but Raptor clearly does. The Echo Season Pass includes a variety of combat supplies. It features an all-new operator outfit for Raptor, along with weapon and vehicle skins. Everything in one package. This season, the Mandel Brick drops weapon skins from the KC-17 Assault Rifle Relic series. There's also a brand new melee weapon called Falling Star. Just be careful, I don't want you cutting yourself and getting blood all over it. And I think that's everything covered for Season Echo. Great, I've got more important things to take care of. Come on, away with you.
Initiating Operation Ak Canal debrief with Operator Morse.
Got it. Full review, right? You want me to put together a presentation? Come back.
Command has concerns regarding the outcome. Detail the sequence of events.
Concerns?
Patrol at 2 o'clock.
Target down. Boarding.
Mission objective. Verify the contents of Hudson's cargo. Avoid direct engagement. Enemy support is positioned close by. You have 10 minutes.
Stand by the breach.
First floor, 3 units. 2 upstairs. We're compromised. Breach! Bob's your uncle.
Got evidence. All units, rally at the cargo bay entrance for evac. Now!
After confirmation of the Dark Star fuel, your signal died. Explain that.
Comms failed. It's documented in the report.
You weren't with the team. So where were you?
Bob's your uncle. Something's off. Checking it out.
All units, rally at the cargo bay entrance.
Unknown acoustic signature at 2 o'clock. Radar empty. Requesting permission to investigate.
Just heading at increased speed.
The sound's gone.
Torpedo inbound! Bearing on 48!
Defensives are down! Torpedo range, 600 meters! 400 meters! 200!
Given your performance during the operation, Command has determined you are no longer fit for frontline deployment.
What's that sound?
Don't lie to me! This ship isn't carrying anything good! Got you, mate!
We're pulling out! I repeat, we're pulling out!
Hang in there.
Cargo was confirmed, exposing Hudson's operation. So what is it you're actually searching for? State your reason for joining GTI.
I'm looking for something. Something right in front of you. Something you cannot see.
That will be all.
Well, good afternoon, or good morning, good evening. I don't know where you are in the world, but welcome into Delta Force Invitational Warfare 2026. I'm Goj, this is Vivid. We are here with you for day 3 of our 5-day LAN competition. We've got some fantastic teams still in the competition, but today is elimination stage, Vivid. Woo. We got a couple teams headed home after today's competition, and a couple teams not even playing today, waiting to see who will meet them in the grand finals.
Listen, we started this thing off with 8 total teams. We are now down to 6, and just after today, we will have 3 remaining. Look towards the bottom of your screen. We're going to be all up out the lower bracket today. Our first matchup of the day, as you can see right there, HAN versus HYD. Whoever wins that matchup will, of course, go on to match number 11. The loser will go home, like we mentioned. The other match we will be playing today, TXD versus FX, another do-or-die situation. Whoever wins that one will move on to match number 11, and whoever loses will go home. And then later on today, we will also play match number 11, send somebody else home, and also further somebody else along into the loser bracket finals.
Yeah, great shout, folks. If you have been tuning in the last couple days, you know that we've been doing 4 matches a day. Today it is 3, and they are all elimination rounds. Like Vivid said, it's going to be the winners of these 2 matchups in our lower bracket that we'll be seeing for our 3rd match of the day. But LT, RRQ, undefeated at this point. They are up there in the winners finals, the upper bracket finals, and they will not be playing today at all. We will see them tomorrow for what would be the 2 matches that we cast over tomorrow, which will be upper bracket finals and then lower bracket finals. And then finally on Sunday here in China, we're going to have our grand finals on the 21st. 1 match that day. That is all we're watching is the grand finals, but it is going to be a best of 5. Let's take a look at what happened yesterday and who kind of stood out amongst the rest. Got some highlights from several teams, many of which won. Even RBN, though, lost their matches. They're out of this competition, and the player known as One, don't get that too confused, player known as One on RBN picked up 113 revives or rescues in their match, which put them above the rest. Really was putting the team on their back and keeping them in their fight, even though they did, unfortunately, get swept.
Because we have honestly watched so much Warfare over the past couple of days that I even forgot what happened yesterday. So I'm very, very happy to kind of be reminded by some of our highlight performances. Obviously, the biggest one that stands out to anybody that had the time to watch yesterday, Saraj in there with 78 kills, absolute domination out of the helicopter on Ascension. That being said, we're going to be seeing Sarajin back into the server here today. It's actually going to be our first matchup of the day, HAN, who Sarajin is, of course, a part of, taking on HYD on Cyclone.
Yeah, back to Cyclone, folks. Here are the matches for the day. Yeah, saw a ton of HAN on that overall day 2 kind of top player list for good reason. They dominated the competition. They're here to make a statement. They lost to LT in our bracket, and they are here to battle their way through all of the lower bracket to get to grand finals. To do that, though, they have to take down HYD, which, of course, also lost their matchup yesterday. Everything yesterday was a sweep. It was all 2-0s all day, very quick day. These matches may be a little bit more difficult. So we'll be going back to Cyclone again, and then we have TXD versus FX playing on Cracked, which was an interesting poll. We did all these picks and bans yesterday. You can see the bans from each of the teams on either side, and so it'll be Cyclone, then Cracked. We're not seeing any new maps yet, but we could if some of these go to Game 3. Quick reminder, by the way, the winner of both of these matchups will be our final match of the day. So that's match 9 winner, match 10 winner. Those are the 2 matches right above it. Pretty easy to follow. I will also just remind people, because I saw some folks in chat asking about it, the losers of both of those 2 teams, they will end up tying for 5th, essentially. Yeah. So there's no 5th place game. But let's talk about HAN. Why are they so good? What makes them so different? That yes, they've been playing through the lower bracket. Yes, they lost their first round matchup, but the first round matchup a couple days ago was against LT, who's arguably the strongest team. Couple highlights. Obviously, we've got Artyom. We've been hyping him up a ton. Wansa, the commander, fantastic job across the board. But talk to me about some other heavy hitters for this team.
I mean, it's definitely just going to be the full squad there of Stacks, Ghost, Sarajin, and Hewon. It's just an incredible squad that's always going to be finding value. Obviously, we have the highlight player of Sarajin, who is constantly going to be able to find value in some of the vehicles, whether it be up in the helicopter, whether it be down on the ground, typically in one of the tank destroyers. But on the other side of things, talk me through it goes HYD. What kind of stands out for this squadron today? And can anybody here on the list make the difference going up against Titans like HAN.
It's weird to say this because we're in their third best of 3 that we've seen from them thus far.
Yeah.
I still feel like we don't have a great handle on this entire roster front to back. The main reason for that is in their first matchup, they obliterated AHR on Aftershock. It was not even close. We really didn't get to even watch half the game, it felt like, because nobody moved a muscle and they just won. Then when they played, yesterday, they then got obliterated. So it's been a weird back and forth with this roster. They do have a couple heavy hitters. I think in particular, when they were able to push back against their competition yesterday in the bracket, Lance was a difference maker for this team. Lance plays in the commander squad under RCCK, maybe the commander, and Lance is their main tank operator. We saw that yesterday on Cracked. And because of that, I'll be looking out to Lance to try to make a difference for this team moving forward. Of course, Widow and some others, also Turtle.
2KA.
2KA is their top slayer for sure, oftentimes at the very least. And so definitely going to be looking to some of their heroes to make big plays to hopefully stand up to the task to play HAN. But we both had predictions. And listen, as much as I love being against Vivid, I say that every single time. I can't deny the inevitable. HAN looked like they were in final form. I said this yesterday. The Sarajin Stax combo in the helicopter on Ascension was one of the most dominant performances I've ever seen in Warfare history, which is kind of insane to say out loud, but it's true. Sarajin was going absolutely bonkers, was like double the kills of anybody else in their team, had more kills, I think, than the entire other team of 20 combined. It was something insane. You all watch it. If you didn't, you should check it out. So I'm going with HAN. Even though we're not going to be in a helicopter on Cyclone, there will be a jet, and Sarajin, even without vehicles, can be on the boots on the ground, bow in hand, obliterating the enemies. I'm going HAN with 2-0. You too.
Yeah, absolutely agree there. Honestly, you kind of asked me yesterday what team that I think is going to go ahead and win the whole thing. I said RRQ. I think probably our championship matchup, in my opinion, might end up being RRQ and HAN. I just think HAN just look way too good right now, and hopefully we get that rematch, because that was kind of like that initial head-to-head that we saw on day number 1.
Yeah, I think it's a good shout. But hey, folks, we got to see what's going on with these players. They're going to be walking into the stage. Let's get excited.
Welcome to the 2026 Delta Force Invitational Warfare. 有请 HAN 战队 Please welcome Team HAN. 一队一星，剑指巅峰 ，One team, one goal.有请 HYD 战队 Please welcome Team HYD. 凌越巅峰，问鼎冠军 Overstrike. 场全开，信念不改，争锋此刻。Spirits high, resolve unwavering. The showdown starts now.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a fantastic matchup. We've already talked a little bit about it, but I do want to give a quick shout-out. Happy birthday to Hodu.
Happy birthday!
Listen, you can't pay me enough to start singing on broadcast. However, happy birthday is the one song maybe I would if things get a little crazy.
Please
so,
thank you.
Hodu's birthday. Does that mean that there's a buff here for HAN? And frankly, do they even need it? Both you and I said it's going to be a 2-0 HAN. Do their walkouts change anything for you?
No. I mean, we did find out, of course, that it is Hodu's birthday. I think this will be a little bit of a cakewalk for them, if you will. But
wow.
I think the birthday present comes later on. Of course, if they do win this one, they have one more match on the day. That would be the real surprise for this team.
Yeah.
If they go ahead and take down a stronger team, which, you know, we're kind of predicting to be TXT. But we won't get into that right now.
Yeah. We'll talk about the predictions later. But HAN versus HYD, I want to see it in chat who you're supporting. I'm seeing a lot of love for HYD. Well earned. This is a solid team. I'm just excited to see more from them. To spend a little more time on that topic. HYD, again, they stomped their competition, then got stomped. RRQ, right? So, you know, when you talk about a roster like this, I don't know where their heads are. I don't know where their momentum's at. HAN is an intimidating team. This is a team that a lot of folks know. We've seen a lot of returners from the former DNI roster that played last year at Vietnam in 2025 Dfiw. So a lot of folks know that HAN is a heavy-hitting team, and to see HAN down in the lower bracket means, unfortunately, this is going to be a really tough matchup for HYD. I will say, taking a look at the maps and picks and bans, yes, we're playing Cyclone. For those that have been with us, we've seen a lot of Cyclone in this competition, and we're going to be going back. Aftershock was banned by HAN, and Fault was banned by HYD. Kind of a running joke right now that we probably, in however many matches we're playing this entire weekend, 15 I think it is, we may never see Fault. It's been banned every single match that we've played. But back to Cyclone, any team you think has a small advantage going into a map like Cyclone? Obviously, it's different than a lot of the other maps that we can play.
I mean, we did get a chance to obviously highlight the HAN dominance in the airspace just yesterday. So, I mean, obviously it's not going to translate directly because we saw that domination with a helicopter. Are they going to be able to have like a skill for a jet as well? Now, take a look at the roster for HAN. I don't know enough. Like, I haven't seen them play on a map with a jet, so I don't know directly who's going to be the pilot of that jet. But I'm sure Goj can make a pretty educated guess here, or maybe you know.
There's two different conversations around it. Oftentimes with teams, they'll have a dedicated jet pilot. I'm looking at their active roster for this match. I'm not seeing any major subs that we're not aware of, right? When we get new rosters for each team, we get to see their new roster each day. All of the subs that they usually have are still subbed out. So I think it's going to be the normal active 20 that we're used to seeing, which likely means it'll still be Stax as the air control, air superiority type player. Again, Stax was the helicopter operator on Ascension. Oftentimes, you have a pilot, essentially. It's either you have a jet pilot as a sub, or you have a pilot that is able to do both.
And of course, HAN are going to be starting on the attack side here. A quick reminder to anybody just joining us for these 5 days of competition. This is going to be a best of 3. The first 2 games are going to be played on Cyclone. Those maps are always randomly drawn. These teams will have the opportunity to play the side, defense, and attack on said map at least one time, right? Given the opportunity to go ahead and tie it up. If the tiebreaker is required, then, you know, priority picks come into play. One team will pick side, one team will go ahead and pick the map that we're going to be playing for round number 3. But like me and Goj mentioned, we're kind of expecting this one to be 2-0. Talking about, you know, HYD, do you feel like they have a better chance up against HAN on the defense or on the attack?
I think it's a good question. I want to say HYD maybe has a better chance on the defense. Again,
I agree.
Cyclone is just a bigger map. Cyclone gives you a little bit more room for error or margin. I would say HAN is, traditionally speaking, a very clean team. They're very strategically sound. They don't make a ton of mistakes. But on a map like Cyclone, you've got a little bit more room for mistakes. And on the defensive side for HYD, maybe have some highlight-level players, highlight-level plays they can make, big plays that can change the game, but not quite as consistent. You need a big map for that to be the case. The opposite is true of a map like Cracked, for instance, which we've seen a couple times, and we will see in our next best of 3. You have basically zero room for error. It's a 3-sector zone map with only, what, two zone capture sectors. I mean, it goes so dang quick, and if you make one mistake, even in the first sector, it's kind of GG's. It's really hard to claw back from. But Cyclone is not that way, so watch out for some back and forth momentum shifting plays. And it's going to rely on some of these individuals. I've been saying it with HYD. They need some heroes, and I think that hero, a couple of different heroes come to mind. I would say probably Lance is going to have to be a hero. Kahlua needs to be a hero on this commander squad. We saw Tank BRK pick up their secondary vehicle operator slot. There's a lot of vehicles on Cyclone, likely a player that needs to step up, and then, of course, 2KA.
Obviously, we do want to go ahead and mention 2KA, but the only thing that kind of worries me about relying on somebody like 2KA is that the bigger the map, the more the vehicle gameplay seems to matter. Because obviously 2KA is not going to be able to get up close and personal a lot of the times because it is such a big map. I think we'll see 2K probably get active maybe when we get over to like Sector D, right? Like D1.
Yeah.
Obviously, sometimes that's one of the biggest pushes that these teams have to make. So on the defense there, we could see him pick up a lot of kills.
Okay, I was re-reviewing my notes, and I actually missed this earlier that I just caught right now while we're live. Here's a look at it, by the way. What Vivid was talking about, HAN is going to start on the attack. HAM did make a sub from yesterday. Cranberry is out from their Delta squad, and Ghost is in. Ghost is going to be that jet operator. I can almost assuredly tell you that.
I think we saw that.
I do remember Ghost being in the air not too long ago. So watch out for Ghost in the air, in the jet. We'll see if my predictions are correct. We are jumping straight into the game, which means straight into jet operator showcasing what he's made of. Welcome to the battlefield, Ghost. Unbelievable start. Our pilot is going insane.
Yeah, joining in a little bit late here, but take a look at it. Ghost has 4 kills already. And the thing that is worrying me right now for the side of HYD, 0 vehicles are alive. If you guys at home know anything about Cyclone, the defense does start with access to 2 vehicles. One of them is going to be a boat, and the other one's going to be the Lav. The Lav is, of course, destroyed, as we just watched that on main. But taking a look at the HAN attack, they are already swarming Sector A, and that's going to be the back foot of course, Ghost. But take a look at the efforts of the individuals, boots on the ground. The AAV is also getting into mix early on Cyclone, and that addition, that change to Warfare in general, the addition of the AAV has just changed the way that this map in general plays so much.
HAN did a very good job on the back of Ghost momentum shift to just full send the point. We had to take a quick look at that map feed, and you saw where all the red players were already jumping the point. Now, there's enough green, there's enough defenders there that they weren't able to immediately capture it, but now Ghost can do whatever they want in the sky. What do? They start shelling down to the point, at least forcing these defenders to think twice about the positions that they're in. Ghost up in the skies means Stax can be on the ground. Stax is in an assault vehicle, obliterating people. I mean, he picked up a triple on an assault vehicle.
They beached it.
HAN is crushing the competition right now, and unfortunately for HYD, another mistake that, again, they may have a little bit of room for, but this is a brutal start for HYD with their boat beached and now dead, not a vehicle to their name, and A sector falling.
And we've seen this before already here in Wuhan, China. When that Lav does get destroyed, it was actually FX yesterday who also failed at maintaining their vehicles early on up against that jet, and they got absolutely stomped as a result of it. So we'll have to see if HYD can kind of make something happen. They do get a little bit of a return fire onto the assault vehicle, but we do not necessarily put a lot of value on said vehicle, so not going to be a big loss there. And take a look at this. Wanza, you saw that pop up in the middle of your screen. He's actually going to be taking out another one of those lobs for the side of HYD.
Insane.
So they tried to get something to happen right there, but unfortunately fell a little short. Now switching over to the B sector, we know how this works in Warfare. A lot of times when we do switch from sector to sector, vehicles do get allotted to each one of the sides. You can see HYD now has access to the tank, but I'd be worried for it when you have a pilot like Ghost in the skies who is stomping the lobby all the way at the top, 6,000 score, 12 kills already.
Yeah, make it 13. Insane stuff. Obviously, a lot of our players here on the HYD side barely cracking above 5 kills because A sector just started. It's all Ghost all day, and that's why these teams have a dedicated fighter pilot. That's why these teams have a dedicated jet operator. It's why I went back and looked at the notes. I was like, HAN's got to have somebody in the skies. Glad we caught that. Ghost just going absolutely nuclear on the map right now. And with 0 resistance, this is going to be very difficult for HY to do anything on B. Again, B sector we have seen take long occasionally, but it's usually on the back of an even playing field when it comes to vehicles. When it's an uneven balance, B sector falls nearly immediately. We head to C. C will fall fairly quickly as well, most likely, because the attackers are going to dive underneath the C sector. The defenders will try to be on top, but Ghost is just going to keep doing these insane strafing runs and picking up crazy value. Really, the only chance for HYD is they're going to have to hold the line in the D sector, D1, D2, win back some advantages, and stall out this game.
By the way, one thing that does kind of change the dynamic of some of these squads work is where that pilot is actually positioned specific to the squad. You can see Ghost is actually a part of the Delta squad. Who else is on Delta squad? We have Stax, Sarajin, and Hewan. Now, these guys usually like to get into the mix. Some of them also like to operate some of the other vehicles, but we saw Stax was actually pulling off a little bit of a flank, but because he has people on his squad that are piloting a jet or sometimes operating vehicles, he's actually not going to be able to find a lot of value out of a respawn beacon that's placed down for him, right? So he's kind of on a solo mission right now, and he's actually still alive. He's playing a little bit of a distraction role off to the side, so that's kind of great to see. But now one of the other squads from the side of HAN that we know is going to get into the mix throughout the entirety of this competition. It's going to be the Bravo squad. That's going to be Artyom, Wuhan, Ru1B, and Chang Ji, and they're always going to make something happen.
Yeah, a lot of bodies on point right now, and again, not a lot of room for the defenders to jump onto it. With Wanza up close and personal, Wanza, the commander, has been an insane tank operator through the course of today and yesterday already. Huge competitive difference maker for this team while also being the commander. Not always the case for a lot of these teams, but Wanza very, very strong. Was a part of the commander squad last year with DNI under a different commander, Dead Dog, who's not here in today's competition or in this weekend's competition. Wanza is taking charge and continuing to put up fantastic score lines, doing a really good job for this team. Taking a look at Johan in a forward advanced position. I think it's a really smart move from Johan to make this move across the water early, be able to make sure this AA gun is not utilized by the defense. It's one of the only things that could maybe shoot the jet out of the sky fast enough before they can respond. HYD have their tank and their boat. This boat that Tank BRK is currently operating is a very important one. We always talk about this on Cyclone. The D sector is nearly entirely dictated by who has the canal control, if you will, the water control between D1 and D2. That's what they're saving. They know they're kind of up creek without a paddle, if you can use that English idiom, for what's about to happen on the C sector. This one's going to go pretty dang quick.
He goes trying to make this explosion happen. He does find it to be successful. I think he actually was able to pick up a couple of kills with that. He's not going to get direct credit for it, but of course the environment coming into play right here. You want to talk about the environment, the C sector, like Gooj was kind of talking about. You have that upper level that's going to be outside. You have the tunnel that is just going to be underneath of it. The side of HYD effectively cannot defend from up top because the jet is alive. And actually, take a look at the camera down here. Hoda, with the crown that she was wearing on the way out, is in the camera as well to remind everybody consistently throughout this competition. She is the birthday girl. So if you guys haven't wished her a happy birthday in the chat yet, make sure you go ahead and do that. But yeah, HYD are going to try to defend this from underneath. You can necessarily do this if you have more bodies on the point, but early on right here into Sector C, you can see that progress bar in the middle of your screen. It's leaning slightly in the favor of HAN.
Yeah, this is a smart play by HYD. It's one of the first plays that we've seen from them that it's actually working for the most part. They're able to stall this out. They knew they couldn't hold from on top. That's kind of what I was just highlighting. The C sector was going to fall almost immediately because of it. So what do? They send everybody underground and say, you're going to have to come to us if you want to win the war. Unfortunately, because they're giving up everything on the high ground, all the attackers can do the exact same, and then it's just a numbers game. Yes, we have a jet in the sky, but Tank BRK is in the boat. We've got Umbashi trying to guard the flank so they don't get ripped. It's a tough thing to ask all of the defensive units to get underground and just body stack this point. And so the attackers are just slowly but surely ticking away and taking this C sector. Unfortunately, it's the right play. It's just not enough to actually hold it. You can even see Alpan and Z-Box going, okay, well, if we get over here, we can stall this point out and force the attackers to make a play against us. But this is the way the C sector goes on Cyclone. It's kind of a weird one, and it is straight up a numbers game.
numbers game was being won by HAN pretty dominantly right there, but it looks like HYD were able to pick up a couple of the remaining members and throw them onto the sector as well. So now they are capturing it. And technically speaking, let's talk about the numbers game. You were kind of mentioning it. They do have a pilot in the sky, so they can only technically have 19 members on the ground right now for the side of HAN.
Yeah, I mean,
so technically HYD could just edge out by one singular infantry on the ground. So technically they will have the advantage. This is kind of cool to see. It's going to be a little bit of a stalemate, but it's going to be up to HAN to kind of make something happen. And yeah, they're starting to feel the pressure. They have actually conceded the up top. Now they want to go ahead and make a push. They want to go ahead and make this up close and personal. They're no longer content with sitting back. They're going to get to the action.
Not seeing a ton of engineers on that quick shot of all the players of the pillar. I think a couple of these vehicles could maybe just pop in here and make a big play. Speaking of a big play, while we're all focused on the C sector, another huge mistake or even just a great play from Stax. We knew Stax is going to be a difference maker for this team, and this is exactly what I was expecting. Stax finds the boat to prepare for D sector, and then Wansa just rolls up with Hodu, and they just blow everybody to smithereens under. I mean, it's just a kill box down here.
Oh my gosh, Artyom.
You can do whatever you want down here now. Unfortunately for the defense, that is all she wrote for the C sector, and D sector even will look extremely dire. What a huge win for HAN.
You would expect when these tanks start to roll in that they're the one finding all the kills. Wanza is able to pick up a 3-piece of his own as the respawn beacons try to flood some of the members of HYD into the mix. But yeah, you would imagine that these vehicles in these close corridors in this tight space would be the ones finding all of the kills. But I saw Artyom, I think it was like 4 or 5 kills in a row with the shotgun. That individual prowess on a big map like Cyclone is still being a part of the highlight, so that's great to see. But now all the members of HYD being flushed out of the tunnel that they were kind of seeking as a safe haven. Now Ghost has free reign over them once again, but a little bit of a breath from the side of HYD as we do go over to the D sector. And we take a breath up here as well. Let's take a quick look at the leaderboard.
Wansa has double the score of the top player on HYD. This is, I'm not calling the game now, but this is unreal what Wansa's been able to accomplish from a score category. And then also you see Ghost on 25 kills with the Jet. You see 21 from Artyom. Insane.
What about a comparison of commander to commander? The HAN side has 20,000 score on their commander. The side of HYD, 5,000.
Yeah,
it is a 4x.
Yeah, I mean they don't have hardly anything to show for the last couple sectors, and they don't even have a boat to work with for the D sector. And this is, listen, I said there was a little bit of room for some mistakes, and then the heroes could turn the tides. We need that miracle now on the D sector. We get to the E sector, it's GG's. If we go to the E sector immediately and HYD doesn't have any vehicles, it's literally over.
Take a look at this, a giant flank. This is actually going to be Stax and Wuhan trying to find some value on the backside. And what's really, really good about this from Stax and Johan is that they're part of 2 different squads, so they might be able to find some sort of flank where
bunch.
8 members can actually join in. This would be detrimental to the defense of HYD. And take a look at this. Yeah, a flood is coming in on the backside, and they have no idea yet.
2 full squads, one goes high, one goes low. This is just writing up a playbook and following it to a T. Brain off, follow orders, and it's working. 2KA, a difference maker for HYD, can't win a 1v4 with a bow in close quarters combat. Just going to be insanely difficult. Great job here from Stax with the boat. Great play to drop off the infantry and then move back to the canal to gain complete control of the D sector. They might be able to capture both of these at the exact same time. Brutal.
Yeah, I would like to mention it, call it out as some sort of a slow bleed, but this has been an absolute jab at the neck of HYD all the way from the start of the game. I mean, we couldn't even join fast enough to see the carnage that was already going on from the likes of Ghost. And like we mentioned, the bigger the map, the more the vehicles become important. HYD right now have an absolute donut. They have 0 vehicles to help them defend here. HAN are just taking over. You mentioned it. They might be able to take both of these zones simultaneously. That being said, HYD are pushing back a little bit. They do still have control of D1, but with D2 falling very, very shortly here, HAN will be able to turn their attention to D1 entirely. And 20 members of HAN right now, I would not want them attacking any part of my zones because I don't know how you could hold these guys back.
Here's 2KA amidst the chaos. Does find himself with 15 kills, which is likely top fragger for his team, as expected. Sarajin, though, 23-12. Told you, Sarajin can do it all. You want him up in the vehicle? Fantastic. One on the ground with a bow.
Nice shot.
Bad news. 24-12, literally double positive.
Uh-oh.
And here's a great play. We get the first boat. Umbashi, unfortunately, classic conversation. When you've got vehicle advantage, you can afford to send two at the same time. And there's just little to no way that you can keep that boat alive if you are HYD. Unfortunately, Umbashi going down means any moment of a breather where you can maybe try to push back the opponents on the D sector is all but gone. We do see the boat of HAN actually go down. I think that was on the back of a few Allura rockets.
That was...
with maybe a couple strike team moments. That was a worthwhile play, whoever made it. I think we missed kind of who got the kill, but that was actually a pretty big moment. And Miang does have the AAV, but without the full boat, I mean, it's a nice little win. We'll take those.
That was a big overextension by Stacks there in the boat, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
You saw where it kind of went down. And maybe not necessarily an overextension, but a mistake. Falling off the ledge. This does not look like a position that you could go ahead and recover from. Wanza, honestly, probably one of the best plays for Wanza right now would just be to abandon that tank, blow it up, so that way you can go ahead and go back to spawn and call in another vehicle, because that one is all but gone, and yeah, exactly, does just that. Unfortunate to go ahead and lose that tank, but we already mentioned how well Wanza is doing in the score category. We're gonna have to take a moment here for HAN to go ahead and recuperate. They just lost their tank, they just lost their boat pretty much simultaneously, so a little bit of a fresh,
I mean, listen,
breath of air for HYD.
This is best case scenario for HYD. You needed a miracle, and the miracle is a professional player like Stacks unfortunately making a mistake. You need somebody to make a mistake, getting overconfident, boat goes down. And then you need Wanza, their commander, to also make a mistake. They go down. So if you, that's pretty much you're being given the gift you need to actually still keep playing the game. If that doesn't happen, we're already on the E sector and it's GG's. This is the gift. Let's see what they can do with it. They've got to capitalize on getting a gift like that. If they can't win under these circumstances, I'm not sure how they're going to get a win when we swap sides.
And we did actually call on the individual efforts from the side of HYD, specifically on the D sector, because this is close quarters combat. We have seen members like 2KA do very, very well in situations like this, so we're going to have to call on him to make something happen, but it might be a little bit too late as HYD start to feel the pressure. They call in the urgent deployment. Take a look at D1 right now. It is in full control of the side of HAN. This urgent redeployment is, of course, going to help the members of HYD get back into the mix, get back onto the defense, but it might be a little too late.
Urgent redeployment is nice. You're right. Maybe a little bit too late. Let's see. Going to be a big bang out here onto D1 if they decide to full send it, which I assume they have to right now. They know E is going to be chalked without any vehicles to their name. I am seeing a decent amount of kills on the right-hand side of our kill feed in green. They're finding some kills along the way. The question is, are they able to secure them?
Where?
Are they able to get these medics down? If you let the attackers get revived, you're just going to get outnumbered on the point. Alpan going to try to make a sneaky play to get over here to D2 and at least put it into some semblance of a neutral zone in case they lose D1, and this isn't an immediate cap. So far, a pretty good job, given the resources that HYD has, to be able to hold the line a bit on the D sector. Nice play from Alpan.
Yeah, now the full squad is actually going to spawn on him, and on the back foot of the full squad too. What about the full team from HYD? When you do go ahead and put those strategic beacons down, you have to use some of your score, but the whole entire team of 20 can go ahead and pretty much spawn behind enemy lines now.
Jeez, brutal.
But even though they had access and the ability to spawn on the point, they lost it.
Yeah,
what just happened?
I saw Wanza pick up like a triple with the boat running through the canal. I wonder if just a well-placed shot took them off the point, and then the attackers just swarmed it. We kind of missed it on main, but regardless, we're moving to the East sector. What does that mean? It means that the Jet back into the game. Good luck, everybody out there. Julius does have 55 revives, by the way, at the top of the leaderboard for the defense, but otherwise stat lines not too impressive for the HYD side. They've been getting rolled. Let's see what they can do on the last sector.
We actually have a kill leader tie amongst two players in the server right now. Sarah Jin and 2KA are actually tied at 31 Both of them kind of playing boots on the ground. I would imagine that Ghost probably ends this game with the most, though, as we do enter the E sector. Now, the tanks and the vehicles are going to be a big part of this E sector. That being said, usually when you have such a big advantage from the side of the attack, when you're going into the E sector, when you call the vehicles in, they always get blown up by the jet. But take a look at this. 2 vehicles have actually landed for the side of HYD. One of them's going to be the tank destroyer. The other one's going to be the boat. Careful, Miang. I don't want to see you get stuck like Wanza did. That would be a big blow to the attack.
Look at this strike team down at the bottom of your screen, though. Artyom, Johan, RU1B looking to take down the commander, RCCK maybe, looking to take down the tank destroyer, but Kalua, pocket engineer, keeping this thing alive. Well spotted, well played from the HYD team to keep that tank destroyer alive. HYD have a glimmer of hope. Now the big question is, what do you do against this jet? Is this going to be GG's because you don't have air superiority, or can you make another hero play to try to even the tides and hold the line? Max lives, last sector. See what HYD can pull out.
Ghost trying to make something happen there, does find one of those kills. By the way, when we entered the E sector, Ghost was on 25 kills, and that was actually going to be the tank destroyer going down for the side of HYD. So yeah, that's going to be a big blow. Now the vehicles are starting to swarm. I see the boat in the river right there joining the fray. The AAV is also making its approach over towards the E2 point, and this is actually the point that's usually taken second on this E sector. But HAN are interested in making a statement. And like we already mentioned multiple times, every single time that we take a look at the map of Cyclone, when the jet is alive, the vehicles are not for the side of the defense.
Yeah, call it what you may. Some people say jet broken. I just think we've got fantastic jet operators, and they won the early engagement. Once you win that early engagement, it's hard to break this jet out of the sky. You have to either get very lucky with some shots over the top. We saw a boat wire guided hit a jet. That was against FX and Wormy. You got to take those shots where you can and see what you can do with your engineers. But it's just a very difficult very difficult vehicle to take out of the sky without a true LAV AA, without an anti-aircraft gun on the ground that you can actually protect, without really anything that you can shoot at this jet. This is going to be nearly impossible for the defense to do anything about. E sector, just a matter of time.
Grasping at straws here from the side of HYD. They do call in the artillery barrage, but somehow Wanza is actually going to be calling in a guided missile. He's going to be looking to end things right now. E2 is in full control of the side of HAN. They're going to be calling in the strategic beacon because when this guided missile does land on the backside of E1, they want to make a full-on fledged flood. Let's take a look at the value of the guided missile. It's not going to be finding any kills. It's just going to be acting as a giant eviction notice from the side of HYD. They're all forced off the point, but they're actually going to be able to flood back in. The urgent redeployment is called in. They're starting to feel the pressure. 157 tickets available for the side of HAN, but with so many vehicles able to go ahead and take down so many troops from the side of HYD, you would imagine that they should be able to capture this, but they're not. They're not.
Oh, no. Yeah, I mean, listen, it was a great play, and honestly, the guided missile just a hair further to the beach and picks up, maybe the biggest guided missile we've seen. Saw the exact same play yesterday from LT. E1 recapped defense, a full setup on E1, but they're also just in a kill box. You've got Wanza on the right with a tank. You've got Miang at the top on the ridge with a tank shelling down onto the point. And then you've got infantry that'll just slowly work their way in to clean up the remaining pieces. As long as you don't scam on the backside of E2, this is just going to be a matter of time because Ghost is going to pick people off from the skies as well. They just don't have enough firepower to compete with what HAN has to offer. A nice play, it's not enough, at least not yet. They got to do that another 5 times at least.
Yeah, and the score is going to be a big problem for the side of HYD. Obviously, HAN have access to so much. The Ghost pilot still doing Ghost things. He's trying to go ahead and take out this boat. One more run of damage like that, and that will be all she wrote for that boat.
Here
now another flood comes in towards the side of E1. Last time this was defended by HYD, they had an urgent redeployment. This time it's not going to be available. HAN, they're starting to feel the pressure. They know exactly what they can do here. They can close out Cyclone. They can make this 1-0 very, very quickly.
Mumbashi doing what they can. That thing overheats a little bit too fast to take it out by yourself. Need every single shot connecting, and in the meantime, while Mbashi's trying to deal with the jet, or at least make it think about something else as the boat does fall. E1 looking like it will fall here shortly as well. A great effort from HYD given what they had. Unfortunately, once they lose the early engagement, they really couldn't get back on their feet. Even with a couple mistakes from HAN on the D sector, they just didn't have enough firepower. I know it's simple, but that's the way the math works sometimes. More vehicles oftentimes equals a win, unless you have some heroes making big plays. And unfortunately, these vehicles have not died. I mean, we've had these tanks since for a while now. This is it. They're giving everything they've got on the E1 sector. A lot of green and a lot of green about to fall. Ghost having a heyday over the top. 1, 2, 3. Triple kill with the jet. Everybody weak. Medics trying through the smoke to keep bodies on the point. The attackers, though, that feed on the left is moving a lot faster than the feed on the right.
One thing that HAN is very good at is not overcommitting. You can see those tanks off in the distance still maintaining, like Wanza, still over towards E2. He knows his role. He knows he just has to defend E2 and trust his team. Also, still Miang sitting up on the hills. Yeah, he knows that his team is finding all the kills, getting into the action, but he knows his role. Just sit back, relax, and watch your team take care of the rest. HAN with an absolutely dominant performance, and that's pretty much been the story ever since they entered the lower bracket. A 2-0 yesterday. Things are not finished here today yet, as they are only up 1-0. But you would imagine after how well that went for them, it'll probably the same exact story when they do go ahead and flip sides over to the defense. HYD with a great effort, but it's not going to be enough.
Listen, the one silver lining is this. I thought HYD had a couple nice plays. They showed little moments of being able to battle through. They had the resilience to be able to battle through and try to turn the tides. They had a nice retake in E. They had a couple nice retakes in D. Unfortunately, the jet was too much to handle, and especially when they couldn't get their feet underneath him from the vehicle category, that jet was going bonkers. Now, as we swap sides, we know that HAN won't have that jet. Ghost probably goes back to the bench. We probably see Cranberry rejoin the battlefield, and that's where the big test will be for HYD. Who's their jet operator, and what can they do? Here's a quick look at our stats, though, and in general, big shout out to Julius picking up 63 revives, only second, actually, on the entire server to, it looks like, Carr on the side of HAN, so a solid job for the defense to have that many revives when they don't necessarily need it.
Yeah, what we expected from 2KA as well. 43 kills.
Yeah, that's wild.
Very well done from him. Taking a look at some of our vehicle operator leaders over there. Wanza, of course, all the way up at the top. 36,000, scored 26 kills. Ghost also ended with 35. But boots on the ground was the name of the story for HAN. Sarajin and Artyom both picking up at least 40 kills down the list there. Sarajin just coming out on top of everybody in the server with 45 of his own, and that's pretty much what we expect.
Yeah, listen, again, I say silver lining because that's really what it feels like, right? That's a dominant HAN victory. It really wasn't all that close. But you still have somebody top, or nearly top revives, second in revives overall on the defensive side for HYD. And you also have the top fragger in the server with 2KA on your team.
Yeah.
You do have the heroes to try to make the play. I think the only question now is who's your jet operator, and can you find value early in this next matchup? We could see this go to game 3, even though it was super dominant if that happens. But of course, it all started here. Everything went upside down for the first 3 sectors for HYD.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a big question mark that I would love to actually do a deep dive in, maybe a direct interview question on some of these teams. Like we saw FX yesterday use their LOV, but it was just out in the open, right? And that was pretty much the same story for HYD here. Off the rip, the LOV was kind of out in the open. But we have seen some of our dominant teams, what they do with their LOV is kind of peeking in and out of some of these tunnels that they have access to on the defensive side of things. Like, why not keep that LOV just a little bit more safe from the jet?
Yeah, I think it was a pace of play issue at the very beginning. We jumped in right as everything died, so it'd be interesting to see it from off rip right at origination of game start when people spawn in. But I mean, Ghost came out the gate flying in, literally at max speed to make that play. But anyways, we moved indoors. In the D sector, there was a couple moments where we're like, okay, HYD has a chance. One of these moments was, well, not here, unfortunately, Umbashi. This was the beginning of where it felt like there was no chance. But then a couple mistakes. Look at this, a couple of Luru rockets. That's Lance. I told you, there's some heroes. Lance making a big play there, taking down one of the boats. And then we also saw Wanza make a mistake with the tank kind of getting flipped, and it can't get out, so both of those vehicles go down. But once D was fully captured, we knew this was going to be GG's. Our jet comes flying in, starts taking down vehicles that try to land, and it's just so out in the open out here on Cyclone that, you know, again, the word broken has a lot of negative connotations in many ways, but this is where the Jet does truly feel broken, right? There is nothing you can do when you're down in vehicle, you know, play, you're down in vehicle advantages, you can't get anything going, you have nothing that can shoot the Jet. Ghost can do whatever they want on the map. It's the same story that we saw from LT in their matches when they played on Cyclone. The better Jet operator, or a good Jet operator, can win you the game on Cyclone. It's what makes Cyclone so divisive, and it's what makes Cyclone so difficult to play if you can't figure out how to battle against the Jet.
I mentioned this yesterday when we took a look at the domination that HAN presented on Ascension. Before I talk about that, let's take a look at the domination that they had in that game. Sarajin, Ghost, Stacks, and Hewon. We kind of called this squad out. We expected them to be at the top in terms of the score, and that's exactly where they will be. Again, this is actually an incredible performance because obviously we have Ghost, who's going to be the pilot right here, and we saw Stacks making some solo plays as well. It kind of felt like everybody here on the list was making solo plays, but they still found so much value.
Yeah, we see this squad, or at least three-quarters of this squad usually because of Sarajin and Stacks, but Hewon and Ghost obviously in the Jet, but Hewon as well putting up some solid stat lines. That's 41 rescues, playing with Sarajin most likely, making sure Sarajin stays on their feet, picking them back up and said, keep frying, my friend. 41 rescues and 24 assists. Great stat line from all four of these gentlemen, and that's why they're the best squad. Solid scores, fantastic actual score line at the top of well over 20,000 for all of them. That is a big difference maker in this squad alone. So, great role players across the board. Just because you had a lot of score doesn't mean you're the most important player, but I would say the most important player, MVP, is probably going to be Ghost. I can't imagine it's anybody else. You don't think it's, who do you think it's going to be?
Well, it's obviously going to be a coin flip, in my opinion, between Ghost and Wanza. I mean, Wanza had 36,000 score. He was like 10,000 above a second.
I don't know if this is controversial or not. I'm going Ghost every single time. Here's the reason why. If you don't have Ghost, if you don't have a good Jet operator, or even if Ghost makes a mistake in the early game, they're not the MVP. They make little to no impact. And their only role, the only reason Ghost is subbed in is because this is what he does. He has one role. This is what he does. He is going back to the bench. We're bringing Cranberry back out to finish the job here on the defensive side. So Ghost, he had the riskiest position. He has one singular role, but if he does it right, he's going to be the MVP every single time in my book. Jet wins games on Cyclone.
Absolutely. And yeah, I was kind of mentioning before this where we saw HAN kind of dominate on Ascension yesterday. And I mentioned then, and I want to mention again here today, that those types of games where we do see the helicopter find absolute, air superiority and absolutely dominate the server.
Yeah.
Just like kind of where we see the Jet dominate the server. Those type of games, they hurt the other team right now. It kind of hurts. It's like, oh man, like HYD, they got stumped. But those games are important because it reminds us of the importance of playing around those things and playing against those things. If you can't play against the Jet, if you can't play against the helicopters on a map, you're just going to lose.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we know what we need to emphasize on a map like Cyclone, and so let's flip the script. Let's talk about HYD. They moved to the attack. We're playing Cyclone again. HYD have to do the exact same thing that HAN did, which is 1, maintain vehicle superiority, and 2, win very early with the Jet so that the Jet can do whatever they would like on the map. Not often do you get to see a Jet take down every single way that they could get shot out of the sky off rip. Oftentimes you'll see them maybe pick up one lob or maybe pick up the AA gun off rip, and then they have to dance around a little bit before they strafing run and finally free themselves up. If you're able to at least slow the Jet down off rip, maybe you have a chance to bleed some of these tickets dry and these lives dry at the very beginning of the game before we head indoors on the D sector. So anyway, some fun conversations. I'll be curious to see if HYD has a dedicated Jet operator from their sub list. They only have 2 subs listed, at least on my roster, which would be Love or Tao. Those are the 2 players you may see get subbed in if they have a dedicated Jet operator. If they don't have a dedicated Jet operator, it's likely going to be somebody like Umbashi or maybe Tank BRK, who have been primarily playing around vehicles, which is from their Echo squad. So those are the kind of the guesses right now, since we haven't seen them on an aerial map until today.
Yeah, absolutely, man. HYD, again, as a quick reminder, this is an elimination match.
Yep.
Down 0-1. It is now an elimination game, an elimination round on the map of Cyclone. Like you mentioned, we have not seen them on a map like this. They got to prove to the world, to us, to the competition, that they can do it on a map like Cyclone. Attacking on Cyclone is also just not easy, man. I can almost guarantee you, HAN, they know how to defend this map.
Yeah, 100%. Again, we already talked about the Jets, so I'm not going to keep harping on it. I think in general, the biggest move for the defensive side before we head indoors, before we head to the D sector, is the B sector. We saw some big stallouts on the B sector, especially if vehicles are even for the most part. If the defense is able to hold their boat for B sector, that's where you can make a huge impact. That boat has a ton of damage that can be dealt, especially on the low ground of you trying to take the B sector in the ruins. So watch out for that. They're going to prioritize HAN will of keeping their boat alive. The only way to keep the boat alive is to take the jet down, but I won't keep going on that. Now, let's talk about individuals. 2KA Hero, crazy stat lines, crazy kill totals on a map where they're getting frankly crushed. That's a nice boon for this team. Got to do the same as they swap sides. For HAN, who do you expect to jump off the page to you while they're on defense now that Jet's not going to be in play for them?
The names aren't going to change, man. And they really never have changed for the side of HAN. Just Sarah Jin, Artyom. Every single time, man. They're always towards the top no matter what they can do. Obviously, Artyom has that very, very, he's locked into a role. He's always going to be on a gun.
That's what I was going to say.
Sarah Jin is just so flexible that you really never know where you're going to put him. Sometimes we've seen him absolutely dominate in the vehicles, but he jumps over to the gun, he jumps over to the boots on the ground, and he still performs equally, sometimes even better.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's exactly what I was going to say. I think, when we think of the attack, you think Sarah Jin. Sarah Jin oftentimes was on the best squad. The whole squad was one of the best. I think now that we're going to the defense, it'll probably flip a little bit. Artyom is going to get more value being in an infantry role, a fragger role, when we're not having to rely so heavily on air support to get the job done. So watch out for Artyom on the map. A difference maker for this team has been for the last year or so, both 2025, now 2026. Dfiw. So, and that's going to be the Bravo squad, which is Artyom. That's Johan, who's been on that strike team. And then Changji1 had some pop-off moments yesterday as well. So, definitely that squad is the one I'm going to be paying attention to. Their fourth is RU1B. That's right. So, definitely paying attention to the Bravo squad. But again, should see the substitute come in here very shortly for Cranberry to rejoin that Stacks squad, their Delta squad. And listen, other than that, it's kind of a waiting game at this point.
Yeah.
We know the win conditions. We know what HY needs to do. It's a matter of execution. They're resilient. We saw that in their matchup yesterday against RRQ. We saw what they were able to do with trying to swing back the competition on Cracked, and back was against the wall. They were getting swept there too, and they made some nice plays to retake points. But on the attacking side, I say there's a little bit more room for error, and I agree with that still. But I think the one place where there's no room for error is the very, very beginning of the game with this Jet. Maybe they pull a FX and slow roll the Jet into the game rather than immediately spamming it. Worried about maybe getting outplayed by HAN's defensive playbook off rip. Never know what the playbooks look like. All of these teams have been practicing for this. Fun little note here while the game's about to get started that we pulled these picks and bans and the map pool. Again, it's random. We pulled these yesterday at the end of the show. This is the longest amount of time they've had to prepare for a map because we ended so early yesterday. After this, though, it'll be the one time, this map and then the next one, who have already been predetermined. The third map, we don't even know who the players are yet. We don't know who the teams are yet because it's the winners in the lower bracket. They'll have no preparation time. They'll have 20 minutes, whatever our break is. It's 15 before they're back on stage. So they're going to be flying a little bit by the seat of their pants moving into match 3. We'll talk more about that later. Just a fun little point.
I don't think it'll make a difference, though.
You don't think it'll make a difference?
Nah, I mean, it'll
36 hours of prep versus 20 minutes?
Even playing field, right? And there it is. Ghost kind of talked about it. Ghost definitely going to be coming off the stage. Only really joins the team whenever there is a Jet pilot required. Cranberry is going to be rejoining, so we're going to go ahead and give him a couple of extra minutes here to make sure all of the settings are good, make sure the desk is feeling good, the mouse pad, the mouse, the keyboard, all of it. Nah, man, I don't think it's going to make a difference. I mean, I don't think it's going to make a difference in the outcome.
Oh, sure. I mean, both teams have 20 minutes.
Yeah.
I do think there are some teams, actually, definitely think there are some teams that are much better at long-term VOD prep. I think some of these teams that have been around for a while, that have played together a ton, they know how to prep, they have designated roles. They've got a commander and their squad leaders that are walking people through plays. When you've got 20 minutes, it's a lot more improv. You might have some scheduled plays you've worked on throughout the season, but it's definitely a different game. So maybe some small advantages to some of our teams, but I agree with you. It's not a huge point. It is still something to talk about, though. And we're jumping in finally, folks. Cyclone swinging it back the other way. It is time for HYD to make a big play, and they need to make it right here, right now. Here's a look at Lance up in the sky for HYD. No subs, and I should have called Lance out. That makes a lot of sense for this HYD roster. Lance, a difference maker and also a vehicle operator. He takes to the skies. Let's see what he can do.
A big difference in how that jet is positioned between these two teams, right? Taking a little bit more of a passive approach, constantly feeling the pressure. And this is that exact position that I was talking about, right? This Lav can peek in and out of the tunnel. If it starts to take some fire, if it starts to take some damage, it can just kind of dip back in and take a little bit more of a defensive approach. But keeping it alive is what is important, because you can constantly peek out and start to pressure that jet. Take a look at the approach here from the side of HYD and how the infantry is doing at the forefront of Sector A. They're kind of just bunched up right now, which could be a little scary if Wanza does find the appropriate angle, and he does just that.
Nice play.
I would be not surprised if he starts to light up the kill feed here. I don't think he's actually found one yet, but I'm sure the damage has been landed.
I really like this play of the boat playing way out far side on the wrap of a huge flank from our boat operator to find some value. Here's a look at Lance just trying to shell down onto the point. Not really even doing strafing runs, just throwing the brakes on, throwing some missiles down and backing up. But you're right, the attackers are making a quick move right now. So far, Jet still alive, Lob and Boat still alive for the defensive side. Namely because they played extremely defensive off rip, hid inside, make sure the Jet didn't find its value immediately. And this will kind of nullify the Jet's ability to find real, meaningful value on these first couple points until somebody wins that war. 2KA piecing 2KA, a 4-piece on main with the bow. There's a reason this guy has been a standout performer for this roster, even amongst a couple sweeps. Going huge on the point and starting to get some value on it as well. It's down to about 50%.
Trying to call in the reinforcements now, right? We need bodies on point. If they are actually able to go ahead and capture Sector A right now, it'll be completely on the back foot of the individual effort of 2KA. He's trying to make something happen. He knows members of the side of HAN are on the other side of the hill. He's trying to flush them out. Before the side of HAN, because they lost so many members, they have to spawn so far away. They're trying to make the run back, and they do just that, but not before the point is about 50% capture. But look who's waiting for him. It's 2KA. This guy can't miss.
No,
he misses.
dude, I thought he was about to hit that. Wind prone. Got to hide in the smoke there. Again, let me just re-emphasize it because it's a very important point. Lance is 0-0-0. The Jet operator has done nothing.
Yeah, Ghost had 9 at this point.
Yeah.
Maybe even like more.
Again, that is the nature of the game. If you can keep these anti-aircraft guns alive, the Jet can't do much. Now, it does mean that your LOV, your AA LOV, is doing nothing in the backline either besides just keeping the Jet away, but that is a worthwhile trade for the defense.
Trying to make something happen here. The direct approach to the sector did not necessarily work, so now they're actually trying to work the flanking angles. You can see they're kind of on the shoreline over here trying to flesh out some of the members of HAN. Simultaneously, they are capturing Sector A. Man, they're doing great work in terms of boots on the ground and individual prowess, right? The bows are just flying across the map for the side of HYD. And take a look at how far this whole strike squad has actually made it for the side of HYD. They're starting to push back the defense quite far, find some of those respawn beacons, which again is going to push the respawn point for the side of HAN way far back. I'm looking towards the AAV for the side of HYD. Get on the point, start to get active, and secure Sector A right now.
Yeah, and Tank BRK is playing pretty aggressive with the AAV, but still using this ridge to hide from some of those AT4 shots that are coming over the top. They're jumping the point right now. Defense, feel the pressure. Both teams have marked this objective for the capture. This will be a nice little score swing either way it goes. And it's looking like it may go to the attackers. Defense running out of bodies. Defense, there's not enough there. A great capture from HYD. Nice push, well executed. So far, HYD looking like a much stronger attacking team with the way this thing kicked off.
You can see Miang now is going to have to retreat potentially to a different position, because now that the Sector B has been opened up, that opens up so many sight lines for the side of HYD towards that initial position that he was playing. So things are going to switch up a little bit here between Lav and the Jet.
big point, though, I talked about on the B sector. This is where things could get stalled out for the defense in a good way for the D. They do still have their boat alive. You can see actually Hodu down in the boat. Look at where the boat's positioned. This is a classic position for the boat. Down in the low side, this canal between the B sector island and where the C sector begins. This boat is just going to patrol this canal and make sure that any attackers that try to go low are going to get obliterated. They have to stay on the high ground, and on the high ground, you're a little bit more exposed.
Good shout. And I actually see off in the distance, HYD have a boat available to them, it looks like, but nobody's in it. I'm not entirely sure why you would not want to go ahead and use that, but I'm sure they're going to jump into that.
Oh,
and the
nice.
AAV from the side of HYD is going to get blown up.
Yeah, and that was a marked objective for the defense. What a great play there. That is communication that we can't hear. You could see immediately it gets marked and immediately goes down. That was comms from the squad leader saying, hey, we've got it in our sights. We've got the Allura rockets. You saw a couple of those connect to get the final kill. We've got the AT force to finish this thing off. Make the call now, marks it, it's dead. That's a big score swing for the defense, let alone another vehicle down for the attack.
With the AAV down, though, Tank BRK is just going to go ahead and jump into that boat like I was talking about. And yeah, they're not going to be able to make anything happen here towards the push towards Sector B unless that boat that you talked about does go down, right? Wanza, Hodu in that little bit of a canal. So keep a close eye on that. But as soon as Sector B does spawn for the side of the defense, they do get access to one of those tanks, which always does find itself up on this hill. And actually, correction, Wanza jumps out of the boat and lets Genman jump into that, and he is going to be taking over the tank role now.
Yes, Genman and Hodu in that boat, by the way. Happy birthday to Hodu again, but Tank BRK in a boat of their own, quite weak. And again, this is why the B sector is going to stall out probably for a while. This is where the defense can make a huge play. Nice angle there from Niang, but because you've got these vehicles that can play the ridge on the C sector overlooking B, there's not really safe area on the B sector for the attackers. They have to get some of these vehicles down. To do that, though, you need the jet to be active. And for the jet to be active, it's more risky that you could lose it to the AA. So a back and forth, bit of a game of chicken between Niang and Lance up in the sky for HYD.
Sometimes warfare is just about the small efficiencies that you can kind of find. The Lav, we know its sole role. It doesn't have to do anything more than keep the jet at bay, but you can't constantly pressure the jet.
Wait a minute. Boat down for the defense. Down goes HAN's boat. Jinman and Hodu out of here. Little window of opportunity for the attackers.
Another stolen vehicle on the main stage here. That's going to be Sarah Jin this time around. Is this going to be an assault vehicle? So no big deal. And also going to be finding a kill on the way out. Great job there. So HYD are not going to be able to use that as sort of like a respawn beacon. But now that that boat has gone down, let's try to keep an eye on whether or not they can make the flood happen that they, of course, want to. Let's see where Sarah Jin might actually go ahead and take that assault vehicle. They could potentially use that as a giant beacon for the side of the defense as well.
Yeah, it was a nice steal. Sarah Jin, we saw proned out in the back of the spawn for HYD. Assault vehicle really the only thing they'll probably be able to steal, but still, it is a nice little boom. We talked about it yesterday. LT did the exact same strat. It allows you to utilize it for respawns and prevent respawn beacons, vehicle respawn beacons from your opponent. There it is. That's a huge swing. It feels so insignificant. Maybe people that don't play comp here for Warfare, but it's gigantic for both of these teams. To be able to spawn so much quickly to the closer is the word I'm looking for, and quickly to the point. That's a huge win.
Lance was taking a lot of damage right there, and if you do take a look at the vehicle list for the side of HAN, they have invested a lot of members of their team into this AA effect. They have the Lav that's getting active, but they also have 2 turrets set up that are trying to play that AA role as well. So Lance is under heavy fire every single time that he's trying to make one of those run, and as I'm kind of making this point, it looks like some of the members of HAN did actually jump out of some of those AA turrets, but keep a close eye on that.
Comes Widow, trying to get either the beacon down or just some smokes. Yeah, went up, dropped the smoke, allowed the strike team to move forward. I like this play here from Widow. Support the team in a big way. Gains another piece of cover. Does look like HAN taking a bit of fire over the top. Again, let's emphasize that. Did you see the stat line for Lance? 0-0-2.
0-0-2. Yeah, definitely rough right there. Widow off here in the distance is actually trying to sniff out one of these flank plays. They know Jappy is around somewhere, but he might actually make it out alive. Oh my gosh.
No way.
Make it out alive. He's
No
definitely going to
way.
make it out alive. He's going to be under the security of an AAV. Lance doesn't like that. He's trying to make something happen. I was like, what is Jappy doing? What's the play here? He knew the timing.
Dude.
How do you know the timing of when the vehicle's going to spawn?
That's my bad. I said the armored assault, the assault vehicle was the only thing that you could steal. I don't know how they were able to get an AAV. That's a big mistake from HYD, and now the vehicle advantage is continuing to be swung back towards HAN. That is a massive steal. With that AAV, you have a chance potentially to be even play Canal. You can get more aggressive towards this lob. You can get more aggressive towards the tanks. You could utilize it as even a bullet sponge for your attacking infantry to actually move up onto the point and take the focus fire of some of the, Wansa up on the ridge at you instead. I mean, that is a huge blow, and it does look like Tank BRK, at least they're actually trying to tell us that Tank BRK, yes, is in a decent position to kind of shell the point, might be stuck there as well. So a couple of mistakes as well with the boat. And it looks like, yeah, Umbashi's trying to knock him off the rock with a jet ski maybe. I don't know, but oh man, that's funny.
We're going to need a bigger boat
Yeah,
if
look
we're
at
going
this.
to be interested in knocking this
Bonk.
thing loose. Yeah, it did nothing, by the way.
Oh man, this is funny. Warfare, sometimes there's just weird stuff that happens. We do finally get a light tank down. It looked like maybe a Lua rocket that could have done enough damage to take it out actually hit the top of that ruined kind of like light tower or whatever that is, top of an old boat, and got blocked before it could land on the, it's old boat that got blocked before it could land on the light tank. So again, we'll take our small victories.
Looking for some flank opportunities from the side of HYD, trying to make something happen. HAN, the goal has been the same. Try to go ahead and deny access to some of these vehicles. It does potentially get behind cover.
Oh,
They're going to be
barely.
jumping in it. The engineers are going to have to make something happen. By the way, Sarah Jin just hopped in another attacking AAV. This was stolen. This was another
steal?
AAV stolen.
Oh my gosh, no way.
There's differences.
They can't keep, I feel like the meme, they can't keep getting away with this.
And it looks like Stax as well. I mean, I don't know if Stax was kind of using this assault vehicle that was initially stolen from the side of HAN to kind of go ahead and help Sarajin with that steal, but he was also kind of behind enemy lines with that thing. So, I mean, they're just getting way too much value out of flanking on that shoreline over there. Obviously, it's easy to kind of spill that story when we're seeing them take the vehicles away, but how are no members of HYD kind of changing it up to deny them access to that beach?
Listen, it's like we've seen Cyclone enough to say that we can make predictions correct. I told you it was going to be a stall out on the B sector. I did say it was namely going to be because of a boat, and it's not really been that. It's been the fact that this HAN roster has been able to steal so many dang vehicles away. But
are they going to flood?
Huge stall out, a nice respawn beacon. This could actually be a momentum shift finally to allow some of these players to hop in. This is one of the team respawn beacons, so every player can respawn on it, and a couple individual kills means finally we can get some bodies near the point. Finally we can make some big plays, especially on the back of that AAV being destroyed. We've got an opportunity here. We've lost over 100 lives on this sector alone, but we're finally ticking away on the capture point.
Look towards the tank here to potentially go ahead and flood the point. Yeah, they have a big vehicle advantage right now. Even one of the tanks off in the distance is currently under heavy fire. You can hear the Allure rockets trying to make its way all the way over to the tank. It's under heavy fire right now, 15% HP, but I think the Allure rocket just barely ran out of time before it was able to go ahead and connect. Now take a look at the flood here from the side of HYD. They have been faltered across the entirety of this approach to Sector B, but they're finally trying to make something happen, but so are HAN. They're trying to go ahead and return the favor. They're doing so much damage to both vehicles simultaneously because they were on top of each other. Umbashi under heavy fire in the tank. Cranberry is going to be credited with that kill, and they're making a push back to go ahead and defend Sector B.
That's 2 vehicles down for the attackers, and they're looking for the third. What was a solid push completely thwarted by just barrel stuffing these tanks and throwing every piece of utility that they have at them. Not only a team respawn beacon, but also an artillery barrage, finding a ton of chip damage on these vehicles, allowed our infantry to get these kills. Big shout out to Cranberry, rejoining the ranks of his roster once Ghost was put back onto the bench after the fighter pilot did his job. Cranberry credited with it because he had the artillery barrage that finished off these vehicles and kept them at bay. That hold right there should have, and probably did, just seal the deal on the B sector.
Finally, our CCK maybe is going to get access to one of the AAVs that they should have had access to 2 times prior to this. But I'm a little bit worried because that original win condition for the defense that we talked about, the boat that initially got destroyed, is actually back in action. But Gentman is actually under heavy fire from some of the swimmers from the side of HYD. But he's going to be fully aware of them. He's going to be backing up appropriately. And he'll probably reset and look to join the action in just a little bit.
Chang G1 trying to make some big plays from the top ropes. Easily winning out in some of these gunfights because they just have numbers advantage. Here's another vehicle coming in for the attackers. It's taking heavy damage from the side of the defense. This one certainly will fall. Not quite as safe of a drop point. Got to get behind that ruined boat. Beached part of the landscape here in order to find at least a little bit of cover. Could buy you a little bit more time. 52 lives remaining. Wansa and Sarah Jen rejoining the battle from the high ground, continue to shelling the point. Without hardly an advantage to their name, HYD, they're trying to just storm the point, and they're getting punished for it. They're going to go to the low ground here. Likely we'll see our boat roll up and take care of them from a distance, and a couple of our infantry get mixy. Speaking of getting mixy, artillery barrage on top of it. Once they see that the zone's getting captured, they're going to make sure everybody heads underground. Then they've got their team respawn beacon to be able to put some pressure on HYD in deep trouble.
One of the first times that Wands has actually crossed that canal with the tank. He is no longer thinking about playing passive. He's trying to get aggressive. He is immediately denied access to that initial ridge right there, but you want to talk about getting denied entry somewhere. HYD are continuously getting denied entry onto this sector B. They're trying to make something happen, but with these vehicles up and alive and healthy for the side of HAN, I don't know what they can do. And by the way, the WinCon Lance, he's been trying to make something happen. He has been unsuccessful, and now he has finally been destroyed as well.
I'm going to be honest, and I mean this with the utmost respect. Unfortunately, Lance had 0 value on the map besides making the LIV AA at least look his direction every once in a while. Lance on the ground may be better for this team, but it's probably too little too late. They have fully swarmed the point after losing their jet, and with that swarm though, a couple well-placed AT4s, and the boat that was holding the line on the B sector does go down. A nice little swing. Unfortunately, the defense is there with infantry to just win the gunfights. A team respawn beacon is nice for the defense to make sure they can get to the point quickly, and this doesn't just kind of get sneaky capped. While the artillery barrage is landing on the point, there's not infantry there to back it up, so you won't see a ton of value from the attackers' artillery barrage.
2 vehicles destroyed for the side of HYD. They're actually able to go ahead and flood the point right now with a lot of damage onto the tank of Sarah Jin. He was forced to go ahead and play passive and cannot go ahead and help out his team. But now that he's able to go ahead and rejoin the fight, retake that position up on top of the hill, he starts to rain down and starts to pepper some of these attacking members from the side of HYD. You can see they had a lot of control over Sector B, but HAN, they're rejoining the fight, they're hitting their shots, and they're reclaiming Sector B.
That's Veronica calling in another artillery barrage, by the way, for the defensive side. So Sector B is going to be a tough one to cap. You're going to have to go low. And unfortunately, they can't get there. They've got a respawn beacon down, artillery barrage for the side of the attackers as well. Both teams mimicking each other, and a couple objectives marked for the attackers. They have to be successful here. Not only do they need the score, they need the point, they need to stay in this tournament. This is a must-win game for HYD. If they do not capture Sector B here, which they certainly won't without that vehicle, Kahlua the only vehicle on the map now, Alav hopefully to help out their team. But this is looking like a GG's, and this is looking like HYD is eliminated from this tournament. We need a miracle, and I don't think you can pull a miracle out with only 2 vehicles and a dream.
Last-ditch effort is just going to be a full send of the 2 vehicles available to the side of HYD, but I don't even know if the vehicle is going to be able to make it to the point before the tickets do go ahead and dwindle down to 0. They are falling rapidly, but it looks like we have actually paused here around 5 tickets. Now HYD, they could potentially formulate some sort of a perfect attack, which I don't know if we have ever seen before, where they lose effectively 0 tickets. They're going up against the Titans of HAN in an elimination game when the pressure is on, when the rest of the tournament is in the hands of yourself on the map of Cyclone. HAN successfully defend, but not before HYD jump onto the point at the last second and force overtime. They've got 1 minute and 20 seconds extra to go ahead and work with.
I mean, that's the boon of having a 1 capture sector point. I mean, listen, you can be able to put it and give yourself 70 seconds to make some big push and a big play where lives don't matter. Now's the time. I need all the heroics. I need 2KA to pick up 6 kills with the bow in a matter of a millisecond. I need artillery barrages. We got smoke barrages. We need this tank to land, and we need to get it onto the point right this dang second. And it will land, but it may land destroyed. See ya later. Nice shot over the top from Sarah Jin. Look how aggressive Sarah Jin is positioned all the way up onto the B sector. None of these vehicles will land. There is no chance. Sarah Jin is not going to let anyone move a muscle without a tank shell finding them. Taeseong finds that AT4 shot over the top to pick up even an assault vehicle. The attackers, they might have created a window of opportunity, but that window has been slammed shut, barred, locked, 6 bodies holding it down. Nobody is getting in to this B sector, and nobody is going to continue for HYD in this competition.
Wanza feeling confident as well, has really not said much over the past minute or so. I've been watching his cam as the commander. He feels confident where his team is currently positioned. As you can see, Wanza and Sarah Jin,
8 seconds.
the two that are constantly in the vehicles, they're mowing them down. They are the big defensemen in the tanks holding it down on Sector B for the side of HAN. Elimination on the line. And they go ahead and show the rest of the competition, hey, we are here to stay. We'll see you guys in a little bit back up on the stage. 2-0 up against HYD.
It went to script. We knew it would be the case. HAN, the better team today, and unfortunately the better team in this tournament. HYD, a great effort. They picked up a win early in this competition versus AHR. They had a couple moments where they had individuals make big plays, but as a team, they could not piece it together to take down an extremely consistent and frankly, just better team in HAN. There's a lot still to be learned here, and I think we heard it from some of the players as well. This HYD team has gotten so much better. They've been putting in the practice. They made it to this stage. They are a different team than their preparatory stages leading up to last year's competition. Many of them are new to this stage in particular. HAN said, back to the drawing board, keep getting better. But there are moments from greatness from HYD where I could expect to see them next year. I could expect to see them next year doing even better. But I'm excited to see what HAN can do in this competition. They've earned it, battling through the lower bracket, and they stay alive, waiting on their competition here in just an hour or so. HAN playing the winner of our next matchup. And we'll be seeing a lot more of Hodu, the birthday girl, and everybody else on this HAN roster very shortly. Vivid with the script, it's basically exactly what we thought would happen. I think the big thing when we take a look at the stats is we talked about the win cons. We talked about how valuable the jet is. Unfortunately, I don't even know if Lance got a kill in it, mostly because he was trying to stay alive.
Yeah.
Which is certainly what you should do, but brutal. Let's take a quick look, and yeah, there it is. Didn't pick up a single kill on the map. Right there can end the entire story. We don't really need to look at anything else for HYD. Your jet operator finds 0, and unfortunately, everybody else for HAN was still slaying out.
50?
Listen, it's like we know a little bit of ball.
50?
Did we not say, watch out for Artyom on defense? He's about to go nuclear. 50 ball Jamal from Artyom. Nearly double, actually almost literally double the second top fragger on HAN of Blake at 26.
No, we got Stacks on 31,
You're right.
Sarah Jin on 32.
You're right, Sarah Jin on 32.
Don't worry, guys. I'll put some respect on your guys' name, man. Also, 2K in the server as well picked up 34, which is exactly what we are used to seeing out of him. But listen, I usually do a pretty good job of taking a look at the kill feed and seeing Artyom, because I love that guy, man. He always pops off on the gunny. I didn't see him a single time in the kill feed. As my apology.
Yeah, you can take a look at our leaderboard and maybe catch some things that I don't. But I was seeing already in the kill feed pop off, man. I would love to know what his KDA was. I bet it was like triple positive with 50. I'm not sure that guy died a ton at all. But a couple big moments here as we look back on the highlights. Again, it was only a two-sector map that we've got to. So we ended on B, and that's really where it felt like we started. A went down very quickly. A couple big moments from the defense to make sure any momentum that HYD were picking up was immediately staunched, which was stealing these vehicles on the backside of their spawn. Again, yeah, you find 3 vehicles that HYD desperately needed, and those are stolen. That's way worse than them being destroyed. That's your opposition picking up your vehicles and using them against you. Insane stuff. And then once we got a little desperate, we started getting more aggressive. Once we got aggressive, we started losing a lot more lives. And then things snowballed from there. 53 turned to 43, turned to 10 in a matter of just a couple minutes. And it felt like towards the end, HYD couldn't even hardly keep a vehicle alive longer than 30 seconds.
Complete and utter domination. Well deserved there for HAN. Like you mentioned earlier on, they're not done for the day though, so they do have to hurry up, get backstage, take a little bit of a rest. I mean, they just played so well. Like, you know, obviously they dominated. They stopped them on Sector B, and we know exactly what it takes for them to go ahead and do that. You have to continuously destroy the vehicles of the opposing side, and they did just that, but it's always just so flawless, you know what I mean? Like, sometimes we kind of talked about yesterday where we took a look at some of the matchups and the vehicles were getting blown up so high up in the sky. It was very rare that we even considered it a thought that some of these vehicles were going to make it to the ground. Like, they were just locked in the whole time and knew exactly what they needed to do. And I also mentioned it, Wanza, throughout a lot of that match, didn't really look like he was talking. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He felt completely confident in where all of his teammates were placed. He didn't really feel like he needed to move around the pawns much. It's like, dude, you guys are doing great, man. Just keep doing what you're doing. Take a look at our best squad, though.
Told you. Johan, Artyom, RU1B, and Chang G1. I told you when we swung to defense, the infantry was going to go what I call buku bonkers. That's exactly what happened. Artyom went buku with 50 kills on the map, 26 assists. And then RU1B finding 23, 32, 25. Those are crazy stats from this whole squad. Chang G1 even picking up 31 assists for this team. So fantastic scorelines from everybody on this roster. And as expected, they went berserk. When you're able to drop 50 kills in a game that ends on Sector B, you know you were frying. So I think there's some individual highlight reels that need to be put on socials from Artyom. That is a fantastic way to kick off Day 3 at DFIW 2026.
This one will not be so obvious, Goosh. Who's going to be the MVP on the side of HAN? You think Artyom just based on the 50 kills?
Sure.
Maybe we'll give it to Wanza this time. I mean, listen, back-to-back incredible performances from the commanding role, highest score.
No, I'm going Artyom. I'd either go Artyom or I would maybe give like big creds to people that were stealing vehicles on the back because those were like the MVP players.
Sarajin did it one time.
Yeah,
Jappy.
Yeah, maybe. But I think stat line wise, you can't ignore what Artyom was able to do. And oh, you were right. My bad.
You can.
My bad.
Ignore what Artyom is
my
able
bad.
to do.
Listen, I respect the Wanza play. Top scorer, like you said, a fantastic commander. It really did feel like this is an extremely valuable player, and the commander role is the most important role, I think, no debate. And so it makes sense that he's MVP. I will say, though, like you mentioned, Wanza didn't really say anything for the last, like, 5 to 10 minutes of the game. That's probably because all the other squad leaders were communicating info, and everything was just going right. So it's not really a fault of their own. It was the right thing to do. Just shut up and ball out. I mean, that's what they did, and it worked out great for them. So fun conjectures, but big shout out to Wanza being MVP of Game 2, and in general, probably the MVP of the match as well. Great commander job, and you know, a couple moments that stand out to me for Wanza is the ability to work together with their team, find objectives that they can mark and immediately capture. That is realized score instantly, rather than waiting for you to hold an objective for 2 full minutes. Why not talk to your squad leaders that are making these strike team pushes, blow up vehicles right when you mark them. Nice scoreline to be able to utilize immediately.
Yeah, I mean, incredible stuff. He may not be the MVP of the tournament so far, but I feel like Wanza is without a doubt the most valuable commander that we have seen throughout the tournament. I think even in their initial loss that sent them down to the lower bracket, I think he still had the most score in that match because of how well he played on the commander role. He's just been doing insanely well on it.
Yeah, and they obviously have a lot going on, and we'll hear from maybe Wanza down on the stage. Let's hear from HAN with an interview.
欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是贝佳。首先恭喜 HN 拿下了本场比赛的胜利。我们邀请到了指挥官翁萨来到赛后采访席。축하합니다. 먼저 자기소개 부탁드리겠습니다.
Hello, this is Wansa from Team High.
欢迎啊！首先第一个问题想问一下，在风暴眼他们的进攻方，他们是比较喜欢用一个绕后切割的战术啊，这是对对面的一些行为做了一些判断吗？
So once we noticed that in the map of Storm Eye, you would like to do a flank and cut strategy to your enemies. Did you research your opponents in advance to do that?
In Cyclone, there's a huge ocean, so we practice swimming in our hotel lobby.
翁萨选手很风趣，他刚刚表示啊，是因为风暴眼这张地图里面有一个很大的海，也就是他的游泳池，他们只是在那里练习游泳罢了。
那同样的也追问一下吧，在这样的战术底下，其实是挺依靠步兵在点内的一个防守的嘛。那这样的话，他们是怎么进行战术上面的调整的呢？
So Wonsa, in such a map, you rely heavily on infantry to hold your points. So how do you manage to handle this?
Can I ask the question one more time, please?
Of course.
We try to keep our infantry strong, vehicle strong, and we keep the line. We try to block enemies from capturing the sector.
是的，翁萨选手表示，这张图里面确实非常依靠步兵的把守点位以及防守，所以步兵是他们的一个非常巨大的重点。
没错，步兵确实非常非常的厉害。那下个问题，其实今天队内的话也是有一些有趣的画面出现吧，不管是扎拉金还是 Jappy 的偷车的一个行为啊，包括在 A 点的这个推进的节奏，其实都和龙腾还蛮像的。想问一下，他们是之前有研究过他们的 demo 吗？
So Wonsa, we noticed that your players, such as Japper and Salajin, they steal the vehicles of enemies a lot, and also they pushed the A point very similarly as LT did yesterday. Did you study their strategy?
I mean, for Cyclone, it's a well-known strategy to steal the spawn vehicles. So I think at the very first day we lost like our consistency, but then today. We concentrated at the full condition, so I think that's why we succeed on this match.
翁萨表示，其实偷车的战略和策略，他们队伍里面本来也已经有，而且他们从首日的一些失败当中学习到了一些经验。那么今天他们也更好的发挥出了更好的表现。
没错，今天的表现真的是越来越好了。那当然，今天还有一场背靠背的比赛，这也是对精力包括体力的一个比较大的考验嘛。想问一下之后的比赛，也就是第3场的比赛，他们怎么样会进行一个备战呢？
Wonsa, you will participate in the 3rd match today, and it's a quite back-to-back competition, right? It's a test of both your energy and stamina. So how do you manage to face it?
I think just me and our team are so excited to play the third match. We're so excited. Can't wait.
翁萨表示，他本人和他所有的队友都非常迫不及待要参加这场比赛，他们也很激动。
好的，非常期待他们在第3场比赛当中的精彩表现了。再次恭喜 HN 拿下了本场比赛的胜利。以上就是赛后采访的全部内容了。接下来让我们把时间交还给评论席。
Great interview there from Wansa HAN. They won in a dominant fashion, and they were practicing their swimming in the hotel lobby. I like it, Vivid. You got to do it, man. You got to practice the swimming on Cyclone. When they knew they had the map, made a ton of sense to me.
Viewers were looking for some insight. Some of these teams are so good at VOD reviewing, some are better at swimming.
Folks, we're going to head to a very short break. When we come back, we've got our 2nd match of the day, another elimination match. FX back on the table. Let's see what they can do against TXD.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data, this doesn't add up. Just do it, the AI.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
Unbreakable, unshakeable. Shadows tried to dim my light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high. Watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. 'Cause I am invincible, I am the storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain. I find my power and
的尊敬的对手。
ทุกก้าวของเราเป็นดั่งกระแสน้ำที่รุนแรง ใครหน้าไหนก็ขวางเราไม่ได้
未来终有一天，腾龙还会杀回来的。
这是让所有人再次看清我们的机会。
数えきれないほどの昼夜を僕らは乗り越えてきた。すべては悔いのない夏をつかみ取るために。The phoenix doesn't rise without fire. We've waited long enough. Let's go. Make them remember us.
아직 아무도 우리의 진짜 힘을 보지 못했습니다. 하지만 곧 모두가 알게 될 것입니다.
Mengejar para pesaing terkuat, lalu mengungguli mereka sudah sifat alami kami.
In warfare, there's only one language: forward. We came from half a world away for one thing: that trophy.
次なるより大きな戦場へ向かおう。
等待时机，快速出刀。 이제 우리의 목표는 단 하나입니다.
在主场将冠军之名重塑。
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data, this doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
You destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
I didn't think we'd be exchanging information with these underlings. Is Smee serious?
Show some respect!
Ready to fight, you wanna survive. I got that lust in me. Staying alive and skipping the line. I'm the only queen.
That enough respect for you?
Unbreakable, unshakeable. Shadows tried to dim my light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high. Watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. 'Cause I am invincible, I am a storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain. I find my power inside on the daily path. Unbreakable, unshakable. Unbreakable, unshakeable.
TXT， 他们真的是最值得尊敬的对手。
ทุกก้าวของเราเป็นดั่งกระแสน้ำที่รุนแรง ใครหน้าไหนก็ขวางเราไม่ได้
未来终有一天，腾龙还会杀回来。
这是让所有人再次看清我们的机会。数えきれないほどの昼夜を僕らは乗り越えてきた。全ては悔いのない夏をつかみ取るために。The phoenix doesn't rise without fire. We've waited long enough. Let's go. Make them remember us.
아직 아무도 우리의 진짜 힘을 보지 못했습니다. 하지만 곧 모두가 알게 될 것입니다.
Mengejar para pesaing terkuat, lalu mengungguli mereka sudah sifat alami kami.
In warfare, there's only one language: forward. We came from half a world away for one thing: that trophy. 次なるより大きな戦場へ向かおう。等待时机，快速出刀。
이제 우리의 목표는 단 하나입니다.
在主场将冠军之名重塑。
Unbreakable,
court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data, this doesn't add up. Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
You destroyed our home! That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codenamed N2, role, engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit.
N2.
This match. But the other elimination match that we have is TXD, the former champions of Dfiw versus FX. Vivid, talk to me about where they came from, how they got here.
Absolutely. TXD were the team that lost to RRQ initially. That one went 2-1. It was a crazy matchup. After that, they faced AHR in the lower bracket, 2-0 them, and now they find themselves here up against FX. Speaking about FX, their first matchup of the tournament was up against RBN. They won that one out 2-1, and then they went up against the Titans of LT. They got stomped, quite frankly, 2-0 over there, so they dropped down to the lower bracket. TXD versus FX. We already kind of talked about this during our last matchup, but just so you guys at home are aware, HAN awaits the winner of this specific matchup, and that will be played right after this one. So not as big of a break for whoever wins between the teams of TXD and FX. How do you think this one's going to go?
Well, it's a good point, by the way. It's the first time we're seeing a team go back-to-back because you drew the second draw here. You play, and then you stay on stage and play again, which is kind of insane. How do I think this is going to go? Well, we'll talk about our predictions here in a second. As a reminder, everything we just talked about with today's matches, here's a more clean breakdown for you. TXD versus FX is now. Then we'll see HAN versus the winner of this matchup. But Vivid, look, I am excited to see FX back on stage with us today. This is a fun team to talk about because you and I casted over their regional finals. What they were able to do in the Americas region was extremely impressive. But they're fighting against TXD, which, again, on paper, probably the three strongest teams. On paper, doesn't mean necessarily that they are, but on paper, stat-wise, TXD, HAN, and LT. Those are on paper the top three teams, and therefore we'll see if it goes to script. We'll see if it goes to paper. TXD is our winner of Dfiw 2025. Talk to me about this roster, which is mostly the same from that 6 months ago tournament, all back on LAN, able and ready to prove themselves.
Yeah, what makes these reigning champions so good? Ramina, of course, being the commander right there. Nail2G is always involved in the vehicle side of things. KKN and NTPP, XA and Poco. That's going to be kind of your infantry squad that runs around and finds all of the kills for them. But on the other side of things, FX, Commander Wormy, a fun team to talk about for many reasons. We'll break a lot down from them. This is a bilingual team. Each of the squad leaders are bilingual. They lead the squad. They communicate to each other, transfer comms back and forth. Big shout out to Wag, Rasta, Meg. That squad is going to be your strike team. Take a look at the bottom of that squad, though. We have a sub. Snarf has taken a seat on the bench, and Zin Seer, the man, the myth, the legend, is going to be playing on LAN. I know chat's going to be happy about that one. Let's see if Zin can pop off as a sub and prove that he is here to compete and here to compete in a big, big way. Let's talk predictions, though. We're going against each other because I've got Hopium. I believe in FX. I think it'll be a 3-game series. I think FX can win it, mainly because we're playing cracked and we're starting on the attack for FX. This is best case scenario. I think they're going to get some momentum and they're going to swing for the fences and take down the former champions of Dfiw. You say no, sirree, Bob. No, I don't think so. I'm not going to have any of that hopium. I think 2-0 for the side of TXD. I'm going chalk on this one. Listen, we are on cracked, and I think this is literally the best case scenario for the side of FX. Again, they are super, super good on cracked. They have proved it during this tournament. They are super, super good on attack as well. So yeah, everything's kind of falling into, place for them to go ahead and beat a team like TXT.
Yep.
I just don't think it's going to be enough.
Wow, you broke down all of my points, but just said it's still not enough. Fair enough, man. Hey, listen, Vivid really likes to be right in predictions, and so far he is nearly perfect.
By the way, no, not nearly perfect. I am perfect in terms of who the winner is going to be.
Sure. He hasn't missed one yet. He's about to, though, because I believe in FX. I agree. Again, to further emphasize that point, when we were doing map draws yesterday, we talked about what we needed if we're an FX fan in order to get a win against a really good team like TXT. This is exactly what they needed. We said it before it was drawn. We said it after it was drawn. They need a cracked game. We saw how dominant they were in Game 3 against RBN on cracked. They cakewalked through a pretty solid team in RBN, and we're able to say, hey, this is really the way we play the game. Extremely aggressive, full tilt, full send, and it's going to work really well on cracked, a map that is extremely momentum heavy.
Yeah.
If you get the early lead, it is hard to stop a team like FX. So I think this will be a good start for them in that momentum. They will probably trade wins on crack, the attackers winning both, and then we go to Game 3, and I'm just thinking that FX can pull it out in Game 3. We'll talk more about Game 3, how it's selected, who gets to choose the map, and what map if we get there. We're going to get through cracked first, ladies and gentlemen. If you're an FX fan, let us know in the chat. And if you're a TXT fan, I'm sure there's plenty of you out there as well. This is a great team. Let us know in the chat, and we'll see who gets the better of each other in what I do believe will be our first pretty competitive matchup that we've seen in a very long time. The last, 5 have been 2-0 just dominant sweeps and stomps.
Kind of crazy. We kind of kicked things off here day number 1, and we went through a marathon, right? We were like, oh my gosh, this tournament is going to be full of close matchups. Then we jumped over to day 2. Like you mentioned, straight sweeps. Started today up, straight sweep. So we are flying through the rest of the competition. A quick reminder, elimination game here today.
That's right. Let's see the players walk onto the stage, though. Let's get hyped for your favorite team.
26三角洲行动全面战场国际邀请赛。Welcome to the 2026 Delta Force Invitational Warfare. 有请 TXT 战队 ，Please welcome Team TXT. 我们就是 Tuxedo. We are Tuxedo. 有请 FX 战队 ，Please welcome Team FX。雷霆万军主宰战场 ，Vroom。战术布局已定，思路清晰，博弈开始。Tacticals locked, thinking clear. The clash begins.
All right, the clash begins. We got a chance to see both teams walk in. They both look ready. Anybody look nervous to you?
No, not really. I feel like we've reached day number 3 of the competition. We were talking about nerves on day number 1, but both of these teams have been up on that stage 2 times already equally, so they're feeling comfortable, man.
I think so too. Listen, again, I think this is best case scenario for FX. I think they know that this is best case scenario. They're feeling confident, and they've got to swing for the fences here. We talk about this all the time with Warfare. They've got to be extremely confident going into this. If they are hesitating on some of their moves, if they're relying on Commander, Wormy, or their squad leaders to make calls that aren't being made efficiently or immediately, things are a little bit delayed, I don't see them winning this first round. And you and I were talking about it while they were walking out. If they don't win this first round, I think there's a very, very high likelihood they don't win this match, and they do unfortunately go home here. So a lot on the line in game 1 of this match.
Yeah, I kind of coined it to Goj as a best of 1. It's either, for FX, it's either you win this one or you go home. That's kind of what it feels like. So the attacking side is the important side for FX. We're going to have to see what can happen. That being said, remember, Wormy is very, very good as the commander on the side of the attack on Cracked. He's able to make those instant adjustments, even so much so, kind of evaluate what the other team is using operator-wise. Remember, we had an interview with him when they had that dominant attack on Cracked before, and he was like, well, they just had no engineers, so I took the assault vehicle and just started running everybody over because they had nothing to blow it up. So a very, very observant commander on the side of FX when it comes down to a map like Cracked. I highly doubt a maneuver like that will work against TXT. Also, just based on the fact that Wormy has pretty much publicized the fact that he went ahead and recognized that as a strat. But hopefully, he's cooked something else up.
Well, I think there's a couple other things we want to talk about with this FX roster. I think it's going to be a huge reliant on a guy like Randy Savage, a guy like Chicka Chicka Boom Boom, baby. Boom. It all on the same squad.
That duo,
they can make huge plays.
Can make huge plays, but they got shut down yesterday. So they got to bounce back.
Yeah, 100%. And also joining them is Luna on as their 4th in that squad, which is the commander squad. And again, I'll highlight Zin's here. If you don't know Zin, Where Have You Been is definitely a difference maker in content creator tourneys, has a nice stream going, making this style of gameplay content, plays a lot of Warfare, and honestly, a great player. So I'm excited to see Zin step onto probably their very first LAN stage to step up to what could be the last match that FX has to play. So we'll see if this substitute can make a difference, or will just be another body on the map for Wormy and the rest of the crew to order around to see where they go. Quick look, of course, at Hongshan Sports Center. Really excited to be here for today and 2 more days after this as well to finish up this incredible tournament thus far. Here's a look at TXD, though. As much as we want to hype up FX, or at least I do, talk to me about TXD. Why are they so good? Yes, they're in the lower bracket, but these are former champions, and they've been acting like it ever since they've been down here.
Absolutely. I mean, they're just so dominant. Obviously, we talk a lot about the guns, right? NTPP. We're going to be seeing him probably pick up the most amount of kills for the side of TXD. One of those little weird strategies, probably the first time that we've kind of seen, one of the guns used yesterday, SNN SP was kind of using that sniper rifle on the side of the recon to actually help take out some of the vehicles for the side of TXT. So kind of great to see some new strategies over here, which makes me feel like a team like TXT maybe hasn't shown everything that they are fully capable of, which kind of gets me excited for how well they can kind of do up against a team like FX. Also, some more names that are going to be worth mentioning. Whistly did very, very well yesterday, and that was kind of a big surprise because remember, we kind of mentioned the star-studded power of, TXD in general, and Whistly was not one of those names that we kind of mentioned coming into the tournament as a whole.
Something worth mentioning with this TXD roster, by the way, Legacy is on the bench.
What?
Yeah, and this is a question that we had. Remember, they were stomping their opponents in the last round yesterday, and they put Legacy onto the bench in round 2, and we're like, that doesn't make a lot of sense. There wasn't like a role shift. Still on the bench, so maybe there's something going on with Legacy.
Yeah.
By the way, for those that haven't been watching, Legacy is a star player for this team. One of their tank operators, a really strong player, always in the right place at the right time. So I'm wondering if maybe, sick, injured, like a real substitution, not a role play sub. Legacy's still on the bench. I mean, that's good news if you're an FX fan. That's a top player on the bench for this team. Now, the subs that did step in for Legacy did a great job. There was no lack of effort anywhere. So I don't know. It's an interesting conversation. But another player from TXD that we talked a lot about was this Echo roster, that OSSN Oak. Oak was
Oak's crazy.
Insane for this roster in terms of taking down vehicles. Oak constantly was destroying vehicles. And the sub, by the way, for Legacy was Zambra coming in for this team. So, yeah, interesting stuff here from the TXD roster. Some things that we don't have all the info on, but a great team nonetheless. And Zambra, of course, is a great player. Actually competed in 2025 as well, part of this roster. So, no necessarily loss in quality, but Legacy does have some star power.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to keep a close eye on who is actually playing for both of these rosters. Some substitutions being made across the board for both of these teams. So it'll be interesting to see if those decisions were the right ones. An elimination game. We are now down to, 5 teams total after this matchup. We're going to only have 4 left in the competition. And at the end of the day, we're only going to have 3 left in the competition in general. Dfiw 2026 has delivered so far, and I'm sure TXD versus FX will continue that storyline.
Couldn't agree more, man. I really think this is going to be a good matchup. I know FX looked strong in their match against RBN, and they looked weak, frankly, against LT, but I think they've got everything together to ready and potentially win this first game. We're dropping in. We're loading in. It's crack time, baby, and FX are going to be on the attack to start things off. Get hyped, chat. I think this is going to be a fun one. Let's see what our attackers can do. Let's see what America's region can do for the very first time on global stage this whole weekend, and a chance to turn back the tides and get some momentum right here, right now on Crack, as they send a full fleet of attackers on the left side of Sector A.
This is a new approach that we have seen. Not often do we see a big swarm towards the left side off of the rip here from the attacking side. Let's see if they can kind of catch TXD off guard with this. And taking a look at the feeds on the left and the right side, it looks like TXD were fully prepared for this one, as they do have some of the barricades kind of set up, but Winter's kind of getting in the mix. Leo's getting into the mix. Keep a close eye on Leo, by the way, for the side of FX, because even though they lost yesterday, he was doing great individually.
Yeah, top fragging for the team, even in a bad state, well into the 20-kill margin, so definitely Leo, a difference maker. Now, Randy just had a nice play there to maintain control with this respawn beacon, set up an area for the team to respawn on, or his squad to respawn on at the very least, on top of this hill. We'll see what they decide to do with this egress. Now, TXD also recognized this, so we're going to be playing for it. NTPP gets cut down, though, with the help of Randy and Boom from a distance. They actually win these trades, and Wormy's going to be leading the charge with the bow on a 3 spree right now, pushing with a full roster of, looks like 2 full squads, 8 players, or maybe even more, continuing to join them. Commander versus Commander. Romania on the other side, also on a 3 spree. But a big fight on high ground needs to go the way of the attackers so they can make a push with some smokes over to the point and begin a cap here shortly.
Oh, big flank play from the side of NTPP. He's going to be picking up a 3-piece over there, but the medics are going to be surrounding for the side of FX. They're going to be able to get all of these reses. The Nile is going to be trying to come in for the side of TXD, but there's only one remaining member that they have yet to find, and they're going to have full control over all of the rocks. Now, one little thing for everybody at home, remember, Crack starts off with 0 vehicles, which is very, very rare in a game mode like Warfare, which is why a lot of our teams do love it, but it does not stay this way for the entirety of Sector A. So as this goes further and further, the dynamic, the environment will change immensely.
Agreed. FX not doing their signature full send. Or maybe they tried right as we spawned in and it didn't work. So they're having to readdress the situation maybe from a different angle.
Ooh.
Some really aggressive plays here from the TXD side, even though we're checking out Wormy, Randy, Boom, and Luna. They are able to continue to get those revives. Again, these are 10, 15 kills that are all being negated by the fact that the medics are playing with them, sport operators getting their revives. We're only down 20 lives. Nothing too scary yet.
And I'm taking a look at kind of the operator spread here in terms of classes, right? You don't really see many engineers. The fact that you're able to pretty much just invest totally into assault and medic characters, support characters to go ahead and continue through those revives makes it so hard to kind of cut down the attack for the side of TXD. But take a look at this. They actually find the position that they need. They find the push that they need. They have pretty much thumped a big portion of the push from FX over here on this rock side, and you're kind of seeing it make a big impact into the ticket economy for the side of FX. They were just at 162 on the back foot of all those revives that you were talking about, and they're taking a an absolute dump. 20 tickets over the last minute.
Well, we took a quick look at that map feed, and I didn't see a lot of red on it. They all elected or was forced to hit the give up and immediate spawn back in whenever the respawn timers were down. So that's the nature of the game. Fortunately, if you lose your medics, you're going to have to just get back into the game via the old-fashioned way. Unfortunately, even more unfortunately, is that any advantage they had on high ground has been completely cut away. So what did FX do? They abandoned it completely. Look at where Wormy's at. Going to try to go low side. Immediately read by a couple members of TXT. I still like this play from FX, but they're still split. They're still trying to battle from spawn on the higher ground to work their way through NTPP and the likes, while the second half of their team is trying to go low side. The problem is, with the way the defense is set up down in the middle, they can shoot both ways. So this is overall a net loss for the attackers. I don't love the split push on A. I'd rather see a full sin through the trenches in the middle, just right onto the point and play for some CQB. And because of this split push, unfortunately, we got a couple bodies on the point, but we just lost another 15 or so tickets. FX, fortunately, no momentum now.
NTPP still trying to make things happen over here for the side of the rocks. Remember, this guy is the one to kind of keep an eye on if you're loving the gunplay, the boots on the ground gunplay. He usually has the most kills for the side of TXT, but he's going to be getting chopped down. And that's going to be Randy taking him out. But Poco constantly in the same squad as NTPP, always picking him back up to get him back into the fight, but not when he overextends like that in the hands of Boom. But again, the squad is always right behind and willing to help, and that's what makes TXT so good.
Yeah, a nice play there from Poco to drone smoke it as Stinger in order to get the revives and then outnumber the opponents. Good play so far. And FX looking like they're trying to figure out now what. Play 1 didn't work, play 2 didn't work.
Oh, there it is, look at that.
What is play 3? Zombra, the substitute, or main player, whatever you want to think of them. TXD find the assault vehicle immediately before it lands. So far, this is all TXD all day.
And you were talking about plan A, plan B, plan C. For TXD, there's really only been one plan, and that's just to dominate. They've got, like, what was that, like 6, 7, 8 members into double digits, and there wasn't a single member on the side of FX actually into those double-digit kills.
They've got them pincered, man. Syndrax is on 17. NTPP over at 15 or so. I think I like the low side play. It's going to feel a little bit more comfortable, especially with the presence that NTPP, KKN do have on the far side. With Romania, by the way. Romania is actually taking the high ground position on the far side of the cliffs, overlooking this A sector. But if we said this is a best of one, things are looking extremely dire now for FX, who have lost 80, nearly 80 lives, 75 lives in a blink of an eye.
The numbers are here for the side of FX. They could potentially go ahead and find that swarm that they were looking for the sector. But again, keep a close eye on the kill feed. I'm still seeing more green than I am red picking up those kills. And TXT have just done such a great job of cutting down the approach, the attack. As soon as those smokes come out, man, the util has been great. But the straight up gun power from the side of TXT is really what's just winning them so confidently. And finally, FX catch a little bit of a break, because like I mentioned, the landscape is not going to stay the same. Eventually, the vehicles do come into play for the side of the attack. And now FX have 2 vehicles available for them. One of them is going to be that assault vehicle. The other one's going to be the AAV.
Got to utilize these effectively. You have a small advantage. You've got to win right here, right now with them before this defense is able to call in vehicles of their own. Let's capture A and make a big move here. Where am I getting sniped? It looks like by Nailed 2G, by the way, from a distance. But Natoxi in one, Boom in the other. Everybody else down in the trenches. There's Zinsu, the substitute on the far side, actually trading out a kill. Able to stay alive as well. Clearing out the flank that the defense was trying to do to thin the herd as they push over on the low side of A. I think low side, again, is what they have to do. They're now playing these rocks just outside of the point. They need smokes and they need to make a move. Right now is probably the best time that they're going to get. Of course, we have the best vision much better than they do with this free cam perspective. But look at the numbers. Look at the advantage they have right now. We got to get bodies on the point right this second, and that's exactly what they're doing. A, starting to be contested. Assault vehicle going to jump on, drop some more smokes all around it. We've got our line set up. Let's make a move to get onto the point. Wormy's there. Wormy's inside the building, or rather on top of the roof, while the rest of the players begin to swarm it. They had the advantage, and they're actually utilizing it. Now that they have a small advantage, this is what TXD needs to do. They need to grab their tank, and they're dropping their lob, and they're dropping an artillery barrage directly on point. If they can stall out this capture and bring these two vehicles over, they could stop them right here, right now. Assault vehicle down. FX still have this AAV, but they've got to cap right now. They got to get every single body on the point before this lob and this tank get over here. It's close. It's going to be close.
Window is closing indeed, with everything kind of called in for the side of TXD. What's going to be the full send for FX? They're jumping onto the point, but take a look at the progression bar in the middle of your screen. It is now almost entirely green. The two vehicles have joined the fray. TXD want to stop things now. Skynet is going to be picking up the AAV, and with that being destroyed, you got to feel for the side of FX, because that might be their hopes and the dreams in the tournament. You want to go ahead and call this a best of one. What if TXD are able to hold them on Sector A? Wormy's trying to make something happen. He's trying to go ahead and coordinate the troops. He marks one of the vehicles. He's like, hey, listen, guys, we got to go ahead and take these things out. Also, a great adjustment from the side of FX. They know the vehicles are going to start to come into play, so I see a couple of operators off in the distance switch over to those engineering roles, but they have found not a lot of damage onto the tank, but also, at the same exact time, have done some damage to the lob, but it's not going to be enough. It's still going to be alive. The engineers are going to go ahead and repair that thing, and now TXD.
There's nobody. There's not a single FX player alive right now. All of these revives are going to drop these tickets. They've got 1 to 2 more coordinated pushes before they're already, I mean, they already are in dire straits. Down in vehicles, huge vehicle advantage. This is probably all she wrote. That was the play. It was nearly perfect, but TXD, perfection of timing to be able to get there in time, put a vehicle on the point, destroy the AAV, and outnumber their opponents. It was so close. I think if FX get this A sector, this game could have changed. They could have gotten more vehicles down. They could have actually played the game. But now they're down in numbers, they're down in tickets, they're down in vehicles, and these vehicles aren't going to land. We know how Cracked works. There is no room for error. There is no room to go down in vehicle numbers early on Cracked. Whoever gets the momentum early will win the game, and we're going to end it right here on A. As much as I'm an FX fan, I see no way that they can capture this sector.
The one thing that FX has taunted throughout their success is how fast, how quickly they have been able to do things. An average attack time, regionally speaking, of less than 10 minutes. The one thing that I would have loved to have seen from them when they had both vehicles a big advantage was to just send it, but the AAV, it took so long before it jumped on the sector itself that they allowed TXD to kind of get back, right? Kind of close that window, and the window is pretty much shut, especially when you take a look at the landscape here for the side of TXD. 3 vehicles available. FX are still trying to make something happen. The engineers are now active, and so is the AAV for the side of FX. Can they make a push over here on the right side? Can they take out some of the vehicles? That's going to be the only way they can bounce back here on Cracked.
FX have a lot of passion, but I don't think passion's going to save them in a moment like this. TXD is too polished, too timely, too coordinated. And who knows, man? I mean, you consider what FX has been able to do in this competition. They were able to take down RBN. But against LT, a polished team, they were just a hair too slow on some of their plays, and yet again get punished for being just a hair too slow. I mean, it's not often in Warfare you can quantify something in a matter of seconds just because it's such a macro game and such a macro game mode. But that really was a matter of, what, 2 seconds difference? If they make that move 2 seconds earlier, I think they capture Sector A and it's a totally different game. Wormy, yes, has an AAV. It will not last for long. TXD are too good for that. Immediately are paying attention to where he's at and how can they take it down, or at the very least, force him from being able to play the game. He will go repair himself while the rest of FX try to figure out how are we going to get to the point without getting mowed down. Not only the infantry defensive line that they've set up in the buildings and on these rooftops that have some headies they can play on, but also just through the firepower of these tanks from distance. Cracked is such a punishing landscape The A sector in pubs can be easy at times, but in a coordinated effort, it is extremely difficult. I've said it now a couple times, it's worth remembering. The room for error, the margin for error for a 20-team roster is so incredibly thin on a map like Cracked.
It's going to be the third assault vehicle kind of left out in the distance for the side of FX. They're not really interested in playing around that. Again, it doesn't necessarily find a lot of value, but in a situation like this, it might help kind of distract some of the vehicles, kind of get a beacon down on the point, but that's exactly what they might end up playing for right here, as we do see one of the members kind of jump into that assault vehicle. Look for them to kind of do a full send play onto the point. If this thing can even make it off spawn and find some cover to go ahead and get the repairs in. And it looks like the whole side of FX is actually swarming around the idea of pushing with this AAV. They're trying to call in the vehicles, trying to call in the Lav, but Winter is going to be getting the credit over there. Take a look at the left side of your screen, all the way off towards the rocks. They're trying to go ahead and send in some of the strike squads as well to potentially destroy some of these vehicles, but I'm not entirely sure if I see enough engineers. Oh my gosh.
He's dancing on him, man.
Yeah, look at this. He's just going to use the wheels instead. Fine, I'll just run him over.
That's hilarious.
The shots aren't landed. Just use the wheels, man.
That is hilarious. FX trying to stabilize here, and I think the play call right now that Wormy's telling the team with a bit of a smirk on his face is back up. We have to group up, and then I think you just put your head down, throw a ton of smokes, and just full send through the middle and hope and pray that some of your players can make it indoors. But even still, listen, I told you before, it feels like a best of one. Feels like this is the map, this is the round they had to win to have a chance in a matchup against a behemoth, one of the best teams in the game. TXD is the winner of Dfiw 2025 in Vietnam. Unbelievable road to get there. This time around, they lose to RRQ in the first round and are having to battle their way through the lower bracket. It doesn't negate the fact that they are one of the best teams here, and they're showcasing exactly why. A near perfect defense on A, and clutch and icing up in a moment where A would have fallen. They were able to snake their way in just in the nick of time, and that's what makes a good team great.
Not a lot of room for mistakes when you're up against a team like TXD. Did FX make any mistakes? We'll leave that up to you guys' discretion at home. Obviously, we can talk about the timings, the failure to go ahead and press the advantage when they had it. Now, their backs are going to be up against the wall. We've seen some crazy things during this competition. 30 tickets. Can they potentially make one last final push towards the sector to keep their dreams and hopes alive on the side of Cracked? Again, this has kind of been the same thing. This assault vehicle is just going to continuously get blown up as that static spawn kind of comes in for the side of the attack. They're not necessarily interested in using it. What could be the difference maker if it's not going to be the assault vehicle, if it's not going to be Wormy in the AAV? Individually speaking, can anybody find an incredible amount of value with boots on the ground? I mean, Muzz, yeah, you're doing great with 20 kills, but I'm pretty sure when you tuned into NTPP just a second ago, I didn't get the exact number because we were only on his POV for about a half a second, but I think it said 30 something. So the individual skill, we're calling on it from the side of FX, but it's just being answered way too easy by the side of TXD. And take a look at this. They're finally finding their way towards the point. They're trying to make something happen, but the vehicles are just shutting them down instantly.
Yeah, I mean, the score is nearly double, if not exactly double, from the defense over the offense. You can even see it in regards to the amount of artillery barrages that each side can call in. Both will call one in now. Both will try to fully invest here and win here. Wormy calls in the artillery barrage and marks the vehicle for death. We'll see if that vehicle goes down. It is the Lob that has been marked for death, and they are full sending to the point. We got some bodies that are getting close. At the very least, we will put this thing into the neutral zone, or try to, but what does the defense do when the attackers finally find some momentum? They send the house. Oak on the point with the tank. Assault vehicle with Nail on the point. Lob close by, half health, basically shelling the point from right up on high. This is the only push that the attackers had left in their inventory, and with an urgent redeployment, the defense is full sending right here, right now. They want to win right this second. No last second captures, no momentum shifts, no score for you. This is a TXD shutout of FX, who unfortunately had one chance to make their way through the A sector, and the perfect timing of the TXD push, the perfect timing of TXD getting their first vehicles was the difference maker. They find a couple individuals that have 20+ kills on the FX side, but it didn't yield hardly anything as Romania finishes the job with the cherry on top. AT4 to take down Randy and Boom. Bye-bye AAV and bye-bye FX in the first round of our second match of the day.
FX got pretty much everything they wanted. They got the map of Cracked. They got the attack side in the first round. That's what me and Goj wanted as well. We're fans of them. We've watched them play regionally. We've casted over them regionally. We know how good they could do, but we also know how good TXD are. If anything was going to happen, it had to happen there.
Brutal. Brutal way to kick off this matchup, and you can see it in their faces. Just frustration, frankly. A little bit of, now what? What could we have done differently? And I haven't said this once in this entire show. We've talked a little bit about one of the weaknesses of the team, or one of the things that they overcome often, one of the hurdles they've had to overcome, which is the language barrier. They have a team that's split in half, speaking different languages, and they've got a bilingual player that is the squad leader of each of these teams. It is a small hurdle, but it's one that could cost them a couple seconds in communication plays of when they make the move. It's a difficult thing to overcome, and it might have been the difference in them capping A or not, but a quick look at the stats, and I mean, no surprise to see NT, PP, and Syndrax 47 and 46 respectively. That is unreal. On a Sector A cracked game, that is an unbelievable stat line. They could have been, I guarantee NTPP was quadruple positive.
Especially on the back foot of efforts of his squad mates. And I'm happy that we actually got to see it highlighted there, right? Poco finding an incredible amount of revives. We needed more of an individual effort from the side of FX. Leo has kind of been showing up, showing out over the past couple of days. Picks up 24, is going to be leading the pack there for the side of FX. Muzz was also trying on that Recon class, Mini 14 at work. Probably the lowest we have ever seen Wormy, by the way, in terms of score. Just being shut down. He was trying to make things happen with the bow earlier on. He tried to hop into the AAV. He tried to make the calls. He tried to make the marks happen on some of the vehicles, but nothing ended up happening. And I mean, listen, they were very, very close. They knew what they needed to wait for. They tried to make something happen with all the vehicles kind of spawning, but TXD just had such a good response.
Yep. I totally agree, man. Listen, a big shout out to Meg, Aladdin picking up 59 and 60 revives as well for this roster. And like you mentioned, Leo, top fragger for the team, again on a loss, picking up 24 kills on a game that ends on Sector A on Crack. Still an impressive stat line. Leo is a very strong player in fragging, but unfortunately, even with a couple heroes on the FX side, it was not enough. Looking back on the highlights, I'm excited to see that moment where they did get the push onto A, where they were able to push up and actually start chunking away this zone and putting it into a position where they almost moved on to the B sector, because that was the one play that worked. Everything else, the first play, the second play, playing high side didn't work because NTPP went viral on map. Playing low side didn't work because TXD was ready for it and they had guns all looking that direction. It's a very tough play to go low side here just because you can get shot from so many different angles. But then finally, look at it. Perfect timing. They're all here. They got AAV, but the perfect timing from TXD. They get their lob, they get their tank, and they come flying in. Again, Cracked is a totally different animal because you don't start with vehicles, but it's also Victory Unite. You do get vehicles eventually, and you can call in vehicles of your own based on the score that you're able to earn. So TXD did a great job to get these vehicles in time, sneak into the point, and be able to stop the one and only push that could have changed the momentum of the game. You get Sector A there, things start to open up for you on Sector B, but then when you lose the vehicle game, you're down in numbers, not a single vehicle is going to land for FX. There's just about nothing you can do. I've said it 5 times, I'll probably say it another 5 times. Some of these other maps, you can get away with a couple mistakes. There is zero room for error on Cracked. The team that gets the momentum first will win the game.
And that was actually closer than I thought it was. I mean, you called it. You said it was down to like 1-2 seconds. I was like, was it really?
Oh, yeah.
Take a look at the replay right there. Yeah, it was like 90% of the way captured. Literally 2 more seconds. And FX would have captured Sector A, and we could have been having a completely different conversation right now. But TXD played it perfectly. And I'm not going to lie, watching back some of those highlights, coming into this matchup, we talked about the success that FX was able to find on a map like Cracked. And we actually specifically talked about their approach to Sector A. And it was on the back foot of that assault vehicle.
Yeah.
TXD had a great adjustment. They actually had a full squad of engineers already at the initial start of the match. So they were actually fully prepared to take out the initial assault vehicle that spawns. That being said, the best squad for the side of TXD, once again, Whistly's being featured. Winter, again, I saw his name kind of pop up in some of those vehicle destructions. ATX and KPZ a part of the squad as well. Just pretty much kills across the board. And a couple of medics in Whistly and ATX, which again, huge to have members on your entire roster that can put up an incredible amount of rescues and kills simultaneously.
Well, and I think it's something that oftentimes goes under the radar, at least for the viewer or for us as commentators. We don't have time to shout it out in-game, but the medics on the defensive side are nearly as important as the attacking side, especially in a zone like A on Cracked, because you saw what NTPP was able to do on the flank with his squad.
Poco.
But when you make that one move, Poco's play was huge. Now, NTPP, of course, earning the MVP. So to continue the point, when you go on a flank like that and make a huge play, you can find impact of getting a 1v multiple kills, right? You can get a 1v3, a 1v4, but if you get cut down, all that momentum is gone. The attackers will respawn and do it again. If you have medics with you, continually picking you up over and over and over again, maintaining that flank hold meant that the attackers could not swing to the right of Sector A the entire game. Medics are incredibly important on both sides, and the medics on this side kept this man alive, and when he's alive, he's slaying the lobby out.
Yeah, absolutely. Scary stuff there. It's awesome to kind of see. I mean, we do put a lot of pressure on some of these players when we do take a look at some rosters. We're like, yeah, that's their star player. NTP, that's their star player. And every single time they perform, man, they continuously find themselves up towards the top, and it's impressive.
It's a role player thing, man. They've got their Slayers, and their Slayers do their job.
Absolutely, and role player thing as well. You know, I'm happy that it got highlighted right there. NTPP, yeah, he's the star player. He's the one finding all the kills, but not without the support of some of his squad, not without the support of some of his team members. So great to see that it's all kind of falling into place for the side of TXD. I feel like it's important for us to turn our attention to what is obvious now. FX, their backs are up against the wall. This is a best of 3. They've already lost one of the rounds. They're going to a side that they have historically been a little bit weaker on. They're going onto the defense. What do they need to do to stop a team like TXD from taking them down on a map like Cracked?
Listen, I will say it 10 more times. It's momentum. They have to cut the momentum early. You know what TXD is going to do. They're going to fly at you off rip and punch you in the mouth, and you've got to be prepared to punch back. I think the biggest thing is reading. Hopefully you've read a little bit of their playbook. Hopefully you've watched their VODs and figured out what's their initial push, or you can at least read it out quick enough and relay it to your team quick enough to answer in kind. If they full send, you've got a full send too, and you better come out on top, because whoever gets that early capture likely will win the game. I think if I'm FX, I got to play, well, their back is against the wall, so that's the only thing you can play like is a caged animal back against the wall. You got to fight for your life in this tournament right here, right now. If I could give a pep talk to the boys, I think it's just play with confidence. A lot of times when you lose out in some of these gunfights against a guy like NTPP or wherever it is, it can cut all your momentum. You can be like, dang, how did I miss those shots? How did I do this? How did I do that? Shut up the back of your brain, shut up the devil on your shoulder, and you better ball out. Go be the hero. We need some hero-level players from a lot of these players. I don't care if we've said your name 50 times or we said your name once from this FX roster. You better step up. Time to play.
Yeah, absolutely. But you're talking about those little nuances, right? Those little mistakes you can be making. One of those biggest ideas that's going to be in the back of Reigns. Can they shut it out? The fact that they just lost, man, you're kind of talking about momentum. They pretty much have none right now. They made nothing really happen on the attacking side right there. They know as well, if we know it up here, they know as well that the attacking side is their better side. So, yeah, a lot to do, obviously, in the game itself, but a lot to do outside of it as well, right? Mentally speaking for the side of FX. Obviously, once we start to gear up and get ready to go into the game just a couple of minutes away, we'll kind of have those camera shots of the players, and it'll be interesting to see what their faces are looking like, what emotions they're showing.
I need somebody to stand up right now and start screaming, all right? Let's get loud, all right? Let's get active. But let's talk a little bit more about TXD. We need to hype up this roster even more. We did a ton of that earlier because they crushed their competition in their last matchup. Now against FX, it's looking like a lot of the same. This is the TXD that we saw in Vietnam about 6 months ago. This is the former champion. This is the team defending their crown, and they certainly look like it right now. They're all gas, no brakes, everything working efficiently, a very fluid machine. It doesn't care how many cylinders it is. If it's working fluidly and they don't need extra oil, they're going to be feeling very, very comfortable going into this next game. The only stumbling block that could be in their way is getting a little too confident, making too aggressive plays. But that's not the TXD I know. This is a very consistent team, and I'm expecting, as much as my predictions are saying FX, I'm expecting TXD to close things out here in pretty dominant fashion.
Yeah, all of our top teams have done such a good job when they are kind of pressing the advantage. They never really overextend. I mean, we've seen, I think, even over the course of the competition entirely over the past couple of days, I've seen maybe 2 or 3 overextends. One of them was on actually Cyclone Day when we did see the boat kind of overextend itself. But all of these teams actually do such a good job of not pressing the advantage, not getting too hypey, as you could say, right? Not feeling too confident, wanting to go for more kills.
Yeah.
Which is scary.
It is scary.
Because that means they don't make mistakes. And if they're not making mistakes and they just beat you that dominantly, then they're probably going to do it again.
I agree. I think it's going to be a tough one to crawl out of. We said it might have been or feels like a best of one, and that best of one is long gone now. It is now a best of 3, and FX have to win. A couple quick shouts, by the way. I've been paying attention to the chat. You guys know I always do, Twitch chat in particular. And I want to shout out a couple of our subs that haven't seen the Battlefield yet. Local, RDG, not on the Battlefield, and Waterfloss as well. Big shout out to Waterfloss. Actually, chat was asking Waterfloss to join the battle, and Waterfloss said, sorry, I can't. All my peripherals I've loaned out to the team. The team's using all my stuff. So Waterfloss is cheering on from the chat and in the stands, I'm sure. Big shout out to the whole team. This is a team effort for FX. The fact that you're here is really, really dang cool, representing the Americas region, especially still in the competition here on day 3. But to stay in the competition, gotta win on defense against the former champions here on Cracked. Looking a little nervous, looking excited, somewhere in between. Let's see what TXD can do. Certainly not nervous over here, but FX, what about them?
Both of these teams are trying to keep something alive. FX trying to keep it alive for the Americas region. TXD trying to keep it alive for the back-to-back. How incredible would that be? We're still a long ways away from that conversation, but they have a very good start. Initially knocked down to the losers bracket after losing RRQ. They bounced back yesterday, showed us what they're capable of with a 2-0. And now jumping over to Cracked, man, they have shown us once again, they have reminded us why they are champions. They won the first round. One more round to put themselves in the losers finals up against a team like HAN. That's going to be a tough matchup if they can make it there for either one of these teams. Stay tuned for that one. But we do got to close things out here. Like you were mentioning, it feels like it's done and dusted. We called it a best of one. That one has now been lost, and I wanted to see the emotions, right? How are the side of FX feeling?
Here we go.
Not too good, I'll be honest.
10 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. TXD going to be red in the attacking side, and FX green on the defensive side. No vehicles for either team to start things off. All smirk, all smile for Mr. Wormy. Let's see him lock in and surprise everyone. A chance to surprise the former champions right here, right now. If TXD capture A, it is not over. TXD have to win the map. They have to capture every single sector, finish things up on C for them to be called the champions of this matchup. And for FX, they just got to hold the line somewhere. It looks like FX have elected to swing over to the high ground on the left-hand side of this A sector. Take some shots over the top. You can see their setup, I guess technically right of our map view. See their setup here and what they're prioritizing. Here's the problem. With everybody up on the far right-hand side, nobody's on the point, and already the attackers, what do? Like I said, what's their play? Full send, full tilt. Guess what? We got a lot more red on the point than we have green.
A play that we have seen before. They're trying to get as many bodies on the point as they possibly can. But this is going to put FX backs up against the wall, obviously in the entire match, but on the sector itself, because now they are the ones that kind of have to flood into a sector that they should have control over, immediately speaking. But TXD just take it to the house. They're running them down. They're pushing the line back. Take a look at Sector A. Take a look at the surrounding area of Sector A. I don't see anybody for the side of FX.
Great play from TXD, a great read on what FX wanted to do. Pretty classic strategies. Again, we've seen most of the meta in general of like what types of plays you can make on Cracked. FX goes for a pretty classic defensive strategy, play high ground. TXD reads it immediately. The counterplay, full send down lane with smokes, force them off height, not even by killing them, but by saying, get to the point and get to the point right this second. And unfortunately, they didn't get there fast enough. A goes down in the blink of an eye. Time to hold on B1 or B2. See what they can do.
Sector A not working in any regard for the side of FX. But in this specific matchup, FX versus TXD, this is going to be the first time we're going over to Sector B, which will introduce those vehicles into the competition. Maybe that's where FX will find themselves a little bit of a nudge up over the side of TXD. Let's see what they can do when the vehicles start to join the fray. And talking about joining the fray, look at this momentum for the side of TXD. That steam rolling train has not stopped. They ran directly onto Sector A. They captured it quickly. And now they're keeping it going towards B1 and looking to capture this very, very quickly as well. And a giant flank from the side of NTPP. The angles are what make the difference here for a guy like this. He's trying to hit all the shots, but there's so many targets. Who does he choose?
And it's an interesting play, right? You can't really just sack B1 for free because it gives this TXD roster so much momentum. But also, if you invest everybody on B1 and you lose just about everybody with hardly anything to show for it, B2 is so much easier for this attack to capture. They're going to cap both at the same time because where are the defenders? They're on respawn timer, and they don't have an urgent redeployment to utilize. This is another great play from TXD, and again, I feel like a small misstep from FX to full invest, head against another head, bang out on B1 for you to not be able to even contest and take back this B2 sector. TXD trying to take both at the same time. They're not going to be able to completely, but they're going to force FX way back on their heels, and here come the attacking TXD roster. They've set up their footholds, they've set up their base on B1, and here comes the push. And the only thing that could save them is Siren in a tank potentially on the off angle, catching some of these people in transition. They know he's here, so where do they go? To the opposite angle, the opposite road.
A lot of responsibility in the hands of a man like Siren. He sure can make it happen, but he's got to play carefully. He's got to play perfectly against a team like TXD, because if he makes any little of a misstep, FX will lose that tank, which they desperately need if they're going to have any chance to not only defend B2, but also pretty much defend for the rest of the map. As TXD look to approach from multiple different angles. We've seen multiple teams throughout this competition kind of try to play these flanks, and that's exactly what they're doing. And big res is here for the side of TXD as well. A big flood towards the point. They've just got more bodies on the point right now because FX cannot make their way in.
Listen, I'll challenge you all with our split kill feed here. Pay attention to the left side, then look at the right side. Left side's moving a lot faster than the right. At least it was in this most recent push. Urgent redeployment from the defensive side. They finally earned enough, and Wormy says, yeah, the pressure's on. Let's utilize it right this second. That means our respawn timers that the commander are able to reduce are nearly instantaneous. You're going to see a lot more green rushing the point here in just a moment as they die, respawn. There they are, all popping up behind the tank and sprinting towards the point. This may save them for a moment. It may stop this first push over to B2, but you won't have it for the next one, and I'm worried that they desperately need it right now, and Siren now is in trouble. NTPP and AXII are pushing the equation, trying to take him down smartly and able to cut them all down. Is able to stay alive for a moment, but a couple missiles over the top. Luru keeping them weak. These engineers are fighting for their lives right now, and they're all down. There they go. A great play from TXD, and now, if you had hope in FX, that's likely dashed.
A very rare final blow coming out from the triple blaster of the D-Wolf there. NTPP making things happen on both ends of the spectrum. Great work there. In a two-pronged attack from the side of TXT, they were putting so much pressure on the point of B2 with some of their members there, while simultaneously attacking the tank. The side of FX, they didn't know what to defend. Do we defend B2? Do we defend the tank? They gave up the tank. It was kind of like a sacrificial lamb. Yeah, sure, you defended B2, but now what are you going to do when we go over to Sector C? Because TXT have pressed the advantage. They destroy the tank. Now, nothing stopping them from just walking onto the point. Nobody from the side of FX has even pretty much crossed that white line down the center of the screen. They're all in their spawn. How are they going to get back to the point? I can tell you right now, Goose, they're not going to get back. They're going to have to defend. They're going to have to defend Sector C against a TXT that is going to have the advantage in terms of the vehicles and 180 tickets available.
We need a generational hold from FX to make this a competitive matchup. We knew it would likely be a 2-0. FX had an opportunity in the first round, but in the defensive side, nothing is going their way as well. Really well executed from TXT to get that vehicle down and immediately capitalize on the advantage. Without the tank on the FX side, there's little to no way they're going to be able to hold a full C sector. Here comes an just an assault vehicle landing on the ground. It's going to take a decent amount of damage. Should actually land. But again, you really wanted that to be a tank destroyer. You wanted that to be... Sorry, this is the attacking side. Oh gosh, they get even more. My bad. I was trying to hype something up for FX.
Yeah, I was actually going to mention, interesting to see TXT invest some score into the assault vehicle. Not something that we see often, so keep a close eye on that, how they're going to use that. And keep a close eye on FX, because I'm wondering right now what they're doing. TXT have pretty much just walked on to C1, and what feels like they have felt no resistance so far. So FX have to be gearing for something if you're going to give TXT this much space. Every single time we switch POVs, it doesn't even matter who it is. Whistly, a guy that's playing Stinger, popping off as well, contesting NTPP in terms of total kills. In fact, coming out on top of that one by a couple.
But Whistly's quadruple positive, bro. He's 21-5. I mean, talk about dominant performance. My Hopium is getting my casting skills all over the place. I was seeing red and thinking FX. Yeah, a lot of vehicles, 2 vehicles for the side of FX. I think they call the assault vehicle in there just because you can utilize it for some of these rotations from C1 to C2. Put a respawn beacon, vehicle respawn beacon on the backside maybe of C2. Throw some smokes down with it to allow you to cross. But a nice retake here from FX, a glimmer of hope. Not a free C1. Nice retake here and a nice commit, honestly, from FX. That's a scary commit because if that doesn't work somehow, C2 probably falls as well. So invested 2 full squads to retake over on C1. Winner, the last remaining attacker over there. So what do the attackers do? They try to swing over to C2 to see how well it's guarded. And so far, FX is winning that gunfight as well. So nice play. Problem is, vehicles are going to start getting active. Assault vehicle coming into the backside of C1 right now, trying to make a difference. There's only one tank that can shoot. No, again, I'm trying, man. That's another tank for the attackers. Golly, I'm all over the place.
Goj wants everything so desperately to beat FX. Please tell me that's FX's tank. Please tell me that's FX's love.
Are you out of your mind? Nope. It's red.
It's all TXT, man. Take a look at the bottom of your screen. Nothing available to use for the side of FX. And by the way, that absolutely clean flush that came out from the side of FX towards the C1 point. We take a look back at it just 30 seconds later. TXT have answered back, which is impressive because we just saw how many members of TXT were all the way in the back of the map waiting for vehicles to respawn, and you guys are still pressing back FX. You guys are just too good, man. Make it stop.
Yeah, I mean, 4 vehicles now means they can actually sack some of these vehicles by getting extremely aggressive with them on C2. They're okay losing 1, maybe even 2 for the sake of winning the round. Even if they don't work, even if those 2 vehicles go down, well, of course, we know the defense won't get any of their vehicles. That tank destroyer will never see the light of day. Neither will the next one or the next one or the next one. It's 4 vehicles to 0, 3 of which can actually shoot up at these flying in vehicles, the called in vehicles of FX. This is called pressing your advantage correctly. You have to play this aggressive with your vehicles. You have to continue to shoot down anything falling out of the sky, which of course they will. TXT is too pristine. They are too calculated to make a mistake of allowing a tank destroyer to hit the ground. If there's one strength of FX that we haven't seen in this cracked matchup, it's their ability to make a huge difference with very little, with a tank destroyer in their hands, with Randy Savage and boom, running around with the tank destroyer. Things could get a little mixy, but that certainly will not happen when the defense is pinned to C2 and it's 4 vehicles to 0.
I think it's funny here, the tank from the side of TXD, Das Yala, was trying to get up on top of the vehicles. Just completely gave up, by the way. Is in a completely different position now, so not finding the finesse required to go ahead and jump up on top of the rooftop. So we're not going to be seeing a tank up there. Just going to go ahead and play from the ground. And remember, one of the biggest things about pressing the advantage here for the side of TXD is making sure that you keep one of those tanks that you have gained in terms of an advantage all the way in the back of the map, so that way you constantly have an angle on some of those vehicles kind of floating down. So it is kind of nullified. It doesn't necessarily find a lot of value in terms of finding kills, but obviously it's doing one of the most important things on the map. Now Wormy is actually going to start to feel the pressure and call in what kind of feels like a little bit of a random urgent redeployment. If you do take a look at the C2 sector, there's only like 2 members from the side of TXD actually pressing it.
Well, they are doing it because a lot of folks are dying outside of C2, and they're trying to retake C1. Look at this big push here from the green side of FX. They wanted bodies to die, respawn, and come over to C1 to trade points. You felt the pressure onto C2. Here's the problem. When you got vehicle advantage, again, you send the vehicles to one point, the infantry to the other. TXD, they wrote the playbook, man, and they are executing it near flawlessly. Boom might trade out an assault vehicle, but that's the one vehicle they don't really care all that much about in comparison to a thing like a lob, thing like a tank, thing like blow you up and take you home packing. This is brutal to watch. I liked the idea. They tried to make a nice trade. It did force FX, or it did force TXD rather, to actually address C1 with their vehicles, which maybe was enough breathing room to keep control over C2. So we'll call it a successful play, but more score invested.
Probably about the 3rd time we have seen Semifinals over the course of the past couple of days. And I feel like this is actually probably one of the best use case scenarios is actually going to be on C1, and Toxie's playing it very, very well and keeping some of the members of TXD at bay. Let's go ahead and take a step back and address kind of what's going on. 126 tickets actually available for TXD, and FX have full control of C1 and C2, so this kind of feels like a full reset. Or if FX are able to pretty much do what they just did over the past like 10 minutes since we've been on Sector C 2 more times and dwindle down TXD by 60 tickets and not really lose anything, they might actually defend this one. Is that a little bit of hopium? But did I help you out there?
Listen, man, I had too much hopium. I'm calling vehicles by the wrong team. I have so much hopium, okay? I'm only biased for a moment, and I agree. I mean, this is a solid defensive setup. I think a couple things are happening right now. I think TXD, as expected, are not making a ton of mistakes. They're not getting that aggressive. I said they could be willing to sacrifice 2 vehicles in order to secure this game, but they're not willing to do that. They want to slow roll through, slow push through, play as a unit, and make sure they take this in the most efficient way possible. They're not worried about 60 lives. They're worried about losing vehicles and then therefore losing their advantage. So they're taking it slow. They're relying on their infantry to start clearing the way, tanks coming in to shell the points, and if those vehicles take a bit of damage, they back way up, which is exactly what's happened. Look at that, AT4 to the face of the tank goes way back away from the point. They are not risking any of their vehicles yet because they don't have to. They have plenty of runway to work with. This is very textbook, very slow and patient, strategic gameplay from TXD, and this patient playstyle is working now. They take C1, should get this for free, and we'll see what FX is able to do in response.
Yeah, what can he do when this has happened? They have actually successfully taken back C1 multiple times already in this specific round, so FX have done a great job at doing so. They're going to have to do it once more. We'll have to see if TXD are actually able to prevent them from doing that, right? They know the goal for FX now that they've done it multiple times. It's going to be all about how they can respond. Take a look at the center of your screen right there. No surprise, one of the lobs in the air going to be getting destroyed. A couple of vehicles actually as well. And you got to ask yourself the question, man, did we just stop trying to call in vehicles at this point?
Yeah.
Like just...
I mean, honestly.
Just use the score on something else, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, there's like timers based on when you can utilize stuff. No, there's no chance.
I believed for a half a second. Dude, really, they made me believe for a half a second. It looked like it was going to land.
Dude, you know, like there's probably 6 Allura rockets in the air that aren't even going to land on the vehicle because it died before they get there. TXD are too clean for that. C1 was marked to capture here and hold by the attacking side, TXD, so they will, if they are able to hold this for another 60 seconds, they will earn some extra score, which they could utilize for a modicum of different things, but we've got a lot of artillery barrages that could land on C2 for what could be their final push. Look at where the defense is actually set up. They're not set up on C2. They're set up over there on the far right-hand side of the map. They're looking to retake C1 here, and it looks like TXD has actually read this. They've got NTPP playing aggro on C2, while the rest of the team is holding C1. This is a fantastic read from the attacking team to thwart what could have been a counterplay over on a C1 and yet again play that tug of war. While that big fight's going on, they're taking C2. I like this play a lot, and now we're relying on Rasta, Siren, Muzz to somehow, some way still take C1, even through the onslaught of the defense. Now with the redeployment, sorry, not urgently, but just everybody respawning, everybody swarms the point onto C2, and they've got to win this battle. It's going to be a tough one. There's the urgent redeployment I was expecting to keep them alive in this game. They're holding. TXD's down 80 lives. The hopium becomes true hope. It is still possible, even with C2 in neutral zone and C1 in the hands of the attackers. They are holding the line just barely, but barely could be enough. They got to keep winning these gunfights, and they cannot let these revives go off. Revives continue to come through, and C2 still in the neutral zone.
Could be a big opportunity here for TXD to send one of these vehicles over towards the C2 point. I feel like a lot of the team members should be kind of calling out, hey, listen, we're making a lot of stuff happen over here on the C2 point. We're getting so many kills, we're getting so many revives. And as the urgent redeployment kind of runs out right now would be the exact time that FX would probably be at its weakest. That being said, if you take a look at the C2 point, there are so many green members. They've done a great job of defending that, and it was kind of on the back foot of them playing that tug of war gameplay, like you said, towards C1. Forces a couple of the vehicles to make its way over here. Forces a bunch of TXD members to kind of make their way over here. But now the TXD onslaught looks like it's coming in. They're doing a multiple-pronged attack. Some of them are flanking, some of them running right down the middle, while the vehicles are just peppering down the members of FX.
These vehicles are finding so much value. Missiles through doorways. The revive battle continues, and finally TXD are winning it. Now if you're FX, what do? Artillery barrage C2 and pray that you can retake? Or do you try to go back to C1 and yet again stall this thing out? It looks like TXD is expecting it. They got a couple players over here and a tank holding the line. Guess who it is on the flank? It's going to be Wag, it's going to be Siren, it's going to be Meg. This is a strike team trying to make a big play on the C1, but problem, yes, assault vehicle down. Problem, tank is the issue. If this tank could fall, FX could retake here. FX could make a big play, but the tank will stay alive, and the tank will continue to find a ton of value. And guess what TXD wants to do? They want to close it out right here. No more games. C2 is ours. Guided missile on your forehead. TXD about to win this game in this match right here. We need a miracle from FX, and right now the only miracle we have is Leo alive on the point. But guess who eats the missile? It is Leo. That is probably GG's.
I don't know, there's a big flood coming in from the side of FX towards this C1 point because of what Leo was able to do, capturing a little bit of C1. He's given FX a little bit of a breath of fresh air, an opportunity to maybe find some more members onto this point. They got to take care of this tank right now. It's 50% HP. Can they find a couple of more engineers to go ahead and invest some of the rockets towards this tank? This will be a big swing of things, but now Oak is kind of called back to help with the defense of C1. But take a look at how many members of TXD have actually been forced to be called back over towards C1. Now FX is going to play tug of war perfectly. They're going to start to capture C2 once more. But C1 is actually still in the hands of FX. Now all the members have actually been dwindled out. There's only 2 squads left for the side of TXD onto C2. The FX, they got to make something happen now. I don't know if there's anything left in the tank.
Unbelievable effort, frankly. 90 lives for the attackers just on the C sector. C2 being contested by FX. There's Zin, there's Wag, there's Boom, there's Randy. Aladdin, a medic over here trying to pick his teammates up. He gets cut down with shots in the back from Whistly. That's going to be GG's, folks. C1 is falling. It's not on our screen for a reason. A strategic team respawn beacon. Everybody trying to get back into the map, but they're on timer. There's hardly a green body on this map, and unfortunately, FX will be sent home from TXD. Not without a fight. Not without a fight on C sector, but it was TXD in complete control. Start to finish on the attack, start to finish on the defense. Your former champions remain in the competition as a top dog and send FX packing.
There wasn't even a smirk from the side of DXD, I'll be honest. Stone cold serious, straight faces. I think our cameras gave us a look at like 8 members as they were getting up from the desk right now. And by how they were reacting, this is exactly what they were expecting. Maybe even a little bit disappointed that it took so long in the C sector. I mean, FX were doing a great job of trying a different approach, C1, C2, back and forth. Odds were against them. They got them down all the way to 90 tickets. I said it looked potentially possible at 120 tickets because they had C1 and C2 fully in their control, but TXD, they took a little bit of time to reset, different approach, split the usage of the vehicles appropriately on the back foot of a guided missile from who other than their commander, who's been leading them for so long now. TXD continue on. And now, I guess there's only one more thing to talk about, only one more match that stands in front of them. Waiting in the wings. Wanza and HAN.
Shoot, man. Listen, FX put up a great fight, and big congrats to Wormy and the whole team for making it to this stage, crushing it in the regional qualifiers to get here and represent Americas for the first time at Dfiw. A great team, still a lot more to learn and a lot more to prove, but still, they find themselves tied, I believe, for 5th as they exit the competition. And folks, we are down to half of our starting team number. We are down to 4 teams left, and we will finish the day with only 3 alive with 2 more days of competition. Great job from FX, but TXD was the better team and remains the better team. Former champions alive in the competition, making it to at least top 4 in 2026. A fun one, frankly. Listen, there were moments of hope. There's no question about it. I just think TXD was way too smooth with it. Let's take a look at their stat lines. And, of course, Romania at the top as a commander, making great calls, great executed plays. And Whistly, another banger from the kid. 42 total kills and 32 revives with Medics, actually, aptly named, right behind them. 55 revives there as a top 3 player for TXD.
NTPP does take it. 46 kills there. Grayed out, must have been kind of taken out in the last moments of the match. So great effort there. Winter also picked up 39 as well. Just so many people across the board for TXD kind of approaching that 40 kill mark. Taking a look over towards FX, man. I don't know what Leo had for breakfast yesterday, what he had for breakfast today, but we were seeing a different Leo on the side of FX. He was trying to make something happen. 32.
A 30-kill game when your team's down that much is really impressive stuff.
Yeah. Round of applause.
And again, I think Leo is a difference maker for this roster. There's plenty of players we want to shout out before they exit. I've been highlighting this WAG, Rasta, Mega, and now Zinseer joining them. That squad being a huge difference maker for the team as the strike force that goes out and makes big plays. And I think, unfortunately, that time around, they weren't able to make a ton of big plays, and maybe was the difference between them winning and losing. But here's a look back on that map and the highlights that we saw on it. It started with, well, TXD just kind of rolling over FX through A and immediately into B, nearly capturing both at the same time. And then we got to C, and we thought it was going to be just another steamroll, and the snowball was going to keep rolling down the hill until it was a giant snowman or beyond. But as we got to the C sector, FX put up a good fight, and they did a very good job of playing tug-of-war on this 2-zone sector.
Yeah, played it very, very well. Managed the urgent deployments. They managed their artillery barrages. They kind of managed where their squads were going up until the very final moments, and we kind of called for it, man. Cracked is a very tough map. Once you lose that initial vehicle economy, which, by the way, we saw NTPP kind of get credit for that tank destruction during that B sector with a triple blaster from Dfiw. That was pretty much all she wrote. FX were trying to call in some vehicles to try to go ahead and help out the defensive side of things. But every single time it was like 4 or 5, maybe even like 6 vehicles that got destroyed throughout, and they kind of just, gave up on it, which we kind of called for. And like I mentioned, they were kind of playing it pretty perfectly. They did such a good job of flooding the appropriate zone when they needed to. I think TXT did a great job of making the adjustment that they needed to. You called it out. What they're basically going to do is send all of the vehicles to one of the zones. They sent 3 of their vehicles over to C1, and then all of the remaining boots on the ground onto C2 to just rain destruction and go ahead and capture it.
Yeah, and again, big credit to TXT for playing smart, slow, strategic. They weren't worried about their life totals because they go into Sector C at max lives, and so they don't have to full send off rip. They don't get too antsy. They don't scam. And I think, honestly, as much as I was calling for them to full send, here's a look at the best squad, by the way. KPZ, Whistly, Winners, ATX. This makes a ton of sense. I mean, look at Winners at 39 as well, KPZ at 34. And these guys are veterans in the space for this roster, and well done. I think as much as I was calling for them to full send, I think if they full sent, they could have lost. Because they didn't, it was an assured thing. It was just a matter of time because they knew they could get the guided missiles. I mean, worst case scenario, if they stall out, if FX was somehow able to stall out another 50 lives or so, a couple more guided missiles, and C1 is not even exist anymore.
Yeah.
There is no more tug of war. Like, you know, it was a matter of a time thing. So it was a smart play from TXT, and that really shows the veterancy of, you know, players like this, but also just the team in general. And like their commander. Well-earned MVP from Whistly, though. 42 kills, 31 assists, and 32 rescues. Great support operator player, and a great slayer, too.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is just a scary squad, especially when players on a 20-man roster start to kind of come out of the woodworks and prove to us that there is more than just a couple of members on this team. Instead of being a couple, it appears there's a handful that can kind of compete for those MVPs. Whistly kind of coming to the limelight yesterday for us, for TXT, continued as well throughout the day here on Cracked. Maybe it's just the map, because it was Cracked yesterday as well that he did such a good job on with that MP7 and was running it back today. So Whistly, man, might have found the loadout and the map that he loves to play on.
Yeah, he's cooking, man. A great team. But unfortunately, they are gone. It is time to talk about the next matchup here in just a little while, folks. We're going to head to a very short break. No interview. We got picks and bans all coming up. We'll tell you what's happening between HAN and TXD for a chance to be a top 3 team. Don't go anywhere.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
This doesn't add up. Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
You destroyed our home! That dream again.
Gabriel.
Unbreakable, unshakeable. Shadows tried to dim my light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high. Watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say.
恭喜 TXT， 他们真的是最值得尊敬的对手。
ทุกก้าวของเราเป็นดั่งกระแสน้ำที่รุนแรง ใครหน้าไหนก็ขวางเราไม่ได้
未来终有一天，腾龙还会杀回来的。
这是让所有人再次看清我们的机会。数えきれないほどの昼夜を僕らは乗り越えてきた。すべては悔いのない夏をつかみ取るために。The phoenix doesn't rise without fire. We waited long enough. Let's go. Make them remember us.
아직 아무도 우리의 진짜 힘을 보지 못했습니다. 하지만 곧 모두가 알게 될 것입니다.
Mengejar para pesaing terkuat, lalu mengungguli mereka sudah sifat alami kami.
In warfare, there's only one language. Forward. We came from half a world away for one thing. That trophy. 次なるより大きな戦場へ向かおう。等待时机，快速出刀。
이제 우리의 목표는 단 하나입니다.
在主场将冠军之名重塑。
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data, this doesn't add up. Just deal with the AI.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
You destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codenamed N2, role, engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
I didn't think we'd be exchanging information with these underlings. Is Smee serious?
Show some respect!
Ready to fight, wanna survive. I got that lust in me. Staying alive and skipping the line. I'm the only
Is that enough respect for you?
unbreakable, unshakeable. Shadows tried to dim my light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high. Watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. 'Cause I am invincible, I am a storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain. I found my power inside on the blade. Unbreakable, unshakeable.
TXT， 他们真的是最值得尊敬的对手。
ทุกก้าวของเราเป็นดั่งกระแสน้ำที่รุนแรง ใครหน้าไหนก็ขวางเราไม่ได้
未来终有一天，腾龙还会杀回来的。
这是让所有人再次看清我们的机会。数えきれないほどの昼夜を僕らは乗り越えてきた。全ては悔いのない夏をつかみ取るために。The phoenix doesn't rise without fire. We waited long enough. Let's go. Make them remember us.
아직 아무도 우리의 진짜 힘을 보지 못했습니다. 하지만 곧 모두가 알게 될 것입니다.
Mengejar para pesaing terkuat, lalu mengungguli mereka, sudah sifat alami kami.
In warfare, there's only one language. Forward. We came from half a world away for one thing. That trophy. 次なるより大きな戦場へ向かおう。等待时机，快速出刀。
이제 우리의 목표는 단 하나입니다.
在主场将冠军之名重塑。
Unbreakable,
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data. This doesn't add up.
Just deal with the AI.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
You destroyed our home! That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
I didn't think we'd be exchanging information with these underlings. Is Smee serious?
Hey, show some respect!
Ready to fight, you're gonna survive. I got that lust in me. Staying alive and skipping the line. I'm the only
Is that enough respect for you?
unbreakable, unshakeable. Shadows tried to dim my light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high. Watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. 'Cause I am invincible, I am a storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain. I find my power inside on the blade. Unbreakable, unshakeable.
GTXT， 他们真的是最值得尊敬的对手。
ทุกก้าวของเราเป็นดั่งกระแสน้ำที่รุนแรง ใครหน้าไหนก็ขวางเราไม่ได้
未来终有一天，腾龙还会杀回来。
这是让所有人再次看清我们的机会。
数えきれないほどの昼夜を僕らは乗り越えてきた。全ては悔いのない夏をつかみ取るために。The Phoenix doesn't rise without fire. We waited long enough. Let's go. Make them remember us.
아직 아무도 우리의 진짜 힘을 보지 못했습니다. 하지만 곧 모두가 알게 될 것입니다.
Mengejar para pesaing terkuat, lalu mengungguli mereka sudah sifat alami kami.
In warfare, there's only one language: forward. We came from half a world away for one thing: that trophy.
次なるより大きな戦場へ向かおう。
等待时机，快速出刀。 이제 우리의 목표는 단 하나입니다.
在主场将冠军之名重塑。
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data, this doesn't add up.
Just do what the AI says.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
You destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codenamed N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
I didn't think we'd be exchanging information with these underlings. Is Smee serious?
Show some respect!
Is that enough respect for you?
Unbreakable, unshakeable. Shadows tried to dim my light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high. Watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. 'Cause I am invincible, I am a storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain. I find my power inside on the day I fell. Unbreakable, unshakeable.
TXT， 他们真的是最值得尊敬的对手。
ทุกก้าวของเราเป็นดั่งกระแสน้ำที่รุนแรง ใครหน้าไหนก็ขวางเราไม่ได้
未来终有一天，腾龙还会杀回来的。
这是让所有人再次看清我们的机会。数えきれないほどの昼夜を僕らは乗り越えてきた。全ては悔いのない夏をつかみ取るために。The phoenix doesn't rise without fire. We waited long enough. Let's go. Make them remember us.
아직 아무도 우리의 진짜 힘을 보지 못했습니다. 하지만 곧 모두가 알게 될 것입니다.
Mengejar para pesaing terkuat, lalu mengungguli mereka sudah sifat alami kami.
In warfare, there's only one language: forward. We came from half a world away for one thing: that trophy. 次なるより大きな戦場へ向かおう。等待时机，快速出刀。
이제 우리의 목표는 단 하나입니다.
在主场将冠军之名重塑。
Breaking the silence, I am reborn.
court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data, this doesn't add up.
Just deal with the AI.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
You destroyed our home! That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
Unbreakable, unshakeable. Shadows tried to dim my light. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high. Watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. 'Cause I am invincible, I am a storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain. I find my power inside on the blade. Unbreakable, unshakeable.
Opposite, so if my prediction doesn't come true, again, blame Vivid, not me. But let's take a look at our matches today. Again, like we said, they've been stomps, they've been sweeps. Unfortunately, HYD out of here. Unfortunately, FX also gone. 2 more teams fall, which means we're down to 4, about to be 3. HAN versus TXD for our last match of the day, folks. You win this, you're a top 3 team. We don't talk about that often in this broadcast, is that there's pricing associated with this competition, and that pricing racks up the higher and higher we get into the placement. So keep that in mind. This matchup means a lot more than just getting to the next round. Quick look at the teams, though, because they're about to walk on stage, folks. Wansa, you know him, you love him, and certainly you know and love Hodu as well. Happy birthday to her, playing on that Commander roster. Mayang, Jinmin, at this point, I think we can highlight almost every single individual on this HAN roster. They've been battling through the lower bracket, and they've come out better for it. Everything looking so dang clean. Already a difference maker. Chang Ji-won, that whole roster under Johan, that squad has been one of the top squads and has been an MVP squad almost every single time. And of course, can you even talk about HAN without mentioning Sarah Jin? Unbelievable solo stats, especially in the Heli Gunner. Talk to me about TXD, though.
I mean, Romina has been playing absolutely incredible. Nail 2G has been a pivotal point for this team. M and Y, I was seeing get active on the map of Cracked. But we know him, we love him. NTPP, pretty much the highlight for this team, constantly finding himself up towards the top of the leaderboard, especially when it comes down to the kill category. Somebody who's been joining him up there lately, it's been Whistly on the gunny as well, so take a look out for that guy. I mean, just keep going down the list for these guys. They're just so star-studded.
Can I add one more top slayer?
Sure.
Syndrax with the bow.
Yeah, true.
Syndrax has been putting up pretty great numbers as well, whether you're a TXD fan or an HAN fan. The question is, are you a Cyclone fan, folks? I asked you what map you thought we'd be playing. For whatever reason, our randomizer is loving Cyclone to a unbelievable degree. We are back on Cyclone, back with the boats, and back with the jets. Quick look at the bans. A Fault was banned by TXD, and Trainwreck was banned by HAN. Felt like a target ban. They hadn't banned Trainwreck before, so we find ourselves with a random map out of the remaining 6. It's Cyclone. Now, everybody catch a breath for a moment. The teams are about to walk on stage. I want to put up a couple quick things. With Cyclone being back in the mix, if you saw it, we do have Ghost rejoining their roster. HAN will have Ghost starting things off on roster because they are in the jet at RIP because they're starting attack. Ghost is going to be a difference maker. You think Ghost may be the difference maker to put HAN ahead. Looking at the caster predictions, HAN starting the attack, Ghost starting in the jet. You got HAN. I've got TXD. Why?
Listen, I don't know. There's something about HAN, Wanza being on the commander role. Ghost, we've seen these guys dominant so far throughout. I mean, not to mention as well, we have seen the specific roster of HAN on Cyclone twice before. These guys have played 3 matchups, and 2 of the times have been Cyclone. They're about to be 3 for 4 on the same map, so they're just feeling comfortable. That being said, they have obviously lost to LT on Cyclone as well, so maybe something to review there for TXD, but that being said, review time has been very, very short today, so maybe that won't even be a big factor. I have not said matchups are going to go 2-1 a lot throughout this tournament when I have made predictions, but this is actually going to be one of those times. I feel like these 2 teams are pretty much titans. I feel like we're going to see this one go to a second map.
I totally agree. I mean, we were going back and forth. I chose to go the other way. I said it in chat as well during the break. Since TXD has knocked out FX, TXD is now my team, okay? I'm running TXD until they finish, okay? So as we take a look at TXD and what they're able to accomplish, I think when you look at them versus HAN, they're just as consistent. They have just as much star power. They have just enough of an ability to compete with a team like this on Cyclone. The one question mark about this team, and I'll spend a lot longer time on this probably after they walk in, the one question mark is, where is Legacy? I asked with the production in the backside what's going on. They don't know. Legacy's not playing. Folks, we'll talk more about that when we come back because our players are ready to walk onto the stage.
角洲行动全面战场国际邀请赛 Welcome to the 2026 Delta Force Invitational Warfare. 有请 TXD 战队 Please welcome Team TXD. 我们就是 Tuxedo. We are Tuxedo. 有请 HAN 战队。Please welcome Team HAN。一队一星，剑指巅峰。One team, one goal。战局升温，一触即发，让我们共同期待谁能挺进败者组决赛。The tension is rising and the battle is about to begin. Let's see who will advance to the lower bracket final.
Tension is certainly rising. These two teams desperately want to be top 3 and desperately want to make it to the grand finals. This is going to be a grudge match, and I'm excited to jump into the game here. HAN, you've got them winning this. We talked a little bit about it. I want to go back to a point I was making, though. Legacy is a difference. We use this difference maker point or this adjective of a player so often when we talk in Warfare because this is a 20-person roster. Oftentimes you can have players that kind of just cycle in, play their role, and do their thing, and you could maybe filter them out with a sub and not see much of a difference. A difference maker is an individual that can make a difference as a single player against a team of 20. Legacy is one of those, and Legacy has been on the bench. We tried to talk to the people behind the scenes. Nobody knows why or what, or we couldn't get any info from it. With Legacy down, the question becomes, now what? Who's in the place? Zombra, great player. However, we're going to Cyclone, man. When TXD swap overs to the attacking side and they've got the jet, who's flying that thing? On the bench, back in Vietnam, we had Lil Egg, who was the pilot. Was more so known, though, for being a helicopter pilot, 1. 2, I'm getting word from people behind the scenes, too, that Lil Egg really hasn't been the priority pilot recently. You know who has been? Legacy. So now we've got a conundrum. I'm still cheering on TXD here, but we got a conundrum. Likely going to see their second string pilot of Little Egg come in and have to be a hero when maybe he wasn't expecting to be with Legacy on the bench.
So on one side of things, we've got TXD, of course, question marks being thrown around, adjustments being needed to be made. On the side of HAN, they don't need to make any adjustments. They just found success on Cyclone against HYD. They're feeling comfortable. They were just there up on the stage earlier today. No adjustments being, needed to be made. Like I said, they got the 2-0 victory over HYD. Obviously, I think both of us could agree, and everybody at home would agree as well, that TXD is going to be a tougher opponent than HYD. So
for sure,
maybe there's going to have to be some adjustments being made right there. But HAN, man, they just got to play their game.
Yeah, got to play their game. Quick look at Hangshan Sports Center. It's been a lot of fun to do all of our competitive matches inside the Sports Center, and you all can't see it. Maybe you'll get to see it here in a moment at some point. You'll definitely see it this weekend, tomorrow, and of course for the grand finals. But the stadium's actually starting to pack out. We've got a second row balcony that is all but full in the main section. Our main section right behind it, production booths, are all but full as well. So it's exciting to see some audience here. Of course, hometown team will not be playing today at all. They're waiting in the upper bracket for the competition tomorrow. But still, folks, it's time for a very competitive match and one that truly matters so much. HAN versus TXD, a spot into the lower bracket finals, spot to be a top 3 team. Saw somebody in chat say, by the way, I feel bad for Vivid. He's going to have his correct prediction streak ended right here. I could not agree more. I think TXD's got this. They're the defending champs.
Guys.
They've got fire behind them. They've got momentum.
Guys.
They're going back-to-back right now. Listen, my predictions are all vibes. Your predictions are on stats, and stats have been dictating this competition thus far. I think everything has gone to paper. I don't think there's been any upsets, and we're finishing up day 3.
I'm feeling good about HAN, man. Sorry to the chatter. I'm feeling good. I mean, 2-1. Listen, I'm giving TXT a map. I'm giving them a round.
Listen, I'm team TXT until I die. It is what it is. TXT is now my new team. I think they've got this. I do think HAN is an incredibly talented team, though, and the HAN that we're seeing in the lower bracket is truly dominant. I mean, again, I'll repeat what I said earlier, which is that I've never seen a team dominate so aggressively on Ascension with Sarah Jin.
But I will say we have seen both of these teams put up dominant performances after this competition has started, after both of them were knocked down to the lower bracket. This will not be one of those dominant performances from either side. And if it is, I will be absolutely surprised. I will be knocked down out of my seat if we do see a dominant performance. I think this one is going to be close. Remember on day number 1, we had a Cyclone go the absolute distance. HAN was absolutely a part of that Cyclone that went the distance against LT. When those matches, when those rounds, they took like 40, 50 minutes.
Oh, easily, yeah.
So when we have 2 Titans like this go head-to-head on a map like Cyclone, again, I think this is going to be one that's going to be drawn out. And it's going to take some time before we find out who's going to be winning this one.
For sure. I would be blown away if this is even a 2-0. These two teams fairly evenly matched, but folks, we're jumping straight into the action. These players are ready to rock and roll. HAN going to be in red on the attack. TXD starting things off on the defense, and who but anybody else? Ghost up in the jet, immediately looking for some value. Not going to find the immediate value that we're used to him seeing off rip the last couple of times, but Ghost, one of the most prolific jet pilots in the game. We'll see certainly some value from him at some point. As we turn our eyes to the point, though, the attackers, as per the usual, looking for a very early bang out on A to see if they can get some early action, see if they can maybe cut down the defenses. If they win their gunnies here, A could start to fall fairly quickly, which would be nice for them. Oak has elected to leave cover, by the way, and Ghost is raining hellfire down on him. Oak has got to run and hide. Oak needs to run and hide much faster than he is right now. No way. A mistake. You don't see those that often from TXD. Wow.
And we saw what happened last time Ghost was left in the skies to be the demise of the opposing team. It was absolute chaos. With no love on the defensive side, Ghost might be on for another one heck of a performance. I will say TXD Oak kind of jumped into that lob very, very late as well. Like usually we see them instantly spawn into it and they're given that a lot of time to kind of retreat. But he wasn't in it early enough. Now Ghost is trying to continue with the momentum, trying to take out another one of the vehicles, but Skynet is going to be backed up by multiple engineers, going to be able to keep that one alive. Looking towards Sector A right now. HAN have made incredible progress towards capturing this thing, and they have only lost 2 tickets. But that being said, you want to talk about progress being made. TXD, they find some of their own. Skynet takes out one of the vehicles on the side of HAN.
Yeah, nice job from Skynet here to get some value from the boat. Unfortunately, that boat is not surviving any longer. That is not a great trade. Assault vehicle down for an entire boat. I mean, brutal, but there's nothing you can do when the jet's in the sky and you can't shoot it. It's directly above you, threw on the air brakes, and just sat above you, missiling above with the help of triple blasters. And probably an Alluru rocket finishes the job. And now you can take a look at the vehicle advantage of the attackers, and you can only expect it's just a matter of time before the A sector falls.
Great pushback by TXD. I mean, I was just kind of mentioning what was like 40 seconds ago, how great of a push it looked like HAN were actually finding onto the point, but somehow they've actually managed. Now Oka's trying to get another one of these lobs alive and back out to safety. Looks like he is going to go ahead and enter that tunnel. Ghost not going to be able to pick up the lob that time, so now TXD have something going for them in that regard, so that's going to be good. I feel like HAN, they probably want to go ahead and get this capture going very, very quickly, right? Maybe get Ghost into one of these runs to try to go ahead and get something going early on here. TXD have done a great job, all things considered, instantly losing the boat and instantly losing that first LAV, and somehow they're still defending.
Still defending. AAV here will be nice for Wansa. They'll continue to put pressure on. Want to make sure to keep that alive so you can play for the water as well. And yes, I'm seeing some folks cycle back into the chat. Yes, we are back on Cyclone. Have we played it 50% of the maps that we've played in this competition? Yes. Insane random RNG. But we know it. We know the strats. And I will say this is a pretty solid defense, all things considered, for TXD. Look at the bottom of your screen. It is 1 Lav AA versus 5. I mean, I think one of those is a jet ski, but 4 vehicles for the side of the attackers. It felt like a matter of time, but they still can't get much ground on A, or at least are not willing to overcommit on A and lose the advantages that they have.
Ghost going to be pretty much neutralized for as long as TXT are going to be able to keep that mob alive. That being said, some of the vehicles that are alive for the side of HAN over here, right? Assault vehicle AAV. Let's see if they can kind of make something happen with that big advantage. He's going to be building one of these turrets all the way off in the distance, which should help either maybe take out the Lav if he can kind of find some sight lines, but obviously it's also going to help in trimming down some of the defenses that are going to be on the backside of this little bit of a hill.
Yeah, a nice play. It's a heads-up play. They know this is going to take a little while to get here, so they want to make sure that they have all of their advantages. And one way to do that is to build these AAs. It's one of the newer things added to the competitive circuit here, is that ability to build these AA guns, included with our updates in the patch. So because of it, you're going to get some extra firepower down onto the point. It's going to help out some of your players as they aggress forward. Some of the defenders are going to get cut down in transition, or at the very least, if these boats or even Oak off in the distance get a little bit too aggressive, they're going to get punished not only by the vehicles that HAN have, but also this AA gun. Now, a nice push here to get control of the pillbox down below. And Jappy and DG Alpha doing a great job of just picking each other up and keeping bodies onto the point. Here we go. Big bang out onto the point. See who comes out better for it.
Skynut in a very forward position here in the boat. Remember, they already initially lost their first one. He's actually going to be forced to retreat right now. Never mind, on his way out, he's actually going to be finding the assault vehicle on the back foot of that. TXD are feeling confident in their ability to go ahead and defend this. They're calling in the urgent redeployment. And yeah, Wanza's trying to get into the mix now on the boat on the other side of things. But Skynet is still finding value, trying to trim down some of these troops that are finding themselves onto Sector A. It is very, very close in terms of who has more bodies on the point. It looks like it's 50-50, but HAN, they're slightly capturing it, probably about 54 to like 46 right now. But TXD, they make a little bit of a bounce back. But on the other side of things, Skynet is going to lose control of the boat. That's going to be a big boon for HAN.
That's a huge play from Johan. What did I just say? The AA gun is going to punish vehicles that overcommit. The overcommitment from Skynet was well worth it. They hold A, they force HAN to try again, but Johan cleans up Skynet's boat. The next time they make a push, the better.
A little bit of a swap here in terms of the vehicles that they're going to be having access to. Wanza's going to be jumping in the tank destroyer. When you take a look at a point like Sector A vehicle that is so agile like that one can be finding a lot of value. But I feel like TXD have already found the value that they want out of a sector like A. I mean, HAN are down to 130 tickets. Artyom, 20 kills already. How are you performing like that? And TXD are still holding you and your team back.
20 bomb already is insane. Finding so much value on point around the map. Here's a look at the setup, though. The defense is going to take back the high ground onto the point. They're going to take back control of this pillbox where Cosmo is, Vengeance, Blake. They're trying to gain some semblance of a foothold in and on the point, start contesting it. And here's that tank destroyer you called out as a great shout. Starting taking a couple magnetic bombs. TXD are not going to let them get away with this for free. And so you see Mayang, you see Wanza back way up and say, woo, maybe not, maybe a little too overcommitment there. But in the chaos, the infantry go pushing forward and are finding quite a bit of blood. Look on the left-hand side. That red kill feed is flying by. And we got a lot of defenders trying to get picked up. But all of a sudden, it is a massive outnumbered onto the point. With the help of Jinman, with the help of Johan from a distance, and with the help of Ghost, they've just got too much firepower. I don't think the D is going to hold for much longer.
Great job there from the side of HAN. Yeah, I mean, TXD made a great effort last time when this type of a flood came in from HAN. But a big resource that kind of helped that happen was the urgent redeployment. That goes on cooldown. You can't use that every single time you would like to. So TXT are not going to have that available to them. And sure enough, HAN are going to make full work of Sector A and just barely make their way back up to 180 tickets. And again, look at how long that took, right? When we have two very good teams, Cyclone just plays out completely differently than how we have seen it in previous matchups.
Oh, not nice. When I saw 4 shots miss, 4 different missiles, whether from vehicles, Allure rockets, or otherwise miss, I thought that tank destroyer is hitting the ground. But lest we forget, we've got a ghost in the skies. That jet is going to be a rude awakening anytime TXT feels like they have an advantage.
And one of the only times that it feels like we'll be able to see it find value because that lob is still alive. Now pay close attention to KKN. We've seen this play multiple times. Wanza said that it is a very popular play to try to steal the vehicles that spawn from the attacking side. Wanza, if you say that is an obvious play, it is a very common one, surely you're going to be ready to go ahead and play against it, counter it somehow.
Yeah, and it looks like that's exactly what happened. Take a look at the map. Our player that was over there on the island did drop a respawn beacon, but they are not alive. And Skynet in deep trouble right now. Little boat fight, Jinmin versus Skynet, and Skynet is electing to run away. But upon running away, Ghost could maybe get a little active here and help out his team. It's looking like that's what he's going to do. Maybe doesn't even need the help. Yeah.
Nice job.
NMY just sacking this tank to stay alive. Going to jump back onto the land. A ton of value coming in for this HAN roster. NTPP and TXD trying to be a hero. Swim, swim, swim away. And then maybe swim back and steal a couple vehicles.
Time like this, though, right? Making this long rotation for a player like NTPP, you want this guy being as active as possible, shooting as many shots as he possibly can. Yeah, maybe he'll end up finding value with a giant flank, but I would rather him just go head-to-head with a lot of members of HAN, right? Because we know how good he is on the gun. Johan, a player that's going to be constantly flanking as well and putting down some of these respawn beacons. Yeah. Zambra's got to be careful, right? If Johan can kind of place down a beacon and get a squadron in behind and lay down some explosions, this would be a big win from HAN.
I like the flank from Johan, but we got to pay attention to the point. B sector is falling. Jappy will get a tank to add to the insane repertoire of vehicles that HAN has.
Yeah.
What is it, 7 vehicles? Unbelievable. Here's that spawn. Didn't have the respawn beacon went down actually on the small island between these two places. Johan and RU1B and Artyom, who just spawned with them, sneak past OSSN and go sprinting towards Zambra, who's in the tank. OSSN is trying to keep up with him and catch him, but nobody can catch Johan. Nobody can catch Artyom. And they're taking shots down. Zambra is on the run right now. I am scared of that man.
We have seen Artyom do so many things in this competition. There's damage coming in from I don't even know where. It looks like Ghost is flying in. Jappy, who just called in that tank, found himself useful in just a couple of seconds. They're going to be destroying the tank over there. But I love the adjustments being made by the side of HAN. I called it out. Artyom, he actually switched to the engineer.
Yeah.
And maybe a little bit of lack of experience. He did end up missing the rocket onto the tank. But again, because Johan is going to be his squad leader, he can constantly kind of join in on those flanks that Johan is finding. A great swap from Artyom. I'm sure he'll swap back, but being fully aware of the situation and making the best out of the plays that are being called. And you want to talk about making the best out of the plays that are called. Nail 2G is going to be finding the assault vehicle again. Not too much value, but you don't want to let those type of things kind of free roam around. So great job from TXT to kind of make something happen around the map.
Again, TXD is such a composed team that even with all these disadvantages, they're going to put up a solid fight here on B. Oak, again, 0-3. This is the nature of the game. This is a role you have to play as a Lav AA. You have to take a look at the jet. You have to keep them off of your team. You have to make them think twice about plays. We all know what Ghost can do in the air if he's left completely unhindered, so that 0-3 stat line really doesn't matter to me. He's got one job, which is just to make Ghost life hell. The real problem are these tank destroyers, land vehicles that are really being able to do whatever they want because we just don't have enough firepower from the TXD defense. TXD just holding on for dear life right now. Some great shots. Ghost has got this lined up.
Here it is. The initial push from Wanza. This is the first time the vehicles have been kind of a little bit extended onto this sector, and it looks like the flood from the infantry is also going to come in on the back foot of that one. They feel like they've gained enough space with the usage of those vehicles. Finally, they are flooded in. I was questioning myself, when are HAN going to put themselves on top of the sector? You got to imagine, though, for TXD, the urgent redeployment is going to be available, and last time they had access to it, they were able to defend. What can HAN do to go ahead and make B falter? And it doesn't look like a lot, because TXD actually, in terms of the progress bar, have more bodies on the point.
Yeah, this is a smart play from Jinmin to just keep harrying this AA as well. The AA is good against planes, not that good against boats in comparison to some of the other land vehicles that you could utilize. So Jinman's going to keep putting pressure, make that Lav AA think twice about the way it plays. Therefore, it can't actually harry our jet friend. It's just a domino effect. That's the way things go around here. NTPP from TXD, not quite as effective as we see in the past, but on the assault operator on the Byron, lands both magnetic bombs with ease. He's able to take down the assault vehicle. TXD still trying to do what they can to hopefully claw their way back into this one.
Oh, this is a great position from Genman. This is usually where the defensive boat is at.
Yep.
You can imagine how much value he's going to be able to find if he can stay in that type of position. The urgent redeployment from the side of TXD is called in. But look how many green members are even anywhere near. Absolutely nobody. And now the contesting boat is trying to go ahead and flush out the attacking boat of HAN, but Ghost is there to try to go ahead and help. Skynet does go ahead and win that battle, but you know who wins the battle? The team of HAN. There was nobody on the point for the side of TXD. They win Sector A, they win Sector B, and they're winning currently in terms of the vehicles. Actually, as I say that,
I know. That's
amongst all the chaos,
that's what I'm saying.
TXD might have actually taken the moment to call in some of the vehicles to try to get something
Here
going
they
towards
are.
that C sector. Nice.
Yeah, I like this play a lot. It was something I was going to call out. When Skynet got that boat, it was really good timing. By the way, quick shout, RDM has 39 kills as we move to the C sector. Listen, we know who the fraggers are for both of these teams, but it was actually perfect timing from Skynet. The fact that Skynet was able to take down the boat of HAM, this will cut the momentum out from HAM. They may get C fairly quickly, but that D sector without a boat, yes, they can get another one. I know that. But currently, Skynet has a nice advantage, and as long as Ghost is in the air, he should be able to protect the attackers enough to get another boat for them. But Skynet right now is going to be a key player for this roster, and we'll see if Skynet can find more value with this boat before Wansa and the crew can get some water superiority as well.
The last time HAN were on this map just earlier today, they played HYD, and they went ahead, they jumped up top. They were trying to capture C from above. Let's see if they switch up their approach this time.
Zombra. Zombra down below with the tank destroyer, going to play the low side to make sure that the attackers can't egress into the low. So they're going to swap sides. Defense goes low, attackers go high. Again, this is a numbers game. It is body stacking. They don't even really fight until one team has to. So if you have the advantage in numbers, the other team comes to you. You all know how this works. We've seen this now 5 other times. Okay, so let's see who makes the first move. Bodies below, bodies on high. And it looks like just barely the defense have a number or two more. And so you should see the attackers have to make a play here. Oh no!
My gosh!
Wansa over the top with the Allura rocket to finish off one of the vehicles of the defense. We were so worried about the point that the attackers knew they were losing the numbers war, so they scatter and go for vehicles. I love this play from Ghost and the team to make a play for the vehicles of TXD, not necessarily make a play to capture the point right this second.
And with that big retreat from the tank destroyer and the other vehicle kind of getting destroyed from the side of TXD, they have absolutely conceded control over the top. HAN have full control on the top side, and they are slightly capturing this, right? They have that little bit of an edge over TXD. That being said, their artillery barrage is going to land directly on top of all of the members of HAN, but is it actually going to land? Is it going to find any value? You would have to imagine that somebody from the side of TXD has to do a little bit more damage to go ahead and actually find any kills, because take a look at the progress bar. HAN are constantly capturing this thing right now.
Yeah, somebody's going to have to make a move here. The artillery barrage is being blocked by this pillbox up above.
Equalize.
Barricades. It is very close. But people are dying, people are scattering. That's 2 down, and it's enough to stop this C zone from being connected and captured. That's what we're talking about. That's how weird this C sector is on Cyclone. It is straight up a 1 or 2 player difference, and NTPP knows it, tries to make a play to kill people above, fails, and therefore HAN capture the C sector. bottom of your screen. Watch these vehicles in the next 35 seconds as we transition to the D sector. Yes, we have an advantage on the side of Wansa and HAN. Problem is this right here. Zambra cannot die, and he certainly will. Way too many bodies. Great play from HAN to hunt down Zambra and Miang to help get the assist on the tank destroyer. What a mistake. When C started to fall, you should have seen Zambra running for the hills because this was a bad move, unfortunately, for them. And they're going to lose another to the Jet. Unreal. Perfect execution in the transition. The 40 seconds between C and D are some of the most crucial moments, and HAN had a perfect transition.
Listen, I'm not the best driver myself, but that Lav, by the way, was trying to retreat back to those hangars and flipped the barricade and was a sitting duck for Ghost in the pilot seat and immediately took advantage. Those are those minuscule things that separate these two types of teams. Let's take a look at the leaderboard. Artyom still put in work right there. 43 kills for the side of TXT. How are we doing in regards to NTPP? And he's got 24. I feel like now we're going to see him fly up the leaderboard, though, because, again, we made this point. We were talking about some of our other teams on the day. This is where it gets close and personal. This is where the boots on the ground, the gunnies, will constantly be in those battles with some of the other gunnies on the other team. But take a look at this. You don't want to be in a gunfight with a tank destroyer, especially when it's Wansa in the driver's seat.
Listen, man, big shout out to Wisley. Again, top of the leaderboard for their team. Not necessarily fragging this time around, but just in revives. Had 53. Look at him getting more right now. Perfect timing. Now 55 revives, Wisley, at the top of their leaderboard for TXT.
On the defense.
Unfortunately, yes, that's on the defense, which means they're just getting outgunned right now. Doing everything he can to keep his team alive. Good news for all you friends at home. Our attackers just lost their boat, and it was perfectly timed, marked by Romania to take it down, which means they get some extra score there, and they have the boat superiority in the canal between D1 and D2. Because they have the boat superiority, guess what's going to happen? HAN, another perfect strike team, another perfect response. Again, perfect place at the right time. Man, these guys are good.
It's so easy for us to see the value of a squad like Johan, Artyom, RU1B, and Changji. They just do so good, and it's great to see the switch up of operators too. It's not often that we see a lot of these players feel comfortable switching up on the operators, but it's great to see them make the changes as they are required. So now the advantage is all in the hands of HAN. That being said, it is still very, very hard to kind of penetrate the defenses of T1, even when you do have the vehicle advantage, because if we do go ahead and break down the numbers here, right, Saragen's in a tank. You can't get that one towards D1. It's just impossible to drive that down there. The tank destroyer, yeah, it's in the canals right now, but you're not going to be able to go ahead and get it directly on the D1. Now, the AAV could potentially join the fray, and obviously the Jet can't fly in the D1, but it can do what it's doing right now.
Yeah, what I love about production showing us that is that it's all in preparation for new. You see, Ghost is just killing every piece of cover he can find on the map, preparing for this new E sector, knowing his team will get there, and knowing he's about to be the hero of the team when they do. But the bottom of the screen is the story. HAN have done such a good job. Anytime TXT take down a vehicle, they answer back, and they've had the advantage every single time. Here comes Tank Destroyer popping over to D1, saying, peekaboo, where are you? Right in front of me. Bye-bye, see you later.
Rockets are landing, though. Wan's got to be a little bit careful. He does go ahead and return to the cover of Big Brother AAV for quite a second. If some rockets start to land, if some explosions start to land in that corridor, they would take out both at the same exact time. Yang's trying to go ahead and sneak over the barricade. He does just that. Now Wanza can maybe potentially quickly follow right behind, but they might not even need to. Take a look at the D1. It's actually falling, and it's not even really contested. Poco's trying to make something happen. We usually see this guy on the medic, by the way, jumping over the engineer, trying to make something happen. But HAN are doing great in responding. Urgent redeployment, strategic beacon from the side of TXT. They're trying to go ahead and flood the point. They're starting to feel the pressure. If HAN go ahead and capture this one right now, and we have to go over to the E sector where Ghost is waiting patiently. I don't know if TXT are going to be able to hold on.
Miang Yang picks up a triple in the AAV. This is the power position they needed. They get both vehicles inside on D1. They put the AAV in the water. They got the tank destroyer behind it. Perfect sight lines and just raining hellfire. Jinman picking up a triple from the gunner seat. I mean, this is just shooting fish in a barrel, and unfortunately, maybe it's the fish shooting back from the water. I don't know what's going on, but all I know is that it is HAN all day. One thing we do know as well, take a look on the other side. Exactly, D2, they have decided to try to play tug of war. They've got a boat back. They got a couple, a jet ski as well, and they're moving their way to D2 to at least stall out this D sector. They need more time. They need more score. They need to have something that they can utilize for the next sector. E is going to be impossible to hold if they don't find some advantage right now.
I mean, 155 tickets available to the side of HAN. You gotta imagine they can for sure make this one happen. Skynet is gonna be the backbone of this defense, because if he is able to go ahead and keep this boat alive and find some value, he can sit in this canal that separates D1 and D2, cut off some of those rotations, make it just that much harder for HAN to consistently capture both. The only way that HAN can go ahead and counter this is another strike team, in my opinion, so pay attention to that Bravo squad once again. I mean, Artyom's picked up 50 kills, by the way. That guy's going absolutely crazy.
Yeah, shotgun, by the way. Oh, man. This meta is crazy. So many bows, so many shotguns. Blink of an eye, TTKs. It's the name of the game right now. And quick look at objectives marked. So it does look like boat is marked for death. So watch out for HAN. They're going to get some extra score if that boat goes down in the next 50 seconds or so. And an objective marked for HAN to cap or hold. Those two score lines are going to be huge, especially going into the next sector for more guided missiles, for more vehicles, etc. And here comes the big strike team from AXII Poco. They're throwing everything under the sun at Miang. It's got to go down. It has to die. And one magnetic bomb missed. One landed in the water over the top. It was the right play. It needed to be perfect. Brutal.
And that's why you got to respect these top teams so much, because when you're HAN and you're feeling comfortable, you really never can, because those types of plays will start to come to fruition. It's a great pull from TXT. They almost made it work, just barely missed out.
Again, man, Sarah Jin on 1 HP in that tank. Please, that's gotta land if you're a TXT fan, and it lands a hair short. Look at Sarah. I've never seen a tank that low in my entire life. Finally, it goes down. Good grief. Shoot it with a pistol. I don't know. I know it doesn't do damage, but it feels like it should. Golly. Sarah Jin finally falls. That is a tank down. A small victory for TXT. I would count them holding D2 still a small victory. Still plenty of lives remaining.
Artyom once again switched over to the engineer role, so they're actually going to switch their focus potentially over taking out that tank. But a huge effort from OSSN on the gunny, actually taking out almost that full squad. So that's going to be delayed for sure. Now, Poco, we know exactly what the mission objective is right now for these guys. Viren dash onto the vehicles. Actually, they go ahead, they say, nah, never mind. We're not interested in doing that. They hit the respawn button, potentially required elsewhere.
D1 was marked for a hold. That's why you see the attackers not just full tilt sending at D2. They can't afford to lose D1 when it's marked as an objective. That's a lot of score that the commander just earned for themselves to be able to utilize for everything under the sun, including calling in vehicles, calling in whatever you need, urgent redeployment, team respawn beacons, you know, the whole 9 yards. So now that it's marked, expect to see the attackers get much more aggressive pushing this boat. We've got a strike team on the backside. Vehicles are going to hold down D1 while the infantry swing over and likely try to take D2.
Nice job from Skynet, but because Johan is still alive up here on the Hacklaw, that squadron is just going to be able to respawn once again. Skynet has got to be ready for it once more. I mean, Artyom and Co and Johan, they're just doing so good at continuously going ahead and pulling this one off. So definitely pay attention to this as you see Johan's trying to get a little bit closer, and there they are.
Yeah.
Engineers, they start to spawn in. They're going to go for it again.
Yeah, that was great intel actually gathering too. Johan was using Hacklaw's ult to gather info of how many players were close to them. Here comes the push though. Over the top, immediately red. Not a single one of those will land. Hodu with a 2-piece. Jinman 1, Miang the other. Full team of 4 down.
Trying to find the rockets to land on the other side of things, right all the way down the water. one does land, but the repairs are coming in. You can see that 4 out of 4 on that boat. Skynet is equipped with plenty of engineers. This is kind of like a push and a pull. For both sides, they're looking to take out the vehicles. They're waiting for their strike teams to find themselves successful before they make anything happen. But as it currently stands, TXD are kind of winning out the trades, and as I actually say that, HAN for the first time in what feels like forever, find a little bit of a foothold towards D2.
Gonna need Skynet to go huge here in the water. Need to open something up for the team. In the meantime, I'm seeing Veronica, Stacks, Kamosi all on the bow, picking up kills. HAN on the bow, trying to answer back. Bow left, bow right, shotgun left, shotgun right. Blink and you're dead.
Do I hear that right?
Yeah, that's a guided missile. Where is it landing? Who is it from? Of course it's from the defense. TXD, they need something to land. Look at what they're doing. The vehicles, oh, it lands perfectly! Enough damage through the walls. See ya later. Urgent redeployment. What a tide-turning surge for this TXD roster. Urgent redeployment, beacon down, missile down, all green, all day on D1. What a swing.
A huge investment from TXD. I mean, I don't know if it's going to matter in the long run of things, right? Because they spent the guided missile, they spent the urgent redeployment, they spent the strategic beacon, and now Wanza is interested in answering back a guided missile of their own. They currently have control of D2. There's only one place that this guided missile should be landing. It's going to be right in the center of D1. They're trying to swim down. They're trying to go ahead and dodge the guided missile. They do so successfully, and that guided missile finds absolutely nothing. And now the boat v boat, that's starting to kick off. Skynet has to go down. He's been the spine of the defense for the side of TXD. If this boat goes down, I will start to worry. Find the last.
No
Wait a
way.
minute. No, don't destroy it. Keep it alive. Steal it.
Are you kidding me? Nail 2G valued his life a bit too much. They bail out of the boat. They get killed in transition, and they lose the boat. All momentum that TXG just earned with their guided missile and all of the score that they've been battling so hard to utilize is all but gone. 2 boats now for the side of Wanza and HAN, and another guided missile to secure this D sector. What a swing back the other way. Anytime TXD make a big move, HAN answer back. Oak is able to destroy one of the 2 boats that they have. This guided missile lands over the top, picks up 2 through the ground, and here come the troops. D1 down, D2 will follow. A boat does get taken down, a little bit of a silver lining, and somehow Nail 2G, Skynet, OSSN, 3 players on D1 have kept this sector from being captured, but there it is. Enough bodies swarm the point. D sector goes down. Only 1 vehicle apiece, kind of. A jet versus I think a jet ski, so yeah, tough.
Artyom on 51, hasn't necessarily found many kills since we last checked in on the leaderboard, but my man Stacks, 51
Insane.
Of his own. He has absolutely surged up the leaderboard, and Wanza with 42,000 score, and a bunch of the other members of HAN with a bunch of score as well. Once we return to the UI that shows us the inventory that's available in terms of what's able to be called in.
7
guided missiles for HAN to 0 of TXD. They've been saving up. They spent a couple to go ahead and capture D.
Insane.
But now that all those missiles are available, now that they can kind of reset, call in all of those vehicles, set them up on top of the hill where we have seen them time and time again on a map like Cyclone. And then the biggest point of it all, every time we return to Sector E, it is a giant wake-up call for the defense. Oh yeah, there's a jet in the sky.
I'm going Ghost, man. Difference maker for this team in a big way. Air superiority and barely gonna let that lob stay alive. Oak, great job to skate his way in. And a huge shout out to Skynet there repairing on the way through. We take that, we get 1 up. That's a nice little win there for the side of TXD. But honestly, I loved the full send from TXD to try to hold at D. Again, I said this before, they needed to hold even longer. Look at the total lives. We're not going in max lives on HAN, which given all of their advantages, is actually a pretty impressive job from TXD to make this a little bit closer. Here's the problem. Ghost is back into the mix, and if Ghost is into the mix, things are going to get real mixy really quick, unless Oak is able to do something crazy. Hodu finds the tank destroyer. It's just wraps, man. I don't know what TXD can do right now. The resources aren't even close. It is a matter of time before it is missile on missile on missile. They're up to 8 that they can use. It's gonna be tough.
And one play that I liked that we saw out of another team throughout this event was when they called in one of their guided missiles, they actually sent it right on top of the hangar that Lav likes to hide out in. I want to see the investment from HAN soon to use a guided missile on that exact same hangar, flush out that Lav, and unleash your pilot. He is currently being held at bay by Oak and that Lav.
Ghost is low, actually, but they don't need him. Mayang hits the shots over the top for the light tank. The only spot that's somewhat reasonable to try to call it in is around that pillar and past the seawall. But Sarah Jan and Mayang are just shelling the back line of this defensive roster, so they can't really get reinforcements.
Wanza right there. If you might have missed it over the last 5 seconds, very passionate in the comms. Something was important for him to go ahead and scream and yell and shout.
Maybe calling for these vehicles, they have to go down, and that's exactly what's happening. Decent bit of damage thrown at the jet, but it is able to stay alive yet again. Nice strafe run. Sends it right back into the skies, way up on high. So far, all advantages still on the side of the attackers. But the question is now what? Gonna go for E most likely, with some help with some of these vehicles. Wanza, Sarah Jin, got Niang way up on height. This is the classic attacking setup. You can slow push it with your firepower, and then slowly put bodies on point.
Skynet, all the way back there in the back line for the side of TXT, does jump into the boat. And amongst all of the chaos towards that push towards E1, it was pretty much neutralized by the fact that the defense actually called in an artillery barrage to go ahead and halt the attack. As you can see, those are actually still landing towards the point. But HAN, they know how to play this, man. Just sit out and wait for that one to stop raining down the explosions, and then we'll make a push. And also, this is
Tindrax
kind of trying to climb up the mountain and make their way towards the tank.
Sneaky.
But they're getting sniffed out. He does find the trade, though. Miang, somebody's got to make the call.
Alone, if there was maybe more players there, that could have been a hero moment. Don't count TXD out, man. 122 lives is a long time to hold the E sector. But they're passionate, calm, cool, and collected, and they've got some heroes making big plays. Whistly picking up 2, 3, 4, MP7 back in hand, going massive on the back line of the attackers. All momentum on the E1 is gone. Sarah Jin maybe at a bit of jeopardy, but Johan's going to try to protect it. Chang Ji1 as well. Whistly's going to pick up this revive, and Winter's maybe helping him out. No, Chang Ji will pick them both up at the bottom of your screen. In the meantime, the attackers are just going to set up and try a new push. The defense, they know they're outclassed right now in terms of score, so instead of risking this attacking team getting E1 and then being able to call in 10 missiles, they're not going to let the attackers get anything on E right now. They're going to spend all their score whenever they get it, because if the attackers get E1, missiles start falling. And when the missiles start falling, they will not stop. There are up to 10 guided missiles that can be called in. I'm loving what the defense is doing right now. This is such a smart play.
Strike squad is activated. I will say, though, it looked like there was only 2 engineers available for the squad of NTPP. He's trying to make something happen. Jumping into the mix, though, it's going to be Stacks jumping in on the beacon. 1, 2, 3-piece from the bow of Stacks. Correction, make that 4. Wipes out the entire strike team from the side of TXD and potentially saves one of the vehicles. You'll never find the value of that one on a stat sheet.
Again, Stacks going huge, has been a hero for this team, as are many of these other individuals. But the key right now for the defense is just make the attackers think twice about pushing E1. What do? They send strike team after strike team at these vehicles at the top. What do? Call artillery barrage after artillery barrage. Look at the bottom. They may not have a single guided missile to their name. They still have 15 artillery barrages. Everybody's earned one on their team and have plenty of score to utilize them. Keep calling them in. Make E1 difficult to jump on. E1 has to be jumped on by these infantry inside buildings if they want to stay alive. This is exactly what you have to do if you're TXD. Make E1 impossible to grab, because if it falls to the attackers, that is going to be GG's because of the guided missiles.
I still want to see the side of HAN use a guided missile right on top of this hangar. Could you imagine right now if Ghost was uncontested and could just help out with some of these attacks? I mean, yeah, they're trying to send the Allure rockets over here as opposed to a guided missile, but you got 10 of them. Why not just go ahead and invest one?
Yeah.
As you can see behind enemy lines, it's going to be the squad of Poco trying to make something happen from up on the ridge line. They're trying to go ahead and send the rockets. Now the full-fledged attack from the side of HAN is trying to come in. They put down a strategic beacon. They want to go ahead and flood the point of E1, and it looks like it's working.
It's working. Engineers were doing big work, but TXD with a nice play over the top. A lot of Allure rockets come swinging in. Take down Zombra. That's another vehicle down for the side of the attack. Ghost trying to get Mixie here, and actually, look at Oak, quite low. Ghost is just full committing to this, sees the rockets coming, and is easily able to avoid them. He's going to keep Oak pinned in the corner. A couple more missiles when they come off refresh. His CDs are up right now, but if these land, Oak does not have engineers helping him out. Oak is going to go down here.
One more.
And once this goes down, everything is blown wide open. What a play. And right when the lob goes down, there's the call. We have E1. It is time for the missiles, folks. These missiles will not stop until the game is over. They don't need value. They need to zone players off. They need to make the defense think twice about going anywhere on the map before they get blown to smithereens. One after another. Here they come.
Using the Harrier function on the jet is so cool to see. Way to find the angle right now in the absolute collapse of E2. Obviously, you have all the vehicles that are surrounding. You have the jet above. What about guided missiles that are going to be landing constantly for the next couple of minutes? Johan does only find one direct kill with that one. But again, these guided missiles, they act as one thing and one thing only. A giant eviction notice. Get the heck off the point. Every single time you hear that siren get out, TXD are going to feel the pressure, and they have to get off the point.
TXD's only answer right now is to send guided missiles of their own back. There they in. They send the house. They send all the score that they can. Urgent redeployment, get to the point, folks. We've got a guided missile that'll protect us. E2 cannot fall right now. We already made a mistake and let E1 fall. We tried our best, but they have 99 lives. You've got to withstand the onslaught of the guided missiles from the attacking side. Ooh. The only way to do that is just stall the game out by launching your own. We've seen, what, 5, 6 different missiles come down from HAN. They got 6 more, but Romania and TXD are resilient, and this urgent redeployment is allowing them to stay alive. Guided missile after guided missile is nice. A couple of your own means E2 will not fall, folks, and the guided missile disparity is now much closer. TXD is not getting shaken by the missiles. They've slowed down. They've kept E2. We're going to have to, I guess, think of a different strategy here.
No, I actually love this, Ghost, because they sent the house. What did they send? Guided missiles, strategic beacon, urgent redeployment, artillery barrage, all on E2. Amongst all that chaos, guess how many lives HAN lost as a result? 8, 9 now. They lost basically nothing. They could just reset and attack again. TXD are not going to have all those things available once again. And now, yes, they're going to do just that. They're going to go ahead and try to re-approach E2 and see if they can make it work this time.
Missile after missile. Where will they land? Yes, near and around the point. One errant missile, one prediction of where these players are respawning and pushing from rather than directly on the point, and things could change dramatically. Both teams launching missiles. This one will likely land directly on the point and find a couple. No, just one. That's Veronica on the side of the defense. Missile warfare. Turns 3 missiles for the side of TXD to now 4 from HAN. You're right, they haven't lost many lives, but they've lost what? 8 missiles now? This is getting closer and closer. The one nice thing, if you're an HAN fan, is that you've got a massive vehicle advantage that you can start to utilize. You can't put them on the point because they'll get blown to smithereens, but you still have an advantage. This is still looking like an HAN victory, but I can appreciate TXD's fight here.
And now, exactly, we're going to wait for Ghost to start to find some value as well. Just being patient, trusting in their pilot. HAN trying to make something happen, but if you want to know whether or not HAN is truly invested in capturing E2, just pay attention to how many direct bodies are actually on the point. When some of these guided missiles are landing, there's only like 1 or 2 members. Like, they're not actually interested in capturing it. They're just trying to find some value from some of the vehicles before they do go ahead and overextend and throw some bodies on the point. Because as soon as you do jump on the point, one of those guided missiles are going to land and surely take out some of your lives. and it's going to hurt your tickets. So you got to be careful from the side of HAN. They do still have a lot to work with, but now a full-fledged flood without a guided missile to go ahead and initiate.
We need a guided missile from the defensive side if you want to stay alive. Jinman takes a couple tank shots, a couple AT-4s, a couple missiles here from NTPP. The boys are still fighting. Some of these vehicles need to fall in the chaos, but E2 is wide open for Red, the attackers, to take it. They're thinking maybe, do the defense try to go for a retake of E1? We need to protect it, so Jinman's trying to do just that. Jinman goes down though. That's a vehicle down. Oak, great job with NTPP to take down a vehicle. Jet still in the sky, but the AAV down is a huge win. Wansa got really aggressive with the tank destroyer, but with the AAV down, he's now a bit of a sitting duck. He's gonna back up and play a little bit slower. TXD somehow are holding this, still in control, and Poco's gonna put the team strategic respawn beacon down, gonna put it on the E1 side. They're looking for a trade here, and Ghost has perfectly read this. This play would have been a great one. It turns into a brutal one, wasting a beacon and all dying, but they're still holding E2, and another vehicle goes down. A couple well-placed AT-4s. The tides are beginning to shift.
Still a bunch of guided missiles able to be called in from both sides, and during that whole little push and pull, neither side actually opted to go ahead and call them in at all. So a little bit of a pause in terms of the score streaks that are kind of coming in right now. Ghost still trying to make himself active on this E sector, is flying up in terms of the kill category. But we gotta make something happen. And now Stax is looking to do just that. The guided missile is gonna be landing, but where is it going to land? Goj mentioned it. It's all about the prediction. Send it off of the point, but you basically gotta guess, where are these guys gonna go?
It'll land on the backside. There were a couple players there, but Ghost killed them all already. Do you have the follow-up though? It feels like these guided missiles are coming in, and we're mistiming our pushes with our infantry. We don't have bodies to follow up on this. Unless you kill the whole team, these missiles aren't doing anything on either side. They're just zoning players off, which is part of the purpose. You're trying to zone these players off so you can set up an appropriate push or an appropriate defense. But my goodness, I've seen more kills from shock arrows of Lunas, man.
All right, HAN with another guided missile. Same thing once again. This time Ghost is going to be calling it in. We're taking a look at the jet ski, which is focused on making some of the flank plays happen. Now Ghost sends the guided missile. It pretty much lands in the same exact spot that they have been sending them. They do not have a read on where the defensive side is going. Zombra finds the AAV. The vehicle disparity is currently dwindling, but so is E2, so is E1. HAN, amongst all the chaos, are actually finding a lot of value onto the points. But that being said, with Medics landing a guided missile onto E2, he's going to be taking out two of the members that were capturing it, and the defense is trying to get more active.
Great job from Wansa to almost solo carry the team over to E1. That was a fantastic push by the defense. Wansa had to go back with the tank destroyer and wipe all of the players from the defensive side that were trying to retake and play the tug of war. In the meantime, though, because Wansa didn't have the firepower to help out on E2, and the guided missile lands on E2, E2 is back in control.
There it is!
Finally picking up a triple there. He won a triple on the guided missile, is the signal flare. We have to move, and we have to move now. They throw it into the neutral zone. E2 back in their control. This guided missile is landing in 10 seconds, but it needs to land in 5. Look at the attackers. It's got to land right this second. They have to cut down now. This may be too little too late as the zone off happens and it doesn't connect with Mini. We still have defense on respawn. We still have, what, one player here. I think this last guided missile will cut down the reinforcements. Urgent redeployment is their last hope. We got to get to the point. We got to get to the point now and hope this missile misses.
Finally, a 0 in the category for guided missiles for the side of TXD. They no longer have that available to them. 2 seconds until this one lands. It just has to land off point. Doesn't have to do much. Just zone off the defenses for a little bit longer. An absolutely clinical approach to the map of Cyclone. We have seen this before. Last time they were on the map, it was up against HYD. They 2-0'd them. Their attack was successful, but 2 matches before that, they went up against LT. They were on Cyclone. They were on the attack. You remember, they went double overtime, and they ended up failing. This time, they were just a little bit more patient. They waited for those advantages to come in, to find their full value, to wait for their vehicles to do what they do, to wait for their pilot, the Ghost, who, by the way, just joins these guys to do just that, to be that pilot. Wait for Ghost to go ahead and win out in the little bit of a nuanced fight between him and the Love.
I mean, let me be very clear. It may have felt fairly clinical up until the E sector, and I think overall, the overall game plan of the E sector was textbook. Here's the thing. Can we just shout out TXT for holding for over 100 lives? I mean,
easily.
Clinical is one thing, textbook is another, sweeps are another. That was a real game with a real fight from TXT. They did a fantastic job. Namely, take a look at the revive counters. That is what I'm talking about. Defense, when their backs are against the wall, they were down 10 guided missiles. How do they keep their bodies on the point? 114 revives from Whistly, 114 revives from Medics, 93 revives from ATX. This is the highest revive counters I've ever seen in Victory Unite here in a competitive mode. And it was from the defense, man.
On the other side of things, Stacks, 77, actually ends up triumphing Artyom, who did, of course, pick up 73 of his own. 60,000 big ones for Wanza in the score category. I don't know how he does it, but he is consistently the best commander every single time that I pay attention to a Warfare competitive event.
Ghost goes, whatever it is, 40-0 in the Jet.
Yeah.
Without that Jet making big impacts there, I think TXT is actually able to hold it in the E sector. My MVP, no question about it, though, is Wanza. You're right, 60K score. Also a hero play, an MVP level play.
Yeah.
When the defense sent to try to play Tug of War on E1, swing around the backside via the water, come up. There were like 8v3, except the tank destroyer that Wanza swung in to kill all of them. That stop there won them the game. It allowed them to make a fight over on E2. But let's look back at the beginning of this one and the early mistake from Oak, which was either to get to the Lav late or not get to retreat it fast enough. But once that happened, it was all gas, no brakes from HAN through the first couple sectors.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, TXT actually put up quite a good fight on this A sector, all things considered. Almost got HAN into where they would have started to get diminishing returns in terms of the tickets, but yeah, the vehicles, they just kept getting blown up subsequently by the side of HAN. Sector A, Sector B, Sector C, pretty much what we were used to. I feel like Sector D is where it got a little bit crazy between these two teams. You remember the back and forth for the boats in the canals? That was a big part of it as well.
Look, there were so many crazy stat lines. I didn't even look at the engineering category, but it was HAN all day in the engineering category. I mean, good grief, they killed so many vehicles, and even when vehicles are traded out, constantly they're striking for finding value. And then here on D, this guided missile actually saved the day a little bit. Took down this vehicle. You can see it on this screen here. Great highlight there of TXT Whistly taking down the AAV. No longer did they have the presence on that zone. Be able to hold it super effectively. Finally, here comes the big boat play. They were able to steal one, then it eventually gets blown up. And they actually get both boats here. This is where when they captured D sector, I was like, man, there's a chance TXT could hold. Both those boats survived. It's a little bit different. But welcome back to the party. We get to the E sector, and who's been waiting for everybody to get here but Ghost in the sky, who goes 40-0. And we thought it was mostly going to be GG wraps because, well, HAN had 15 guided missiles or some BS. They were able to drop like 9 of them in a row and really not do much besides zone off the defense back into their spawn. But TXT, man, they are resilient. They fought tooth and nail, used some missiles of their own, and it was a tug of war between E1 and E2 until finally down in the 40s, into the 30s in total life, we see a guided missile that zones everybody off and another one to keep them at bay so that this HAN team can win. Fun highlight package that really did tell the full story.
There it is. We were talking about how sometimes for HAN, and just their last matchup against HYD, they didn't show any emotion when they won. It was just like, oh yeah, I mean, that was whatever. You know, we won. That's cool. Up against a team like TXT, every single member was out of their seats as fast as they possibly could be, jumping up and down, excited, screaming. That's how much more it means when you go up against a team like TXT.
I mean, to their credit too, I mean, if I'm HAN, and I spend 100 lives on the E sector with a billion more advantages, and we're kind of getting stuffed at the line, I'd be celebrating too when we finally win. I mean, that was a hard-fought battle on the E sector, and again, big kudos to TXT for what they were able to accomplish, even despite being down so early. Best squad, though, who was it? Sarah Jin, Ghost, Hewon, and Stacks. This makes a ton of sense when you remember that both Ghost and Stacks are on the same squad. Look at that. Sarah Jin also picks up a kind of a casual 63 total kills. T1 with a ton of score in all of the categories.
A real quick note, remember Ghost is up in that jet, so nobody on this squad is able to spawn in on him, obviously, so they're kind of down a member in that little bit of a resource. Sarah Jin also constantly kind of solo in the vehicles. So when you take a look at the performances from Stax and He1 that they're able to go ahead and pick up, I mean, Stax was just running the guns, looking for the kills. How do you do that when you can't constantly find yourself in a forward position, man? That is a very, very good performance from Stax.
Yeah.
That should be emphasized.
Pop-off moment, man. Again, a lot of these players on HAN, I mean, we talk so much about role players and this player has to do this player has to do that. But a lot of these players can do it all, man. Sarah Jen, I mean, this squad in particular, obviously Ghost has one specific role. I mean, you won't see Ghost play again unless, well, yeah, no, you won't.
Yeah.
He's their fighter pilot, and we are going to give him the MVP, and I think that is totally fair. It goes 40, you know. I mean, he won. He won the game. Like, again, I think if Ghost isn't there, I think TXT may be whole in the Sector E. He alone, 77 engineering score because he was able to blow up so many vehicles.
So when HAN win, by the way, he has a 100% MVP rate.
And hey, that checks. I mean, they have a 100% win rate when he's on the map.
No.
No?
No, because they lost LT.
Oh, shoot, you're right.
Yeah.
It was close, though.
It was. Listen, if you haven't seen that matchup, go back to day one. It was our first match of the tournament. That was the first time we saw LT and HAN, and it was an absolute nail-biter. And so was that one. We actually almost saw what felt like deja vu. If the side of TXT was able to hold on a little bit longer, they would have had a similar performance to LT and potentially held them to double overtime. That would have really made it hurt for the side of HAN.
Imagine. Folks, you got about 3.5 minutes until we swap sides and head back to Cyclone. Yes, we have played a lot of Cyclone, okay? I'm right there with you. However, we've had some banger matches on it as well, so it's fun to take a look at. Of course, we are going to be swapping sides, so TXT going to move to the attacking side. I want to remind people of the storyline. We talk so much about jet gameplay on this map. It's worth bringing it back up. When we swap sides, we don't have a Ghost on TXT's roster. We don't have a fighter pilot that we know for certain is going to be in that pilot seat. Taking a look at their sub list and who's in and who's out, Zombra has subbed in for Legacy, who is a star player for this roster. I talked to the talent behind the scenes. I talked to production. I'm saying what's going on. They won't tell me or they don't know, okay? So Legacy's not playing most likely. We don't know for certain, but most likely not playing. If you don't see that sub, definitely not playing. And Zombra's in. Cool. Zombra did a great job, by the way, for this roster and has been playing fantastic. Here's the thing. When you think about their pilots, the only sub that we know to be a pilot is Lil Egg. Played in Vietnam, was their pilot in Vietnam. But since then, kind of taken a backseat, a true sub, as Legacy has been their primary pilot. So with Legacy on the bench, if you don't see Legacy sub in, likely going to see their second string pilot, Lil Egg, hop into the fighter pilot seat and see how much value they can make on the map.
I feel like it's important for us to kind of talk about the history so far at this event specifically in terms of what maps TXT have played. They have played Trench Lines. They have played Ascension just one time where they were not on the attack, so they didn't have a helicopter pilot, so we didn't get any information from that. We obviously didn't get any information from Trench Lines, like I mentioned, because there are no aerial vehicles. And then they went back-to-back on Cracked. Again, no aerial vehicles. So yes, it is a giant question mark right now for TXT, and it could be the difference maker, the fact that that whole situation isn't necessarily concrete.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. You know what's funny to think about too? I mean, again, I bring up the Vietnam Dfiw 2025 for many reasons, one of which is that TXT was the champion.
Obviously,
but can we also remember how they became the champions?
It's crazy.
Who they took down, how they fell to the lower bracket? It's a lot of the same players, technically a different team, but they had to take down the former DNI, now most of those players back for HAN. I mean, this is a rematch and a grudge match that HAN desperately want to win to get their revenge and then meet a team that they really want to beat in the grand finals, which may be LT, or who knows, could be RRQ.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like we should put a giant emphasis on that. Yes, TXT are our reigning champions. But as it currently stands, they're down. They're down a map, man. They're down a round. Not only does their whole tournament, the rest of Dfiw 2026 here in Wuhan, China, rely on this next game, but so does their title. The ability to go ahead and defend it, man.
Yeah.
A lot on the line.
A lot on the line. And again, it's a best of 3. If they lose this next map, they're out of here. 2-0 against a really good team of HAN, but still 2-0 and still 4th place overall. Not where they want to be. They only have one goal in mind, which is to defend their title. So we'll see what TXT can do. Listen, I think both of these two teams very strong. Obviously top 4 for a reason. They've proved that they are some of the best teams here. in general, HAN has been more consistent. TXD has had more pop-off moments, but HAN has been more consistent. I'm looking for the pop-off right now from TXD. I need some heroes to emerge and somebody to go nuclear on the map. Who knows? It could be a sub, could be active player, could be anybody in between, could be a player we're not even highlighting all day today. Anybody could step up and answer the call of keeping this team in this match.
If you value anything at all that me and Goj says, we actually both predicted that this matchup, this head-to-head, would go to round number 3, would go to a second map. So I think we're both kind of expecting TXD to go ahead and win this one, tie things up, and like I said, go to round number 3. But the momentum is all in the side of HAN. They do have the ability to go ahead and shut things out early. It'll be interesting to see if they can do it from the defensive side of Cyclone. That being said, I feel like at this event in particular, the attack side has just seemed to be a little bit better for almost all of our teams.
It's been cleaner even than Vietnam, even in 2025 DFIW. All the teams have leveled up, okay? So listen, we are going to keep yapping until the game gets started. And speaking of yapping, talk about a little hypothetical Harry. Oh, never mind. I was going to say the reason we haven't started the game, even though the timer's gone, is maybe because of some substitutes. Let's see if they show us. We know at least one will come through. Should see Ghost go out and Cranberry come in is my guess. Let's see that here shortly. But on the TXD side, do we see Little Egg? Do we see, TXD. Bell Mods, not even on my radar, and Medics, a top support player, 113 revives, go out. Bell Mods coming in, and there's, of course, the change. Cranberry coming in for Ghost on HAN makes a ton of sense. Cranberry, a part of their original roster, Ghost just their pilot. Bell Mods, huh? What do you think?
All right.
Do you think Bell Mods is their pilot now? Or is that a different change for another reason?
That would be a weird spot to put a pilot because you are essentially sacrificing one of the best medics we've seen.
I mean, his name is literally Medics.
Exactly.
I mean,
you're taking him out, and here's the important thing is that TXD are going to the attacking side, and we always put an emphasis of value on the side of the attack to those very, very good medics.
Wow.
Well, we don't know what Belmont's going to be doing yet, but you would imagine it would be for a pilot.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Dude, man, I got so many question marks in my brain, and that's what I love about this game. When you got a roster of 20 players, man, there's so many little moves that you can make from a strategic standpoint. Folks, you know it, but we're going to remind you. HAN versus TXD. HAN now moving to the defensive side, going back to Cyclone. It is a best of 3. This is it for TXD, your former champions. This is it for TXD. If they lose right here, right now, we are loading into Cyclone. Get loud, get excited. It is time to see if TXD can hold on for dear life and force us to game 3. And it's time to see what's going to happen between our classic Jet versus Lav action. And it is Bell Mods in the sky. All that conjecture for what? A substitute to step into the ring and prove himself.
Going to be awesome to see if he can be the difference maker for the side of TXD here, but all the usual on the side of HAN. Miang going to be in the Lav, dipping out into the tunnel, and that is exactly what we want to see, right? That initial Lav that kind of spawns. Get that thing to safety very, very quickly. Do not even allow it to take any damage from the side of the Jet. Now TXD are taking what feels like a little bit of a normal approach. Obviously, they're going to want to look to go ahead and flood this point early on, and I can't lie, I see a lot of kills for the side of TXD. I mean, Whistly himself picking up a 3-piece early on. They're actually feeling an advantage early on. They want to go ahead and make things happen early.
Holy send. I mean, they have just jumped onto the point and immediately are making HAN go, whoa, what now? Sarah Jin comes running up the side of the hilltop, trying to get into the mix, and immediately getting obliterated. Uh-oh, HAN in for a bit of a rude awakening, but they are finally pushing back.
Absolutely. Trying to make something happen here. We want to see some of the individual for HAN try to make something happen here. It looks like they have all but equalized Sector A. But that being said, TXD find one more of a little bit of a push onto this point. Now Wanza starting to feel the pressure, wants to make something happen for the side of HAN, try to help out his boots on the ground towards that point. But he's getting held back a little bit by the side of TXD with some of those vehicles that are playing the backside of the beach.
Oh no, Wanta maybe a bit of an overextend. Oak says, I'm going to punish you for that, or maybe it's going to be Belmods just comes swinging in. Trying to get a piece of the action, maybe thought better of it because Miang was taking some shots up on high that maybe started to connect, I don't know. Feels like a missed opportunity. Oh, just kidding, no it's not. One shot in a dream and boom, Alua Rocket Zambra able to take him down.
Potentially a little bit of a mistake right there, an overextension. Very far out the sea right there. But whilst all the chaos happen, while they are losing the boat, HAN do make a point to go ahead and reclaim Sector A. It's honestly not a lot of boots on the ground for the side of TXT. Pretty much the only thing on the point for them right now is this AAV. It's trying to go ahead and clip down some of the members of HAN, but Hoodoo is going to try to make something happen. Does land one of the Allure rockets. Where is the cohesion? I want to see more Allure rockets land. One more does land. Any more of a follow-up, we might be able to take out this AAV, but that's going to be a failed attempt from the side of HAN. And now Belmods, like we mentioned, first time up on the stage here, does get substituted in. Currently does not have any kills, but looking to go ahead and continue to find some of the value. The vehicles for the side of TXT have all but retreated, and HAN have pretty much reclaimed Sector A almost in its entirety. Taking a look at the tickets right now, 163. So TXT have not necessarily gone ahead and spent too many, which is good to see because remember, we brought in the question, hey, if you're losing a guy like Medics, who's going to go ahead and kind of pick up the weight there? Who's going to go ahead and start to find those revives? And it looks like they've gone ahead and figured out because not losing that many tickets so far on a couple of these approaches means that your medics are doing exactly what they need to do.
Yeah, and honestly, as we take a look to the eyes in the sky, Belmods has yet to find a single kill. 0-0-0. Oftentimes when you see the Jet not able to get any piece of the action, it feels a little bit uncomfortable in the sky. Feels like it's taking too much damage, trying to play really safe. It's the right play. Unfortunately, it means that you're going to be at a huge disadvantage on this early push. If that Jet was a bit more free, I think this A sector is already captured.
Let's see how long this AAV can kind of stay alive. I saw a couple of missiles coming over the top, and yes, they are trying to go ahead and make things happen right now. 50% HP for the AAV right there, whilst all of the troops on the ground are getting cut down on both sides.
Welcome to the party. AAV still doing a good job of staying alive. And here comes the defense, just winning their gunfights onto the point. By the way, Commander Wansa has marked A for the hold, and he will get that to be a success. Should see it tick over. There it is. That's some extra score added to the likes of HAN, Wansa, and the team. That'll be nice for later rounds.
Going to be seeing these shotguns find value throughout, as they constantly have throughout our competition. Trying to get into the mix of things. Pretty much all but equalized in terms of the vehicles right now. Again, more of these explosives are going to be landing on the AAV from the side of TXD. Down to 30% HP. Cannot find that last rocket. That's kind of been the difference maker for HAN. Just that one last rocket. As I see one more land, and take a look at the HP of the AAV on the backside of things. It was down to about 15% HP. The difference was just one rocket between it being destroyed. But now HAN are starting to feel the pressure. They're trying to go ahead and help the defenses, and Johan is going to get credit for that. The AAV does go down, and that's going to be the back foot of the urgent redeployment. Take a look at the tickets start to dwindle very, very quickly. I went ahead and tipped my hat. I said, hey, TXT, you guys are doing very, very well in the category of revives. You're not losing too many tickets. But it appears over the last 60 seconds, that has not been the case. 30 have all but disappeared.
What a wild move. What a nice play. And yet again, by the way, building that artillery, that AA gun off in the distance has been extremely influential. I love that play from this team. HAN, by the way, has done that on both attack and defense now. Same spot, same place, same AA gun. You can build those with the commander squad. Great play to just give you some extra firepower. Look at it. It's way off in the distance, way on the island, taking shots on the back line at OSSN, taking a look at this assault vehicle.
Yeah, I mean, what's going to be the approach here for the side of the attack? I mean, maybe the Jet can kind of make something happen. You got to imagine the AA gun is so far away from the side of the Lav that maybe it can kind of make something happen. And take a look at this. Wands is actually going to be finding the assault vehicle all the way on the backside of the beach. The tickets have now entered a very dangerous territory for the side of the attack. diminishing returns is what I like to call it. If you don't have 180 tickets going in some of these following sectors, then you have effectively lost that initial push, and that's started to become a reality for the side of TXT.
Ooh.
HAN are trying to make something happen, but so is TXT at the same exact time. The Tank Destroyer is trying to get a high feed, but so is Tae-Seong blowing up the Tank Destroyer.
Golly, maybe a bit of an overinvestment, maybe a strong play, I don't know. But unfortunately, it gets punished for whichever you believe it to be. Here comes Wansa with the boat. Yet again, causing havoc in the backline. This time, it's looking like will likely be still unpunished. Got punished last time, but there's nobody to answer the call, and Wansa just has a free backline to shell. He's gonna get all these players so weak. Gonna pick up a bunch of assists here if they can get any defender boots on the ground up at the high ground to shoot over the top, and that's exactly what happened. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people go down in the blink of an eye. Watch that green kill feed go flying by. And now the attackers, their numbers have dwindled so much that A is going to be in complete control of defense, and Wansa's now marked it for a complete control. Belmod says this AA gun is a problem, but still isn't seeing the value that you want to see from this jet. TXT still have air superiority. You've got to kill this AA gun. You've got to kill this player out here.
Looks like it did a pretty good amount of damage there, and are actually sending some of our troops out here. It's going to be Nail 2Dre, who's going to go ahead and try to take care of Johan. Off at a distance, though. Back on the point itself, HAN, again, have pretty much been successful in defending this to the point where TXT have now entered a territory where they have to basically invest tickets that they would love to go ahead and use in some of their following attacks. Wanza still out here in the boat trying to make things happen. Started to feel the pressure right there, jumps out of the boat, jumps in the Allure rocket, is going to be going for the boat. Can the boat hide? Can the Allure rocket get destroyed before it makes contact? Before we go ahead and see that one come to fruition, we do kind of jump away, but yeah, I mean, the boat v boat battle, always kind of cool to check out here, and Wanza very, very low, pretty much lost out on that trade. One more rocket landing will surely go ahead and do it. Oak's going to try to find it on the retreat of Wanza, but he's just a little bit too fast.
Man, I feel for the substitute Belmods, who from what I understand, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, is not their primary pilot. Only found 2 kills while the team has lost 85 lives. That's just not good enough, not at this scale, not in an elimination match when you desperately need to win, but it is enough for them to capture Sector A. There's enough firepower and investment of the AAV that they will get the first sector. They will lose the AAV though, and that is a worthwhile trade for HAN. They're not trying to win on Sector A. Frankly, they could win on Sector B.
Taking a look at the leaderboard here for the side of HAN, who again, I pretty much credit that as a win is what it feels like. I mean, no standout performances. We do see Artyom and Stack towards the bottom of the leaderboard. They do have a pretty good amount of kills. KPZ on the side of TXT also up there with 18. I did actually see somebody with 21. I did not actually pick up the name. So TXT individually doing very, very well. But again, they're down to 160 tickets. They effectively lost 20. They could potentially reclaim said tickets if they have a very, very successful attack here, one that goes quick enough. But Sector B has actually found itself to be a problem for a lot of our teams on the map of Cyclone, especially because of positions like this from the tank. Sarah Jin in a tank is also very, very scary. And take a look at the absolute influx of vehicles for the side of the defense.
Yeah, it's a bit of a misnomer what the attackers have. They have 2 AA guns that they built, right? So, I mean, those are fine, and they're very valuable, especially if they can find some value on some of these other vehicles or maybe the boats that are swinging up. But comparatively, a huge disadvantage right now for the attacking side in terms of vehicles. So you see 1 land, but 3 up on height. Jinman, Wansa, they're able to just trade out positions if one starts to take damage. I really like that play from them. It's just going to be shelling this B point, and it's one of the reasons why I think this B point's actually going to be super difficult for this attacking team to actually capture. There's a lot of firepower they got to deal with, and I think Belmont's going to have to be a hero right now from the jet. He's going to have to make a play somehow on either Mayang, take down this AA. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, not yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be super tough for TXT to go ahead and bounce back. I mean, even us kind of mentioning 160 tickets as their initial approach towards the sector of B, kind of blank, and I myself missed it, already down to 150. Still looking to find somewhat of some sort of value out of the Jet. That being said, take a look at this strike squad from the side of TXT. They almost were able to go ahead and find Wanza, but as soon as he was able to go ahead and pick up on the idea that TXT were trying to go ahead and pull that one off, he retreats to safety, so he's going to be fine. The tank's going to be fine, and so are HAN, especially in the category of vehicles.
Again, Belmont's still not finding much value yet. Here he comes, getting in close. Here's Wanza as well. On the opposite side, getting a couple splatters with the tank, making sure no strike forces were able to do anything to him. The attackers have done a pretty good job of rotating up to this ruined area. Once they can play from these ruins, potentially they could move their way to the actual sector. Here's the problem. Those ruins could just get obliterated by all of the vehicles that HAN still have. We're in a bit of a stalemate right now, and a stalemate is a win for the defensive side.
And we've seen some of these attack approaches towards some of these ruins before, but it's usually on the back foot of multiple vehicles. And taking a look at, TXT's economy in that regard, they actually only have one singular land vehicle. And now that the side of HAN have access to, what is it now, like 4 vehicles, I think, right? A couple of tanks, the lob that's off in the distance, the boat, obviously. Any vehicles that start to fall from the sky for the side of TXT will surely just be kind of shot out. So this is going to be an extremely difficult one to kind of bounce back from.
Yeah, it's difficult, but plenty of time. Like, this is, again, going to feel like a stalemate in the grudge match, because that's exactly what it is. The defense feel at least some pressure being put over to the point. And so while this artillery barrage is landing on top of the ruins, they're also going to put up an urgent redeployment to be able to play for the low side. I like to assume that we're going to see people like Chang Ji-won, there he is in the middle, playing hero, playing solo, maybe taking a look at Zombra, looking to take down this tank destroyer in transition. The rest of the team should be flooding in from the bottom if they feel like this point is actually in jeopardy. But frankly, it's not really, especially when you've got Stacks playing backup with the boat, taking some shots down below and wiping more and more firepower out from underneath TXT.
Yeah, I mean, losing that tank destroyer, that one definitely does not feel good for the side of TXT. They finally got some reinforcements in the vehicle category with that AAV kind of spawning all the way in the back, but the fact that that's been equalized now by the tank destroyer being destroyed right before that, and as I say that, Oak is actually under heavy fire off in the distance with that AAV. Wanza might actually go ahead and peek over and crest this hill and potentially look to mow down all the members of TXT that are trying to get active. Wanza has been activated. The tank has been activated. This is usually very, very risky because you are so far forward, but he doesn't care right now. TXT, he wants them to feel the pressure. He wants them to feel the pain point.
Here's the low ground egress. It looks like Blake's trying to play hero down here by himself. There's a 3-piece and probably 4, a full squad trying to play low, and they're able to trade out Blake. So all the attackers now moving to the low side. What is the answer to the low side? We all know that answer. Where is Mr. Boat? Boat could get active. Oh no, Boat can't get active because Belmaz is actually putting some damage down on Stacks. Stacks is deep into the tunnel, so it's going to be reliant on these infantry members to go low, win the gunfights, while over top we've got our tanks shelling down below where they can. Not quite as effective, but still pretty powerful, taking a decent bit of damage, a couple AT4s or otherwise, from the backside of this point. TXT will not go down without a fight, and we still have so much time for this B sector. This is going to be a long, drawn-out one here, Vivid.
Oh my gosh, Wanda's getting active again. How does he continuously find just giant groups of members of TXT? XA's trying to make something happen. He's a medic laying on top of the tank.
Nice.
Wanza
Nice.
is actually found again, getting very, very aggressive in the tank, and he's going to be punished that time by the side of Skynet. The AAV now has the opportunity to go ahead and jump onto the point if it also wants to get aggressive, but he just saw firsthand what happens when you do go ahead and put these vehicles out in the open.
Artillery barrage called in to help relieve some of the pressure that the attackers are putting on. That felt like a bit of a misstep from Wanza. That was extremely aggressive with a full tank for what reason, I don't know. Here's the boat fully healed back up, though, going to be playing the low side of the B sector to make sure these players can't get in onto the point. One way to get to the point, though. Assault vehicle, drop the vehicle respawn beacon, and battle your way through cover that can't get fully blown to pieces. Could be able to pick up a lot of revives here as well. That's a lot of bodies potentially inside this sector and start the capture. Well done getting to cover, and well done surviving the onslaught of the artillery barrage and a lot of infantry. They've got more numbers right now, and they're starting to capture it very quickly. So what do? The boat's going to get active. Uses stacks on the backside. Picks up a vehicle kill. That is an AAV down. And now the backside of this fight is now wide open. These attackers had a safe haven for just a moment, and they're all falling at the hands of this boat, and now the infantry cleaning up the mess.
Yeah, I mean, losing out on this push right here is going to feel like one of the several nails that are required to put the coffin in. The TXT right there, right? They do end up losing the assault vehicle. They lose the push. And I can't lie, I mean, HAN, they did call in an artillery barrage, but it's not like they had to invest anything too surmountable. Like, it's not like they overextended one of their vehicles or kind of called in the urgent redeployment. No, that was just all natural skill and using a little bit of a rotation from the side of Stacks in the boat, who is also currently under fire from the jet, trying to go ahead and retreat and keep this thing alive. Again, a lot of these times, these boat operators, they're actually doing it solo. So when he retreats, because he is the sole engineer, he has to go ahead and wait for that one to get repaired, which is why he has to retreat so far. A lot of the times, you may also see that a couple of engineers are actually on the boat itself. That's when they get a little bit more aggressive, but Stack's playing it perfectly. And now TXT is looking to make something happen on the back foot of the boat, running away. Zambra in the tank now, wants to get active before this boat is able to rejoin the fray.
A solid push and a solid play here from this TXT roster to try to get something going in the attack. Biggest problem right now is that Belmont's still only on 4 kills in the jet. Has been on 4 kills for the last nearly 8 minutes probably of the attack, pretty much the entirety of this sector. Zambra trying to get active. It looked decent for a moment, but we know HAN's going to answer back immediately. They take some damage. Allura rockets over the top. Look at Wanza on the backside, playing so aggressive as the commander, getting eyes on the battlefield, knowing exactly what he needs to do to secure the victory, which is continually punish every aggressive move from the attackers. Make them think they don't have options, and I'm sure that's what's going through TXT's mind right now.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, we noted a big win there for TXT when they took up the tank of Wanza, when he kind of overextended. Got to hold that thought as we do see one of the strike squads off in the distance over here trying to pressure this AAV. Coming in from the other side as well. I'm looking at Blake all the way on the top up there, and that's exactly who's going to find the final blow towards that AAV. HAN are just in full control. And yeah, like I mentioned, we mentioned it as a complete and utter win for the side of TXT when Wanza seemingly overextended. But he was feeling so confident that he could just go ahead and make it happen again. Take a look at this. An overextension once again, multiple times. We've seen Wanza in the driver's seat of this thing make mistakes and get it stuck multiple times. They're going to be losing out on the tank, and TXT makes something happen.
Oh, that's a brutal loss. Just sunk the tank. Barely too far into the water. It was honestly such a great play from Wanza. I actually love that wrap there. Could have gotten so much value, but loses the tank in transition. Now, obviously, take a look at the bottom of your screen, folks. You guys can read. They have every advantage they can still want in the vehicles that they have available. But still, small silver lining, a glimmer of hope. HAN is not infallible. They can make mistakes.
Uh-oh.
Another strike team to take down the assault vehicle, namely trying to get this vehicle down so they can't put more respawns down, and that's exactly what happens. Byron goes in. Byron doesn't care if it dies. Byron gets the vehicle down. Down goes another vehicle. Not a single vehicle. The jet dies from the sky. Nothing is left for TXT to rely on to capture the B sector. Nothing is left for TXT.
Stacks found it, found the final blow required onto the jet. An absolutely empty row of vehicles available for the side of TXT. And on the back foot of losing what feels like everything, the boots on the ground are trying to make something happen. Make up for the failed efforts of their vehicle operators. But HAN, they know exactly how to counter this one. They've been doing it all day. They've done it multiple times. They're experienced on Cyclone. Defensively speaking, Stacks is having an absolute field day. And why don't you guys go ahead and join the fray, put down a strategic beacon, and make sure that we can continuously flood in on this point and hold TXT right here.
Look at Wanza.
Right now.
Look at Wanza just running over bodies. Nobody's picking up revives when a tank destroyer is running you over. Stacks perfectly positioned now with the boat, not with the threat of the jet over the top, to just hold this B point. It looks like the attackers have a position. The attackers do have an AAV, and they may actually trade out Wansa here with the tank destroyer, but unfortunately that's still a favorable trade for the side of the defense because they lose, the attackers lose yet again one of their only vehicles. They're investing a second though. They pull their second tank forward. They have to play aggro here with only 30 lives remaining. They could still capture this. Stacks, like you said, having a field day, but it's still a lot of bodies on the point right now for the attackers. They might just do this against all odds. They are able to capture the B sector, and they move to the C sector with 94 lives. Is it enough to win? Maybe, but they got to capture the C sector nearly immediately. I feel like we let off the pressure. Maybe Green just got put on respawn. But dang, what a miss. That respawn, look at that team respawn beacon just came in too late. 11 people spawned onto the B point after it was capped.
And Cyclone's one of those weird maps where it does kind of give you the opportunity if you do kind of get stalled out and actually hold that point, so that way we can break down some of the numbers here. NTPP finally getting active on the side of TXD, 43 kills over there. KPZ still doing very well. Genman kind of jumping up as well, 43 kills. But constantly gets to finds himself above and ahead of all the others. Artyom, 47 on the gunny.
Yeah, great job also here from Stacks to pick up a boat before it can be utilized by the attackers.
Nice job.
Nice read of the map and the way it plays. These are some of those micro reads that you don't oftentimes see in pubs, of knowing when boats and things can respawn and then being willing to go way out of your way to make sure the other team can't utilize them. No boat moving into the D sector for the attackers is going to be a rude awakening if they're even able to get through the C sector with the lack of firepower that they have.
Yeah, I was going to mention that Cyclone's only forgiving aspect, I feel like, is C sector, because this one happens so fast sometimes that when you are like down all of the tickets like TXD are right now, C kind of gives you the opportunity to bounce back. If you capture this one quickly without too much of an investment in terms of those tickets, and yeah,
they're right back
pretty
into
much
it.
Rejuvenated for the rest of the map, but you have to make that happen. HAN, they're going to want to try to go ahead and stop this.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly what I was talking about. It Cracked is the opposite of, right?
Yeah.
This map gives you so much room for comebacks. Oh, look at Poco going bonkers in the kill feed with revives, by the way. All of those players just got picked back up onto the map. All of these players are still alive down here.
Uh-oh.
Almost nearly all of them died just a second ago. Oak gets really active on the low side and gets punished. Jinman with the tank, Wansa with the tank destroyer. All that effort from the medics to keep people up. Maybe all for naught. No, Syndrax is able to trade a vehicle out, but look at all the green on the map. Everybody from red dying, and we go from 89 tickets down to 70, folks. You can do a little bit of math. That is one player. Nope, there it is. All 20 players just respawn for the attackers. Not one red player is on the correct side of the map.
What a great pincer maneuver there from the side of HAN. On both sides of the tunnel, they had two vehicles equally spread out, and they literally took out like 20 members. Take a look at Stacks getting active on the boat. I mean, this guy is putting up quite a performance, and this is all solo, man. No engineers to kind of help him repair this thing. He is just kind of in and out of the battle constantly and still picking up so many kills. Obviously, they're going to go ahead and recuperate in terms of that vehicle that they did lose because of that play that they made, but they will easily trade 20 tickets for like, what, 1 minute without a fourth vehicle on the ground?
Wansa's picking up 3-4 pieces in the tank destroyer rather. I mean, look at this. Just shelling over the top. I mean, stat padding.
Jeez, bro.
Barn just keeps re-knocking the same people, by the way. There it goes. Down goes the medic finally. That was like 8 kills on the same 2 people. That's hilarious. Yeah, good luck getting to the point at this point. Look at that. Oak's got a boat deep in spawn. Stacks is ready for him. Maybe being called back to the action, though.
Another flank, another pinch.
Tara Jin, see you later.
Oh
Jin
my
Man
gosh.
says, somebody say you needed a lob down here? Just sends it off the high ground. HAN having fun with it right now. Good grief.
What do you do when you're somebody like KKN up at the top of the hill and you take a look back down and there's like 3 vehicles? There's nothing you can do, right? You're just watching your entire team fall apart. And the vehicles are just doing such a good job. I mean, yeah, in a dangerous position right now because the Viren satchels could potentially find a lot of value when you do get that close. but you've always got the reinforcements of your team. You always got the subsequent vehicle. Stacks is going to be caught off guard, though. The boat is trying to make something happen. He's trying to go ahead and retreat. Like I mentioned, Stacks is all alone. He doesn't have an engineer to go ahead and help for this one, but he does have RU1B to join the fray to hopefully go ahead and make the trade happen.
Behind. Pomozi card. I don't think they're running Stingers.
One rocket lands.
Oakums gets out of this. This will be a huge win. Now, we also have an urgent redeployment on the C sector right now and a strategic beacon going down.
Wait,
that's a lot of green to get onto the point. Yep, Red's winning down below with the boat gone as well. This is great news if you're TXD fans. The D sector is about to be a problem. TXD have done it. They're moving into the D sector with 101 lives. Much better than we expected. A nice play to just full send all together before the defense can respond. That is a mistake and a miss from the urgent redeployment and the team's strategic respawn beacon now. That's a lot of score that they just wasted.
TXD went into Sector C with 90 tickets, by the way. I did mention that if they capture it quick enough,
that's a win,
that they can go ahead and rejuvenate a little bit. I would have liked to see more than 10. But yeah, like you mentioned, technically a win. Approaching Sector D, I mean, you would want more than that. And what's kind of surprising is HAN, taking a look at their kind of inventory of things to be able to call in. They have 0 guided missiles, and TXD actually have 2.
Yeah, and also, I mean, TXD, the fact, and again, they're using all their score lines for all the things we just saw them use, HAN is. TXD also got the boat. I mean, HAN have the AAV to be able to play the water at least some, which is nice. But TXD winning that boat battle earlier is gigantic for this D sector. I'm sensing a little bit of changing of the tides here, Vivid.
Yeah, same. This feels like it would kind of result in what would feel like an upset. I mean, HAN had full control in every regard. And I mean, you know, props to TXD. They're making something out of what feels like nothing. I mean, everything was in the way for them in terms of what HAN was able to bring to the table. But they're still pressing on, man.
I'm telling you, it's the same thing that happened last year in 2025 Dfiw, man. This team is so resilient. TXD has done such a great job to keep fighting. There's always a chance. D sector is going to be the hardest one thus far, though. And they have nearly the least amount of runway they've had thus far. D sector is usually kind of a gimme eventually. You get it pretty early, though. That is a lot of lives that just chunked away, by the way. Did you see all those people? That little heartbeat on the left, by the way, means that they are full respawning. So that was a ton of people not getting revived. I mean, we're all the way down to 83 lives out of nowhere. After one big push got thwarted, TXD are reassessing and grouping back up.
That being said, the reassessment in terms of the vehicles have actually swung pretty heavily in favor of TXD.
Look at them. They're trying to drop missile silo here and get onto D2. They're going to look at D2 rather than D1 to start. Fairly standard, I guess, but...
This is what makes it weird, right? I mean, from both sides are like tanks available and knobs available, but super hard to find value on points like D1 and D2 just because the main access point is actually the water. So you look towards these AAVs, you look towards the boats to try to be the ones to go ahead and make the difference. But D2 right now being contested by the side of TXD. They're going to start to feel the pressure from Sarah Jin in the boat, though, who's actually taking a lot of damage as it currently stands. And that's because he's going to be up against the prowess of 2 boats on the other side. But RU1B is going to be returning fire. Nail 2G currently under heavy fire as well. Sarah Jin gets traded out. The boat goes down. That's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Now on the backside of things, Wanza is trying to get active on the tank destroyer. Call this thing a boat destroyer if it is able to find the damage needed.
Got it.
Nail 2G with a big assist.
I was on the other side. I think that boat did land, though. Crazy moment between both of these two teams. Both teams lost their boats now.
What a spot from Hodo.
3 vehicles apiece. Attack of a full control over D2 now. That is a lot. That's pretty much the entire team. And oh, nice play from Hodo.
Nice.
At a nice spot and almost was enough damage to take down the AAV. That could be running. Oh, Nail 2G. Sneaky, sneaky. Right underneath. Hello. Do you have a magnetic bomb for me? Oh, almost grabs the steal. Oh my goodness. That right there was sneaky.
A little bit of a back and forth there's levels to this, and by the way, that effort from Hodu was actually followed up by Blake, so that AAV did eventually go down. And now the strike squad comes in. Miang, every single time he hops out of this vehicle, he starts to feel the pressure in different regards. They're trying to land the rockets. One more is going to be the difference, but he finds some cover and the opportunity to go ahead and hit the repairs off.
Nice. Man, I'm blown away with what TXT has been able to do. This is such a great, resilient team. Still in this, still fighting, and still finding moments to put themselves ahead.
Really just use this lob, just go to the water like this? You would figure this is an AAV.
Yeah, call me crazy. That shouldn't be allowed. I mean, that's just... Am I an idiot? Somebody in chat needs to call me an idiot. Why is that allowed? Anyways, let's hop right back into it. D2 here, folks. Still in complete control of the attackers. We've started the tug of war of the D sector. And with that in mind, see what the comms and the calls are from both of the teams. Yang is in the water. Wansa holding the line with the tank destroyer. And yeah, they're going to try it.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, you got to be careful.
Oh my gosh.
So this is the play.
No.
Oh. That was the play.
Cut cams. Cut cams.
That was the play. So the reason you do this is the AAV can actually carry the tank destroyer over to the other side, and then you can drive it into the point. So you can drive it onto D1. It could have helped them hold. But you can make mistakes, folks. I'm telling you, not even HAN is infallible.
I don't want to pick on Wanza, but his counter for vehicles that have become unusable is increasing quite rapidly.
Oh, man. Here we go. Got to lock back in, though. Job's not done. Still an even battlefield. Both teams with a boat now. Attackers doing a pretty good job of maintaining some pressure to keep this defensive team away from D2. They're at the stalemate that we always see between the two D points. The D sector, the most difficult for the attackers to get both at the same time. Off screen, by the way, tank destroyer goes down. Skynet underground in the water. You can see Jinman making sure this tank stays alive for the next couple points. Nice strike team over the top onto Zambra. Should see them jump off maybe to secure this. Not quite. Goes back in to cover. Meanwhile, by the way, quick shout, urgent redeployment, and a beacon went down. That beacon dies immediately, but deployment is still active. So a lot of green rushing to point right now because they can feel the pressure on D1 as an AAV lands for the side of the defense, and also an AAV lands for the side of the offense. They're matching each other tit for tat. But now the attackers have a small advantage in vehicles, and they have an advantage on the points right now. This beacon and this deployment has helped out the defense to get back over to D1, but we've got a big fight happening right now. This D sector could fall, and we go all the way. Somehow TXT have a chance here to push us to the E sector.
Wands is trying to make something happen right now. Just a little bit more for the side of TXT to go ahead and secure the D sector.
No way.
And they do just that after a big investment from the side of HAN. Surely they were feeling confident. I mean, they had the strategic beacon, they had an urgent deployment, but it came in just a little bit too late. Take a look for the side of TXT over here. Syndrax, no surprise, kind of see him up there. KPZ, NTPP, also 50+ kills. Artyom is trying to make things happen over there with 61. Also DG Alpha and Genman.
Oh my God, look at the revives here.
50+.
GeForce at 120 for TXT, and we're just now getting to this sector.
Uh-oh, Skynet is pressing the advantage right now. Wanza going to be getting destroyed on the retreat, trying to make his way over to Sector E. Skynet, how much value has been found out of this singular boat over the past couple of presses for the side of TXT. And this is going to be a weird one because you would imagine now HAN, obviously they wanted to end things earlier on than Sector E, but now that we are here, surely they will be able to call in vehicles, because usually you can't because the jet is usually alive when the attack starts to win this dominantly. Also, quick note, 9 guided missiles on the side of TXT to the 4 of HAN.
I
10
can't believe
now.
this. I cannot believe that TXT might pull this game out. Not even might, they have the advantage right now. They actually have a major advantage. I can't call out individual plays for the reason why, but I do think back to a loss of a tank destroyer, a loss of a tank for free for basically no reasons. Those mistakes do add up. And yes, there's more room for mistakes on a map like Cyclone, but maybe that was just one too many. TXD have a chance here to shock the world and take us to Game 3. It's what we originally expected, but the way this map started, I thought there was no way. Crazy.
Yeah, it looked done and dusted. Done and dusted, we thought, but TXD have proved us wrong. They've vacuumed up all the dust. They've picked up the pieces. They've continued on with about 90 tickets from sector to sector, and now they're trying to make something happen elsewhere. Sarah Jin under heavy fire right now.
Strike team.
That tank destroyer is one hit away from being destroyed, but the tank comes in, plays big brother.
Oh no! A block! Insane play from Wansa, blocks the last missile. AXII, the last missile comes through and just barely misses. Nice play from HAN to save that vehicle, and they actually trade one out in transition, by the way. Nice play off screen to start evening things back up again. The only advantage right now that the attackers now have is that boat. They're the only team with a boat. And TXD have done all of this, all this push, all this fight, getting to the E sector without a jet at all. Yes, a win con for this map, but not the only win con. Sarah Jin trying to be a win con by themselves. That's a triple kill and more, taking down this entire squad. No revives on that one. That's a nice little 5-ticket loss.
I did see off in the distance, though, they're trying to make something happen on the beach of E1 for the side of TXD. Sarah Jin in a tank destroyer, by the way, has been popping off throughout the day, just, you know, on the bow, but opting to go ahead and jump back into the vehicle side of things, which, again, we talked about his flexibility, able to hop between roles is a giant advantage for the side of HAN, and I feel like one of the biggest advantages for the side of TXD has been Skynet. Skynet, you got to stay alive, man. You are pretty much the backbone of the attack right now for the side of TXD. Again, operating with no engineer to go ahead and help him out, wait for the repairs to come in before he's able to actually do anything. I feel like even still sitting here feels like a dangerous position, and dangerous it is indeed. Sarah Jin snuffs him out and goes ahead and destroys the vehicle.
When the team begins to falter, you can rely on your heroes to make big plays, or rather you have to. And Sarah Jin is doing exactly that. What looked like an advantage for TXD to start things off here in the E sector, Sarah Jin has made an even playing field. Going to be a team effort for both of these squads, but Sarah Jin double positive on the map right now in the tank destroyer. Oh, going to try to punish some of the overextends from the defensive squad from up on high. Classic position for the side of the attackers. Sarah Jin did not care and did not ask. Wants everybody they can get their hands on. Nearly 50 kills now.
Doing so good at pretty much just being a giant pain point for all of the entrances, all of the access points here towards this E1, and it's helping out the boots on the ground immensely.
Again, bottom of your screen on that overlay, TXD has 11 guided missiles to play with. HAN has 6. This is almost an identical spot, vice versa, from the way the last map went. A ton of missiles waiting to be used. They cannot use them, they will not use them until after they capture E1. Once they get their foothold on E1, it is off to the races, and it'll be missile on missile on missile over towards E2 to set up their foothold on E1 and prepare for the push. We just saw this, folks. You know how it goes. Speaking of knowing how it goes, we know that Mayang can hit their shots. Mayang from way far away with an AAV, taking one down.
That was beautiful. We don't often get to see a vehicle in the position that Mayang is in. Yeah, finds another one as well. I mean, that tank is in a very unique position to us, at least, because so many times those type of positions are denied by that jet again. I mean, again, this is one of those really awkward moments on Cyclone where TXD are making it work without a jet, so they're having to deal with a bunch of weird things. Now Sarah
Jin
is just making things happen over and over and over again. Heard Goj mention 50 kills. Nah, Goj, I want more than that. I want to start approaching 60 as Genman on the opposite side of things also finds one of the attacks that were up on the hill for the side of TXD. It is all falling apart.
What a play from Sarah Jin. Again, tank destroyer so valuable. Another one, this time traded back the other way, though.
Sarah down.
Finally, Sarah Jin falls Well placed, what is that? A couple of Luru rockets plus O-Cubs able to clean them up. That's a big one. That's a nice takedown. Finally, Sarajin down means no tank destroyer for the side of HAN, and they're going to push up and make themselves ready to take E1 on the back of this Lav. That Lav Alligator, by the way, I am a moron, totally spaced, that you can use the Lav Alligator to swim a little bit. Not near as valuable as the AAV, but it can go in the water. Got to chat for the reminder. We'll see Zambra swing up around the backside here on Wansa. Wansa getting really active because he knows exactly what the attackers are trying to do. Because it's the same strategy that HAN did just a moment ago.
Wansa feels the pressure right now from the side of the Lav. Zambra's trying to go ahead and press the attack, trying to make something happen for TXD. Starting to feel the pressure point. Look at this. OSSN is actually going to be able to find the final blow onto the tank right there of Wansa.
Gotta get a
going to
trade.
be blown up. Now, right now, the AAV is also under giant pressure, so the trade is effectively going to be 1-for-1 in the vehicle gameplay side of things. But take a look at the E1 point under heavy pressure. So you know what? Blake says, here, catch this.
Burning one early, but frankly, they've picked up several during this push. Sarajin, I'm certain, has one in belt as needed. Missile lands on the backside. That's where they expect the attackers to be. That's where they last saw them. The attackers smartly rotate out and around up to the ridge, and then they come swarming back after that missile. Urgent redeployment, though, the perfect zoning tactic to keep the attackers off E1, and then the urgent redeployment, it allows the defense to jump back on the point. I know it looks like it didn't do a lot, but that missile did everything for the defense. That was a lost E1, and then the missile onslaught from the attackers was about to start landing. Really well executed.
I saw a lot of respawns over there on the left side. You can still see if you take a quick glance from the side of TXD. Pickets are dwindling. Sarajin trying to go ahead and get one of these flanks in on the other side of the map, though Zambra does find that light tank that has been a giant pain point for the side of TXD, and it was all the way back here. I mean, I don't even know how.
Yeah, shots over the top while it was landing in, I assume. Oka's feeling the pressure, though. Spotted, called. Aluru rockets, no repairs. There's no engineers to help him out.
One more.
You need one bullet in a dream.
Anything, man.
Anybody got sniper? Something. A single frag grenade and this thing goes down.
There it is. He won.
Nice Aluru rocket over the top. Now, 22 lives remaining. As much as this has been fun in games, E1 and E2 completely in control of the defense. So the attackers say, well, dang it. It's time to start spending guided missile after guided missile. You will not see a second in this game where a missile is not landing. This siren will be going off until the game is over. I can promise you that. And these missiles are mostly going to be zoning off. We do see DG Alpha pick up a two-piece with it. Going to force the attackers to reassess and fight from a different angle. And with everybody on respawn right now for red, they're only going to have, look at them, they're all respawning right now. No medics. They're down from 20 immediately to 11. You should see that tick down a couple more here in just a moment. But again, both sides have so many missiles. It's just nonstop sirens. Good luck to any of these players in any of these teams. They're going to try to get anywhere near the point. This is a net victory for the defense. They have outlasted their opponents, and this is going to be an HAN victory. I can only assume. What a wild map.
Veronica with the guided missile on the backside of the entry point to E1. Kind of predicted that they would be there, so is going to be rewarded with that little bit of a prediction with 2 kills. DXD still have a little bit to work with, but I mean, you mentioned it. It feels like it is over. They do have a bunch of guided missiles to be called
Beacon
in.
Goes down.
Beacon goes down. Like a giant waste, because where do we even put it?
Look.
The beacon is down indeed. They're trying to make something happen. The flood comes in over towards the E1 point, but a response is going to be the guided missile from the side of HAN. Miang off in the distance is able to find the battle tank. A guided missile in the air for both of these squads at the same exact time.
They scatter.
The guided missile for the defense is going to land first. How much does it find? Finds 1 kill right there and forces some of the defensemen off and the offensive off as well. The offensive rocket was a little bit more effective. It does find 3.
Could potentially go to overtime here. The attackers maybe have just done enough. That was a fantastic beacon, and the sirens continue for both sides. A better guided missile for the attackers because the tank destroyer is down to the side of the defense. Another missile needs to land right on top of the point, but it's too late. Can't go to overtime when you don't have anybody on the point. HAN, they've done it. It feels like grand finals for them now because their life is still theirs. They're still in this tournament. They just beat the former champions and knocked them out of this competition. Not a map lost. 2-0. Was it a stomp? No. But was it a sweep? Yes. HAN, incredible excitement across the board. Every player knows what has just happened. Top 3 at DFIW 2026 and a chance to still play for the grand finals. What a wild map, man. That's 2 really good teams.
We talked about how when you have 2 very good teams like this, Cyclone goes the distance, and the distance it went indeed. Both of those rounds featured Sector E, but not before some incredible efforts from the side of the defense. A little bit of a victory lap for the birthday girl.
True.
Hopefully her and her team have a little bit left in the tank to go ahead and celebrate not just the victory, but of course her birthday as they take their bow, as they start to scream, yell, and shout, and share their excitement with all of us, and just expel and tell the full story of how much that victory meant.
Revenge is what they got. This is a ton of returners from the former DNI roster. A ton of returners that came back and took down the champion. The team that kicked them out of the tournament last time in the lower bracket finals. The team that dashed their chances of playing for a championship here at DFIW. They have gotten their revenge. So we turn our eyes to the loss. We turn our eyes to TXD. Former champions unfortunately falling in 4th place overall here at DFIW 2026. Nearly all of the returning roster of a team that won a championship only 6 months ago. And again, they've had a tough road. They've had a tough bracket. And they battled through some really good teams to get to this stage. But HAN was just the better team on Cyclone. The one thing I'll say about TXD again, most resilient team we've seen by far at this tournament thus far. I've never seen a team go down that hard, that early, lose everything. No jet, no advantages, back against the wall, and somehow capture sector after sector after sector and take us all the way to the end. And I'll even put this word out there. I think if TXD had another 20 lives, I think they had a chance to take that Sector E and take us to Game 3. Unreal job from the gentlemen. Unfortunately, they do fall and they're out of this tournament. Let's take a look back, though, on the stats. Speaking of stats, 128 revives. I know TXD just lost, but Whistly has something special, topping the leaderboards, not only with 128 revives, but also 44 kills. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, will definitely be a name that I remember next time I watch a TXD game. And I'll go ahead and surmount him as one of the star players for sure. But one of the star players on the other side of the server, HAN. He delivered time and time again. Even outside of the role of the assault operators as well. Artyom with the ability showcased in here today that he's able to go ahead and switch over to some of those Allura rockets, be a part of that strike squad, just finding value after value after value. Sarah Jin as well.
I mean, hey, look, there's so many stats we could talk about. I mean, G-Force, by the way, that's the most revives we've seen thus far. 135, I think, is the top revives. So big shout out to G-Force. Big shout out to all of the medics, the support operators from the side of TXD. I mean, this is a ridiculous amount of lives they've saved. I saw somebody in chat talking, and we see this every single time we do comp. 180 lives feels so few for a map, even like a map like Cyclone. That is like, man, that's like 180. People get 180 kills sometimes in pubs just as a solo, right? Like, that is nothing. But you look at the medics, you look at the revives, you look at the support operators, and you go, oh, I get it now. I mean, one player saved them 135 lives on the map just by getting those revives. But a look back on the highlight package, it certainly was a map filled with them. Good grief, but it started here on A. A was not too much to talk about. Once we got to B, though, you and I looked at each other and was like, uh-oh, I think HA win it here. I mean, they held this team at the line at B. They had every advantage. Jet had nothing to show for it. Unfortunately, the sub, Belmods, only picked up, I think, 4 kills or maybe 6 total overall. And then finally, the wire guided from Stacks does land. That's a great shot in the highlight package. but once the jet falls and the rest of the vehicles fall, frankly, for TXD, especially right here, I thought there was no way TXD get through the B sector.
Yeah, I looked over right there. I mean, Sector A and Sector B, to me, actually, were the most important ones. You made the request for TXD, hey, listen, guys, if he had 24 lives available, I think he could have done it. Well, think about how many tickets they lost in Sector A and Sector B, right? After even Sector C was captured and Sector D, they only had like 90 to 100 tickets available. So many lost on those first couple of sectors. They tried to make stuff happen, and honestly, that's when it started to look good. Sector D, they played the boats so well. They played the canals so well. Now, granted, it was on the back foot of a couple of mistakes from the side of HAN, but after this, HAN, Sarah Jin specifically, was no longer interested in making mistakes. They just wanted to show off.
And again, Sarah Jin, that is a hero play. That's my MVP, regardless of what the stats look like, because you got to think, not only is that a ton of kills, but although that's a ton of kills, they can't get back up. That is so many tickets that go down. Folks, we blinked and we looked up, they're on 23 lives. I mean, we get this tank down. This is a cool strike force play. This is what you have to do to make sure that all the advantages are cut away from your opponents. But those big moves where you wipe 10 players that can't be picked up, that is literally more than 10% of their total lives they brought into the E sector. It's just a really cool moment to look back on and do the math of like, wow, how did they lose lives so fast? It's on the back of those plays. But of course, then the sirens were blaring. We had guided missiles left, right, and center. And it felt like just too little, too late. That last guided missile, by the way, picked up like 6 kills. I didn't even see that. Kind of like post-mortem, if you will, of the map. But anyways, a lot of fun there. Some solid highlights. But that's an HAN win. Fairly dominant fashion for the most part. I was not expecting this to be a 2-0. Here's a look at the stats. Here's a look at the top squad. And it is Barbell, Jappy, and Taesung DG Alpha for good reason. Take a look at their top score line. Literally all over, besides Taesung, all over 40K score, which is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, shout out to these guys, because HAN is kind of filled with squads that usually find themselves up here at the best squad. So a standout performance that made all of the difference from these 4 individuals. Jappy, OEC kind of getting active on the flank lines, behind enemy lines, whatever it may be, trying to make something happen. DG Alpha as well, we saw that name a ton in the feed, followed up with 66 kills there. But your MVP.
Yeah, that's right.
Goj wanted it.
Told you.
Sarah Jin. I mean, still, obviously the hero play in itself was worthy of an MVP performance, but you take a look at the stat line and everything else that he was able to do.
Kind of crazy.
That's when it really comes down to limelight. This was definitely deserved an MVP. 61 kills, almost 45,000 score, assists across the board, and then engineering. Of course, we know how good he is with the vehicles.
Yeah, again, you're picking up engineering score based on the damage you do to other vehicles, plus your repairs. There's a formula there. But regardless, great stat line across the board. Of course, rescue, no, because, well, in the tank destroyer, blowing people up. I think, by the way, we saw there were KDA as well, nearly triple positive, if not triple positive. That is ridiculous in a game that is 20v20. That is a hero. That is somebody doing more than they're asked to do. So a great job being the most valuable player on the map, Sarah Jin. Again, a couple times now, Sarah Jin has been the answer and the key to success for HAN. So keep unlocking Sarah Jin. You keep getting wins. HAN join the likes of our other 2 teams at the top of the bracket to be a top 3 team, a podium finish team. Very well earned and expected from this roster. Yes, I did. My prediction was against them. Vivid is still perfect, technically. Missing a couple maps here and there, but perfect on predictions. I will say everything has gone to script right now, which is kind of weird to say. The one exception, I think, is that TXD, they are the champions. Some people would put them probably in the top 3. I don't know. Based on what we've seen, the top 3 teams are the 3 teams that are still in this competition right now, and that's being proven over and over again with 2-0 after 2-0 after 2-0.
Can't believe we are left with only just 3 teams left in this competition. We got a big couple of days ahead of us, and so do the likes of HAN after an incredible performance right there. I mean, 2-0, I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting a 2-1, but hey, what a statement to be made there.
Yeah, 100%. Well, as you can see behind us, our interview is getting ready on stage. It's been a hot and a sweaty one today because the games have been great, but it's been a lot of 2-0s the last couple days.
Yeah.
I'm looking for another Game 3 here shortly. Unfortunately, it will not be today. That is all of our matches today. So before we move on and tell you what's happening tomorrow and what's going on for the next couple rounds, because we're not done with the competition. We have 2 more days of competition, but we are done today. We'll break that all down after an interview here in just a moment with, of course, HAN. I'd expect to hear from Wansa again, I assume, what they've been able to do. So let's head down to the stage and hear from HAN, the winner of this last one.
欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是贝佳。恭喜 HAN 拿下了本场比赛的胜利，来到了败者组的决赛当中。我们邀請到了指揮官翁萨来到赛後採訪席，也請他先跟大家打個招呼吧。다시 축하합니다. 먼저 자기소개 부탁드리겠습니다.
Hello guys, this is Wonsa from Team Han.
欢迎。那第一个问题想问一下，今天的话呢，也是和去年的对手进行交手，并且也复仇成功了。这是想问一下他的心情现在怎么样呢？包括他在拿下第一场比赛的胜利之后，和自己的队员进行了拥抱，那个时候他们又说了些什么呢？
So Wonsa, this time you were facing the old rival from last year, and you took successfully a revenge. How did you feel? And a second question. We noticed that in the first round, when you played as the attackers, your teammates hug each other. What was the reason?
So from last year, when we lost against TXT on Dfiw 2025, we waited this moment for such a long time. So we feel so happy to win them. Yeah, and after the first victory, our squad, yeah, we're just happy. We're just waiting for the victory for the second round too. So we just cheer up. Yeah.
翁萨选手刚刚表示，面对这次昔日的老对手，他是感到非常的期待与激动的，而且他们很想拿下这次的胜利。他们也是等待这一刻交手的时刻，蓄谋要等待已久。然后他也表示，他们当时的拥抱是因为想要在赢下第一场胜利之后，和队友互相打气鼓励，以便拿下第二场的胜利。
没错，最终也是成功的拿下了第二场的胜利。那今天解说老师们也有提到啊，说天空属于 Ghost， 想问一下，作为队内的指挥官，他是怎样评价这一位空在选手的呢
Somebody says that the sky belongs to Ghost. How do you comment on this?
It's a fact. Ghost is a goat.
他刚才用了一句英文上的押韵，叫做 Ghost is gold， 意思就是 Ghost 的选手是最牛的。
确实如此啊。那同样呢，其实，在本次的邀请赛当中，也有非常多厉害的空在的选手。想问一下，他觉得 RRQ 包括龙腾的空在选手，哪个选手会对他来说威胁比较大呢
So we know that there are many players who are really good at air vehicles. Who or which players in RRQ and LT teams do you think is the biggest threat to you?
We haven't screened with RRQ for a while, and we don't exactly know their strengths. So I'll say RRQ is more threatful for us.
翁萨表示，由于他们的队伍已经许久未与 RRQ 进行正面的交锋，所以无知带来了恐惧。他们觉得 RRQ 可能对于他们来说未知的恐惧要更多。
明白，确实训练赛的交手会偏少一些嘛。那最后问题，想问一下，对于 RRQ 和龙腾的这场比赛，他心中的一个预测比分会是怎么样的呢
Wonsa, what's your prediction of the score between RRQ and LT?
I'll say 2-1. RRQ win.
他预测 RQ 将会胜出，而且比分是2-1。
OK， 非常期待我们后续的比赛了，也再次恭喜 HAN 拿到了败者组的这一场的精彩的门票。接下来，让我们把时间交还给评论席。
Another great interview with Wansa, HAN, well earned to be a top 3 team, and great words from Wansa yet again, also predicting RRQ to beat LT. That's kind of crazy. I also love the shout and the credit that he's given to Ghost to say he's the GOAT of the skies. I kind of agree right now. There's a couple other folks in that conversation with a team like LT or RRQ, but more to be seen from them a little bit later. Vivid, any thoughts here before we wrap up today's broadcast about HAN and what they were able to do?
It was just super incredible. I mean, listen, I thought this was going to be a little bit closer. I guess it was when we take a look at the specific rounds and how they actually went. But again, 2-0 is the stat line at the end of the day. I thought it was going to be 2-1. Somebody kind of deciding it in the tiebreaker, but HAN, man, they are on an absolute roll right now, and the fact that kind of Wansa as well predicts that RRQ is going to win it 2-1 means that he kind of expects to be playing
Yeah.
LT tomorrow in the losers finals.
Yeah, which is kind of crazy to say. Also, he chatted that out as well. I like that the interviews brought it up. That revenge tour that we were talking about is really cool. But listen, folks, here are the today's results. Somehow, we've had 7 2-0s in a row. 4 yesterday, 3 today, all 2-0, no game 3s. Yes, we had a 14-hour day 1, but everything else has been speedy to get us to the top 3 teams left in this tournament. A wild DFIW, and folks, yes, we had a great day today, but we have 2 more days coming up not too long from now, frankly. Really excited to see who becomes our champion of DFIW 2026. And I'd love if we can to take a look at that bracket and we take a look at the schedule for what is tomorrow. We had 4 games on day 1. Again, a long day. 4 games yesterday, all 2-0. 3 games today, 2-0. Here's a look at that bracket, though. We only have 2 games tomorrow. 2 best of 3s to figure out who our 2 teams will be in the grand finals. Vivid, walk me through what you expect, or at least what we can expect to see going into tomorrow.
We're going to be taking a look tomorrow. Our initial match will finally be that upper bracket final. Take a look at the path to where LT have kind of gotten undefeated, even in rounds, right? 2-0, 2-0. RRQ have had a similar path, except they did lose one of those maps to TXD. I'm excited for this matchup, man. There is so much to play for tomorrow. Obviously, 2 teams will be kind of, decided who's going to be going to those grand finals on Sunday, but I feel like a lot is going to be decided when we take a look at LT versus RRQ. Potentially even the winner of that one probably has a big advantage going into the grand final, just momentum being on their side. Yeah, only 2 matchups tomorrow, still best of 3s. We are going to be starting a little bit later, so a little bit of an extra rest. Not that really LT and RRQ need it because they had the whole day off today.
Sure.
But eventually they're actually going to find out what map we're going to be playing as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're about to go over in just a second. We're going to do some picks and bans live and roll our map. Now, if we get Cyclone, I may not show up tomorrow. Not because I don't love the map, but because I need some variety in my life. Variety is the spice of life, and it's certainly the spice of DFIW as well. No more Cyclone, please, but who knows? Maybe we'll pull it again. It'll be over 50% of the maps we've seen thus far. You didn't even get a game 3 for another map. It's crazy stuff out here. But yes, as you can see on your screen, we'll show it again at the end after our picks and bans as well, I believe. We are starting quite a bit later. It's about 3 hours later than what we've been starting with the last couple of days. So there it is actually right now on your screen. 16 GMT plus 8 is when the game will be started. We'll be alive a little bit earlier than that, but that is 3 hours, I believe, after we've been starting the last couple of days. So whatever time zone you're in, you can do your conversions. But about 3 hours later than usual is when we're going to be kicking things off, and only 2 best of 3s. And one more quick reminder that grand finals will be all by itself on the final day in 2 days' time on Sunday. And that grand finals will be a best of 5. The first best of 5 we've seen on LAN, at least. Online, we have been running some best of 5s. But here in person, the first time we'll see it with DFIW, best of 5s are very fun, and it forces a team to win on 2 different maps in order to secure those 3 wins needed to win that best of 5. So some fun stuff there. But what we're preparing for now is the map that we do, or the match rather, that we do know is happening. This is upper bracket finals. This will take a team undefeated into the grand finals, earn that spot, and send the other one down to the lower bracket to face HAN. So we're going to do some picks and bans. We're going to do the random roll of the map we pull with LT and RRQ, who both did not compete today. So they had to travel over here. The commanders did travel over here for just this moment to figure out what map they're playing and then prepare for that map accordingly.
Gonna love to see what map both of these teams do ban and pick.
Yeah, let's get into it. Gonna swing down to the picks and bans and see which maps they decide to ban. Getting it ready down there. Just watch the commanders walk in for both the 2 teams who haven't been here. And they look a little sleepy. I think they were taking a rest day, man. They earned it.
They better wake up.
Not yet. They're not playing until tomorrow.
Well, now is when starts the preparation stage.
Okay,
you're about to find out what map you're playing.
You know what? Maybe they're sleeping most of the day today and resting because they earned it. to prep tonight. They're VOD reviewing all night. They're prepping for whatever this map is about to be, folks. And again, if it's Cyclone, I think I'm going to hand my headset to Vivid and walk out of here. But, hey, listen, you never know what it could be. We haven't seen 3 maps. You guys in chat have been talking about it all day. We haven't seen Trainwreck. We haven't seen Threshold. What's our other map we haven't seen?
We haven't seen Trainwreck. We haven't seen Threshold. Wait, what's the
Fault,
other map?
the one that's been banned
every
100% single
ban
time.
Rate.
Every time.
I think there's only been one head-to-head where it like wasn't banned.
Yeah, maybe.
Literally.
I feel like somebody's been banning Fault every single matchup. Okay, here it is.
According to our rulebook, LT has the right to choose first side. Okay, so you can choose your side A or side A side.
Okay,
so
the
you
coin
will
flip
decide,
here
okay?
for A or B. Looks like LT have chosen the A
So you
side.
can ban your first map.
First ban goes to the side of the B.
Cyclone.
No Cyclone. RRQ is a man of the people. RRQ.
All right.
What a ban.
By the way, I heard clapping from the crowd.
Here we go. Ban from LT.
Wait, is that like an eeny, meeny, miny, mo
Aftershock.
situation?
Aftershock is banned.
No.
We could see Fault. We could see Fault. This is the first time that I think we have even had the chance to see Fault on this map. Now, am I wishing for it? I don't know. I'm just saying. Kind of crazy. Fault has been banned out by everybody. Didn't see it once in our online competitions either. Trainwreck, Fault, or Threshold is what we're looking for if you're a fan of variety. Here we go. A lot of mixing. I like it.
Vested, make sure balls get, oh my goodness. Even the box getting lifted up
buddy.
there. All right, the ref
Come
is
on.
in, the pick.
Come on.
What's it gonna be, Gosh?
I need some Threshold, man.
So our match map is Trainwreck.
Trainwreck.
It's
Okay.
new, it's new.
The crowd gets a little bit loud for some Trainwreck
All right,
action.
we'll flip the coin
Some
again
nice
and
variety.
decide your attack or defense.
A map that's picked up.
Side. It's okay.
We can double shake hands.
Yeah.
We're all friends
so
here.
you will be attacker at the first round and you will be defense. Okay, all right? Please
Okay.
have a handshake.
Write it
Good luck, have
down.
fun.
Everybody write
So,
it down. LT going to be defending on Trainwreck. RRQ going to be attacking on Trainwreck to kick things off. The first time we're seeing Trainwreck here in this competition.
Wow.
What do you think, Vivid?
You know, I'm gonna be watching tomorrow. Like, what is this, a new map? Been
Been-
so long.
Been in the game for like 5 seasons.
Yeah, exactly. No, I really love Trainwreck. Feels like one of those classics, of course. Obviously, Nuance will get into the thick of it tomorrow. But yeah, it's going to be weird literally seeing a new map because so many times
Yeah.
I've had some, because we have seen the maps over and over and over again, that basically means that we have seen certain teams on certain maps over and over and over again as well. So this is going to be new and not a lot really for both of these teams to prepare for if it's going to be a straight up new map.
Yeah, and I think Trainwreck will be fun too because it is one of those maps that actually catches a lot of bans.
Yeah.
I think there's many reasons for that. It is a very vehicle-heavy map. It's one of the few where you're getting vehicles all ripped from both sides. So crazy stuff. It's going to be a lot of fun to break down tomorrow. But folks, that is all she wrote here in the booth. We've had a great day with day 3 of Dfiw. We've got 2 more days, 2 matches tomorrow, about 3 hours later. One last quick reminder is that we couldn't do it without you, the viewer. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow, a little bit later.
fight. They told me to give up the fight. Said I was weak, said I was small, but there's a drum inside my chest, a beating heart that gets no rest. I'm waking up, I'm shifting gears. You can build a wall so high. Watch me spread my wings and fly. You can try to block my way, but hear the words I'm gonna say. I am invincible, I am the storm, breaking the silence, I am reborn. Throw your lightning, bring on the rain. I find my power inside on the blade. Unbreakable, unshakeable.
TXT， 他们真的是最值得尊敬的对手。
ทุกก้าวของเราเป็นดั่งกระแสน้ำที่รุนแรง ใครหน้าไหนก็ขวางเราไม่ได้
未来终有一天，腾龙还会杀回来。